Hello everybody and welcome to a very special edition of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. My name is Ibris and I'm joined by the wonderful Lampy.
Good to see you, everyone. Of course, also hello to the viewers over on Josh's channel. And we are going to have a 128-player Challenger Cup tonight.
How come we're on Josh's channel, I wonder? Well, that's because we have the equally wonderful Joshua Schmidt here with us today.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here. Gameplay.
Wow, is that the real Joshua Schmidt Yu-Gi-Oh?
I think yeah, it's him.
I don't know.
You noticed him on the first glance, huh? But yeah, definitely some exciting gameplay to be had throughout the entirety of the evening. And as we're live a little bit early, we can also talk a little bit about what we are going to expect for the rest of the night and for the rest of the tournament, of course. So, Ibris, what's the deck you expect the most and maybe that you're anticipating the most as well from tonight?
Well, I imagine that we haven't seen quite the last of the Snake Eye variants.
Okay, fair
last
enough.
year it was the Snake Eye Fire King. Josh, I know you were a big fan of that one. But coming into this year, of course, you do have to consider that we're facing the likes of the Snake Eye Fiendsmith, especially now that it's at full power thanks to the recent release of Lacrima.
Sure.
Do you want to tell me a bit about Lacrima? Because I think Wrath of the Tyrants as a pack was phenomenal overall at the start of this month. But Josh, any thoughts in particular about that main deck monster and what it did for the Fiendsmith strategies?
I think it does a lot for Fiendsmith, to be honest, and not just in the ones that you just mentioned, like the hybrid versions of Fiendsmith for like the Snake Eyes and all other kinds of decks that have been using the Fiendsmith engine as a way to bridge into powerful extra deck monsters like Desiree or Caesar. But I think it also does a lot for the Fiendsmith deck to stand up its ground on its own versus other strategies, which is something that I feel like has been missing with the first wave of the support. So now you can actually play sort of like more pure approaches to the Fiendsmith decks, which have been my favorite way to play the deck. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some of those.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of things that we're looking forward to, and also things that have been missing from the game as of recent, Lampy, any deck that you're particularly excited to see tonight that maybe hasn't been as popular in the past couple of months?
Hasn't been as popular. Okay, that is an interesting one.
Well, I think Branded definitely got a spike in popularity after yesterday's update because, wow, that looked really, really good for the strategy overall.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the new looking alternative arts of the card definitely are going to be hopefully seeing some play.
Nice dual field as well.
Oh, beautiful one indeed. But in terms of decks that haven't seen that much popularity, how about just maybe some punk gaming, honestly? Because there were also those punk cards, those punk support cards recently released as well. And actually, they pair quite well together with the Fiendsmith cards. So I think I even saw on the top of the ranked gameplay, I saw someone bringing Fiendsmith Punk to even first place, actually.
So I always had a soft spot for decks that had Psychic End Punisher as a viable boss monster, which may or may not be a controversial statement on Joshua Schmidt's Twitch channel, but...
End Punisher?
Yeah.
No, that card's cool. We like that card over here.
Good.
Yeah,
I'm glad.
No, we're a fan.
I'm very happy to hear that. Me and every other Dynamorphia duelist in the audience.
Yeah, you have made Psychic and Punisher in Dynamorphia.
Yeah, of course. Ash Blossom plus the level 8 fusion, Rextem, all both at level 4s, obviously.
How could you question that, of course, yeah. But no, that is something I have not seen personally much in Challenger Cups yet, so maybe tonight.
Or Psychic
also not that, I think I might have seen Dynamorphia more often than actually the new punk cards so far, so I'm asking where they are, and maybe we're going to see them tonight. Josh, have you played against those, or have you played them yourself even? I think so, right?
I have messed around with those strategies, and the new punk cards especially were actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
It's a deck that can definitely perform in this sort of setting. Speaking of decks like Dynamorphia as well, I do think the Challenger Cup is like an environment where you could reasonably see those decks with the new rule set that is in effect since the start of this new season, where players now actually submit 2 decks to the tournament, and then they get to pick one of those 2 decks for every individual game. But of course, there is the decision to be made. If you lose game 1 of the set or you lose game 2 of the set, you get to pick whether you want to go first or second in the next one. And I think that opens up some room for decks like Dynamorphia to maybe be in your roster just for when you know you can guaranteed go first.
Thank you for defending Dynamorphia in 2025. But also thinking about that nuance of having 2 decks available to you. You know, we have 2 distinctly separate strategies, whether that means bringing a going first strategy, whether that means bringing 10 Pi Dragon, or even when we saw Mist actually win the tournament on your channel very recently, bringing 2 variants of Snake Eye specifically tooled, one for going first, one for when he thought he would go second. Now, we spoke about Fire King a little bit earlier. Lore-accurate rivalry here, Atlantean Mermail. Talk to me a little bit about that deck in particular, Lampy.
Yeah, that deck, honestly, is to me one of the decks that is the most scariest at the moment, because going first or going second with that deck, it both seems so incredibly strong at what it can do. Because going first, if they have a good hand, or sometimes even just an average hand, they're going to get to Deep Sea Minstrel, they're going to look into your hand, take out the most scariest card that there is, and then keep on comboing afterwards as well, possibly getting to Mulling Glacier, taking out 2 more cards, and then eventually possibly even ending on a Barrier Statue, which is going to really hinder the plays from your opponents.
I think combining both the removal from the hand in addition to that threat of the Barrier Statue of the Torrents that you can special summon from the deck, or even the Abyss Dweller in this day and age with it just locking out the graveyard effects as well, is something to be super conscious of.
I mean, the cool thing about the main card, or one of the main cards of the deck, is Atlantean Dragoons, however it is used for effect. Even just as an Exceed material that gets detached, for example, Abyss Dweller, it will activate its effect in the end. And therefore, you can just make the Abyss Dweller on your turn, detach the Dragoons, and just search with it right away, which is just pretty insane.
Yeah. Josh, any other decks that you're particularly looking forward to seeing?
I am very much wondering about how well Memento is going to do today, because that is a deck that I have been looking into also in regards to the upcoming Duelist Cup. It is a deck that I'm still not quite sure how I'm supposed to evaluate it, because I know about its power. I know it's a very flexible deck that can outplay certain interruptions as well quite well with all of its quick play spell cards. So I do think it has a lot of potential. I just wonder how it performs at the highest level of competition. So I'm like really excited to see if someone is gonna bring that today. That's my personal like deck of interest.
Definitely a deck that can be very rewarding, but also very difficult to execute, even if you've dedicated time to learning it, such as the hours we've seen Josh put into it, but also Lampy, I know you're a very prominent Memento player within the community.
Absolutely. And I think the cool thing about that deck also is Primite Drill Beam, which is in more and more decks at the moment. Of course, Blue Eyes, but also now other Primite variants, such as just Primite Fiendsmith. And having the chance, as Josh just mentioned, to then chain one of your quick spells, get rid of the card that they just targeted with the Drill Beam, and just have it not resolve is such a good factor in the metagame right now, really.
Yeah, I can imagine that. And actually, I think now with Blue Eyes being mentioned, we've hit my bingo sheet of all of the decks that I want to talk about for this evening, aside from Infernoble Knight. But, you know, saving that one for later. We have quite a few games ahead of us. Of course, we do have a tournament coming up.
Yes.
But actually, following on from the topic of us having a tournament coming up, of course, this Challenger Cup is in commemoration of the Road to Worlds campaign and qualifier. We have the Red Supernova Dragon, sorry, that side. The Red Supernova Dragon decorating behind us. And of course, that can be yours in glorious royal finish by logging in today.
Yeah, if you haven't done so just yet to yesterday, because it is actually the first reward on the rewards list. Therefore, the first day you log in now into the campaign, you're getting that one. I got it yesterday, already got some gems today, and therefore really worth logging in every day at the moment just to get that extra prize. And then, of course, very, very soon on the horizon then is that regional qualifier as well, where, of course, so many people are trying to book their ticket basically to the World Championship. Yeah,
June 4th, of course, rapidly approaching. I think today will be a good kind of indicator as to what we can expect in terms of the meta game there, and in terms of which decks we can expect to see actually come out ahead. Perhaps we see some inspiring tech come out from some of these players as well.
Yeah, it's a good testing ground, honestly. You can just test whether you want to do something, like, because you today have the chance to not only test one deck, but 2 decks at a time, because you can bring 2 different decks, and then you're like, I like this one more, so maybe this is going to be my deck for the grind in the end.
I got sold on Curry Photon as an answer to Tenpai Dragon.
Okay.
After one Challenger Cup.
Yeah, that did happen.
Yeah.
That is I mean, that's always something that I feel like happens a lot in these Challenger Cups, is people really test their decks that they are planning on using in that second stage, which is why I personally love watching Challenger Cups, especially when those sort of huge Duelist Cups are approaching. Like the weeks leading up to those tournaments is always like when everyone's prepping, everyone is thinking about which kind of decks are going to be viable. And so I think that's when really, I mean, people usually try to bring their A games in these Challenger Cups, but these ones I feel like are particularly interesting.
100%. You just don't want to be behind. You want to be on point, of course, then for the regional qualifiers, as this is your biggest chance to make it to the World Championship. As obviously for Duelist Cups, it's always only the first spot worldwide that will qualify to WCS. But with the regional qualifiers, it is per region, right? Like multiple people from all over the world doing the qualification, and not just that one singular person bringing an entire team in the end.
Indeed, and if you're feeling particularly inspired by any of the decks that you see tonight, perhaps one of the new packs can help you out in constructing them. Specifically just talking about Gate to the Throne and the amount that it brings in terms of the staple cards that we've seen across a variety of strategies, whether that's the Horus engine that we've seen splashed into the Telements.
True.
Splash, Telements.
Yeah.
But also Molchami Furlos, of course, just being a phenomenal card.
Furlos is a big one just to get like
a lot of different decks.
A little bit of an update there. Just opening the pack basically guarantees you getting some very powerful and playable cards from all kind of different strategies. I think Rescue Ace and the Telements, as you just mentioned, are also in the pack, and therefore you can't really miss with it. You just like whatever you're pulling there, you're going to have like a good deck that you can go at, really.
Yeah, and speaking of good decks, of course, we have the Challenger Cup, and we have a very, very dedicated community of branded players that are no doubt very happy with the new Frontier and the alternate artworks for Aluber, the Jester of Despia, Fallen of Albaz, Incredible Ecclesia the Virtuous, and Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous.
Yeah, Josh and I actually yesterday, we talked about which one is our new favorite of the alternative artworks, and I think, Josh, for you it was Bestial Aluber, if I remember correctly?
Well, Bestial Aluber doesn't have an alt art, but Aluber was right. It was Aluber, yeah.
It was Aluber, and for me it's Fallen of Albaz, but Ibris, what is it for you?
I think also Aluber, the Jester of Despia.
Okay, fair enough. I see you guys.
Good taste, good taste.
Good taste indeed.
I'm just a sheep for whatever Josh says.
Oh, you just repeat what I say? Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's good.
That's basically how I operate in a lot of these streams.
Okay.
Yeah, but of course, for today, we are still before the next Forbidden Unlimited list update, which only is going to be available at the beginning of June. Therefore, for today, only one branded fusion. So the branded enjoyers have to be limited with that, but we've seen them do it enough with that one branded fusion already, to be fair.
So I think the kind of particularly telling thing for how successful a lot of the decks that we see today will be is even just taking a step back to last week's victory for Mist that we mentioned. I think that deck only ran one copy of original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye anyway.
True.
So it essentially was following this new and upcoming Forbidden Limited list, which does go to show that even if you're conforming to these new restrictions, there is still room for Snake Eye to flourish and for Snake Eye to succeed in the next format as well.
Yeah.
True.
They'd have two Bonfire, gonna have to take one out.
He will be fine. I
think
he will be fine with that.
What can you replace it with?
He will be fine with that. And in the end, is it Snake Eye that you're calling for today? Is that the deck that you think will win today, Ibris?
I think someone's gonna rock up with a 60-card branded pile, and I think they're going to do phenomenally. Granted, I don't think we can count Tenpai Dragon out. It's Challenger Cup. It's competitive dueling. It's the best of the best in Europe, and it's going to be a great tournament.
I think it's going to be all memento today. But you know what? How about we see all of that in action? I think it's going to be the two of us for the first match. So thank you, Josh. And we will be going right into the action of top 128 here for the first round. And that was a pass. Nothing happened there on the first turn of Fanshaw. What is this? That's not the start you want in a Challenger Cup, really.
Not so much. Fanshaw, of course, mainstay of the Challenger Cup scene. Of course, we've seen a variety of strategies from this player. As you can see on your screen as well right now, just talking about the upcoming Road to Worlds qualifiers. Campaign is underway right now. Get your red Supernova Dragon, and hopefully you'll have a better first turn than Fanshaw has just had against FSN Lemon.
Possibly, and that is we get the Mermaids right away. Mermaid Abyss Pike discarding Atlantean Dragoons.
Okay.
That is a dream start. You get the Search, and whatever your opponent does to the Abyss Pike, you already still also get the effect of the Dragoons, and we search for the Minstrel.
Yep, that Deep Sea Minstrel being added to hand does mean that we now already a good part of the way towards getting access to further discards from the opponent's hand. It does mean that we're one step closer to the Mulan Glacier coming out for that additional removal from the hand as well, but here is the Deep Sea Minstrel.
The important part of the Minstrel is just simply that you can look into your opponent's hand. So you're only getting to take out one card, but you're looking into it, and therefore you know the entire hand. And I think that's why Fanshaw immediately scooped it up there, because he just didn't want to tell his opponent what his deck actually is. He didn't want to give that information out.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe just really wanted to go second. Genuinely, I think it was just wanted to withhold some information
Yeah.
there. Just really, really swift win there for the male Atlantean deck.
I mean, the crazy thing is, even if Fanshaw there had, for example, Molchami Fuvalos in their hand, the Mermaid deck just has such nice ways to play around that card even, because it can just go search out Poseidra. Poseidra summons itself out and is really big, and you get to 8,000 quite easily, even without special summoning from the deck.
Do you have something in the format right now that is a direct answer to the Atlantean Mermaid strategy, and could that be something that Fanshaw has in his back pocket for his second deck here?
In terms of decks, I think it is getting kind of hard, but in terms of cards specifically, I think Droll and Lockbird is a card that really, really works well against the Mermaid strategy, because we just explained how often it is searching, how many searches it does generate, and therefore just cutting it off after the first search can be really valuable and really effective. And so I think that would be hopefully a card included in one of his two decks here.
Hopefully indeed, as Lemon will actually be going first this time around. As it turns out, Fanshaw really did want to go second.
No, I think Fanshaw is going first here. And so, yep, Purulia resolving for Lemon. And now we go ahead. Main phase 1 for Fanshaw. You see the bubbles, and there is now Fanshaw having access to Fiendsmith Engraver. And Fiendsmith Engraver is a fantastic card to have against the Molchami Purulia that was discarded, because the entire Fiendsmith engine, it just doesn't need you to summon from the hand. You can combo all the way with just using your deck and your graveyard.
Yep, Engraver will add Fiendsmith Track. Tracked, if it resolves, will then in turn add the Fabled Lurie, which will discard itself, summon itself, start the sequence of plays off here to access the Fiendsmith extra deck cards. Lemon, any kind of additional response here? Because the Purulia went off, but you need more than that to stop the Fiendsmith.
It would be a crazy combination if we had Purulia and then also Molchami Fuvalos bow, and there is the combination of the two of them. Fanshaw, he wasn't really bothered by the Purulia, and he held the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. There you can tell he doesn't mind the Purulia, but now the Fuvalos is much more of a concern, and he has the Ash Blossom and an answer for it.
Yeah, the Fiendsmith deck, of course, delving into the extra deck a little bit too much for comfort there to allow that Fuvalos to reliably go through.
Totally.
Now, Fiendsmith's Requiem going to hit the field here, start things off again here. I say start, we're already midway through the combo. We're already really, really close to getting towards what will eventually be an Appaloosa above the Goddess with negations to protect the resolution of another Fiendsmith fusion monster a little bit down the line. But here is a main deck monster first and foremost, Lacrima, the Crimson Tears. That new Fiendsmith card that we said really brought the strategy and the pure dedicated Fiendsmith strategy back into the forefront of the meta.
And I think that's what we're probably seeing here from Fanshaw. I think that is more one of those control decks, but doesn't necessarily go for those big link monsters, those many, many monsters on the field to go into, for example, Appaloosa. I think we're rather keeping it simple, most likely only going into, for example, a DDD Wave High King Caesar with 2 level 6 monsters. One of them we already have on the field here with the Necroquip Princess. And the best part is we have already generated a draw out of that card now as well, searching for the Bestia Magnamut through the Lubellion. This is a fantastic start, honestly, for Fanshaw overall. And that Caesar, I think it's just such a good card to have against the Mermaid deck as well. Assuming that...
Interesting thing to pass on, but sometimes it is like that. Lemon now, the onus is on him to see if there's any kind of comeback to be made.
That is very interesting, seeing that we just do not even go for the Caesar and just leave it like that. And the thing you have to say, Magnamut on itself right now in the format, really, really good. Bestias in general, because they do interact so well with, first of all, the Blue Eyes deck, but also just with all of those Fiendsmith cards. Against Mermaid, though, there is no light and dark monsters whatsoever.
Are you sure this is Atlantean Mermaid, though, or did Lemon change up the strategy this time around?
Possibly. I think, though, if I know that I'm going second, Mermaid is a deck that can totally do it, and therefore I would probably expect him to still be on the Atlantean Mermaid strategy. You never know, of course, though. It is Lemon's call, and maybe he's also having a 10-pie Dragon deck.
The world has been turned upside down when the Mermaid deck is the one starting 2 cards down.
Ooh, we do go into the battle phase. That
Evenly
could
matched?
indicate it is the 10 by Dragon strategy. Sengen Kaimin. Evenly matched there would have not been even matched because there is only one card to deal with. But
between that and getting confused as to who's going first or second, I think, yeah, the start could have been smoother here, but this is a pretty good start despite the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring coming through to stop that Sangen Kaimen.
I mean, that is the answer. That is the answer. I don't think the 10 by deck can do anything from here on anymore because there is no more effects we could use in the battle phase. So main phase 2 it will be next. And that's not the phase that the 10 by Dragon decks wants to be in at all.
Yeah, main phase 2, not it for the 10 by Dragon strategy. Still yet to see a Synchro Summon from this strategy. Still yet to see any kind of field presence established here. Gonna see Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, resolve in the graveyard here to start the Fiendsmith combo again.
Yeah, bring back the Requiem from the graveyard. And I think that must mean that Lemon has just tried to pass over the turn. And now at the end of the main phase, Fanshaw was like, yeah, I would like to use the Lacrima beforehand because the Fiendsmith Requiem that is now resolving on the field is a main phase only effect. And therefore it only makes sense that we wanted to do all of that before our opponent passes it over to us. And I think we're just going to summon out the Lacrima right again that was just used for that because it is now back into the deck. Oh, there is Molchami Fuvolos from Lemon's side, though, generating one draw if it does go unanswered. And it should, because there was the Ash Blossom already for the second time.
Yeah, Called by the Grave was not an option because it's still the opponent's turn as well, so really, really limited options in terms of a response here, but furthermore, just really, really limited options for Lemon to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Fanshaw just probably had a hand full of great hand interactions with the Ash Blossom and then possibly even more like effect Veilers or stuff like that. And therefore decided, hey, I just want to keep on growing my card advantage with the Necroaku Princess as he just did now. And therefore really interested to see how those top players are operating, just deciding not to go for the Caesar, but just having that powerful level 6 monster on the field there with the Necroaku Princess instead.
Yeah, level 6, of course, was kind of that sweet spot for the Fiendsmith strategy for a good while there, especially while Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, was in the meta. However, with that now being on the Forbidden Limited list, it does mean that we're in a position where you have to explore other options for those rank 6 plays. Granted, DDD Wave King High Caesar is still a viable option. There are still a couple of things that can be bridged into here, and I guess we'll see where Fanshaw does go here.
Yeah. And now that we activated the Molchami Purulia there, we just gotta have the chance to draw one more card. That
did
Lemon
Princess have 2 Purulia and 2 Fualos?
Yeah, in the end he had. Maybe he drew into one of them with the other, but and now we're going to see the rest of the hand, I'm sure. What do we have to offer there? Droplet, Dominus Impulse, and Gold Sarcophagus. And I mean, you just take out the Dominus Impulse here, and I think then we easily can get to 8,000 points of damage without even going into our into summons from the hand anymore. Oh, are we keeping it slow? That's 4,500.
I'm wondering if the Gold Sarcophagus was drawn off of one of the Molchamis because otherwise you would have used it to get the blaster or to bait out the Ash Blossom and guarantee that the Sangen Kaimen would resolve earlier.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Lemon that he drew so late into that, but looking pretty good for Fanshaw in terms of evening up this series. Lemon, he brings a fire deck in tandem with his water strategy that did win game 1. It is not enough to claim a second win, however, and instead it will be Fanshaw with this Fiendsmith, slightly branded, slightly bestial strategy that is able to clinch this one. Not quite at the 8,000 threshold quite yet, but getting quite close to it.
This could be it already. That's free. Yeah, that is 8,000 now, I'm pretty sure. Especially when we use the Fiendsmith Requiem, which gives us an additional 600 attack point boost. So easily that guarantees us a safe way into the battle phase and therefore also a safe way into securing victory in the second game and therefore equaling the score overall.
Yep, a safe way into a third game here, taking us to match point between Fanshaw and Lemon, 2 mainstays of the Challenger Cup, 2 phenomenal players. two people that just took us to a game 3.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Lemon, he's really keeping it lore accurate, as you said. He's doing the fire versus water challenge with his 2 decks. He also had the icon being the regional qualifier icon from last year, and therefore he seems like we put him in there, but he did that all on his own. We didn't force him to. I can promise you that.
And only needed to synchro summon Red Supernova Dragon in the Tenpai Dragon deck, and then I would have been like, yes. Alas, did not quite happen, and actually the Tenpai Dragon deck was not quite able to take a win there. However, series still very much alive for both of these players. I wonder if we'll actually get to see Atlantean Mermail gaming this time around instead of it forcing the instantaneous surrender. And indeed, if Fanshaw can have a better start against this strategy, if he's up against it in this next game.
I mean, now there is no reason to be instantly scooping it up anymore for Fanshaw, right? Game 1, there was information to be hidden because your opponent doesn't know yet in Game 1 what your deck is that you brought. But now in Game 3, last game to be played between the two, so I think even if they're looking into the hand, Fanshaw probably will just let that happen.
Yep.
And therefore, let's see whether that is going to be the case. Going first for Lemon. And do we have those kind of cards? Oh, it looks like we do not.
Yep.
Setting 2 cards. That's tragic here for Lemon, because that Mermaid Atlantean strategy, it is very consistent. So seeing this is not very often the case.
Indeed, and it's also not often the case for the Tenpai Dragon deck, even if you end up going first, because you'll oftentimes just see them want to keep the Mole Charmies functioning in the hand. This is not going to be the case here, though. Call by the Grave going to be used on the Engraver is as good a start as you can possibly ask for, though, answering that very, very key component of the pure Fiendsmith strategy.
Yeah, totally. That's huge. But Fanshaw could, of course, just keep on going by having... that's really good. That's really good. Lemon, maybe just another Cult by the Grave. That could be one of those cards that we just drew that we could not play the game with. But nope, we are resolving the Lubellion to grab the Magnamut. Now, for this very moment, there's only one lighter. Oh, Fanshaw now being the Tenpai gamer here. Interesting. This is a nice combination of decks that you...
Fiendsmith, Tenpai Dragon.
Yep, I've been experiencing with that deck
Maybe that's
bit.
why he kept his hand concealed to not have that come out. But speaking of things that have come out to maybe put a damper on that Tenpai Dragon play, it is the Pydra being answered by the Infinite Impermanence. We said the Mulch Armies wanted a clear field, so did that, unless you set it, which indeed Lemon did, negating the monster effect, but you cannot negate the Bestial Magnamut.
But we have to give up on the Bestial Lubellion in the
that,
graveyard. And there is one more draw if unanswered for Lemon now. It is answered, though, with the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. And therefore, Lemon even down further on cards in hand, and Fanshaw probably just on his way to try to put out 8,000 points of damage, but he will need something like, for example, the Sengen Kaiman now,
It is the battle of the main decks between two very, very extra deck focused strategies here. Instead of the big boss monsters in the extra decks, it is the disruptions, it is the main deck pieces, it is all of that just trading back and forth. Fanshaw here, he gets the Bestial Magnamut out. He has currently a negated effect, but still 1,700 points of damage on this Tenpai Dragon, and he has a main phase 2. Do we have a Synchro Summon?
No, not yet a tuner at the moment,
yes.
But definitely no Sengen Kaiman, which was good news for
We have a
Lemon.
Link Summon.
We can go into a Link Summon. That's 2 dragons. I would always expect probably
Heavenly
Heretic
Spheres.
Seal of the
Yeah.
Heavenly Spheres there. And I mean, to be fair, Lemon didn't play anything last turn, so he needs to draw something now off the top of his deck to even get anything going. Otherwise, this looks perfectly in control for Fanshaw here. And we do search out Bestial Baldrake, which could provide, even though we cannot interact with light and dark monsters from Lemon's graveyard, could still provide interaction with monsters that Lemon might be summoning from the actual deck. But now, the moment of truth. Did we draw into something that could help us here? Are we playing the game? Are we unleashing the waters of the Mermail deck here? Maybe?
Need a 1-card combo that does not get disrupted by the Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres. Lemon, do you have it?
That is the thing. If we drew like the best starter of the deck, which would be the Atlantean Prince, then you could just immediately give it back to the hand because it doesn't activate on the summon. So the seal would answer that quite perfectly. And Lemon, I think, by thinking here for so long, that's either a sign of them being hopeless and not knowing what to do at all, or them actually picking up an option that is worth considering and now trying to figure out how to approach the situation perfectly, because they do see a way to get into this.
Indeed, we need a way to deal with this Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, or at least play through that disruption, that bounce to the hand. Fanshaw firmly in the driver's seat here.
The Bestial Board Rake waiting in the hand, currently not being a quick effect, of course, though, because of no monsters on the side of Lemon. And Lemon is taking his sweet time. Is there something? I mean, maybe they're also considering to possibly just set a monster. Maybe they're thinking whether they need to do that to like withstand and survive the next turn. But I think you're not thinking about it for that long. You make that decision now, so I would rather expect him to have a play, but he just tries to figure out how to sequence it the best possibly. Because the Mermaid deck does have some amazing 2-card combos. Just like imagine Abyss Rhine, discard Shadow Squad or something like that. That would definitely be playing through the Heretic Seal that we see there. But even at that point, I think we would just try to get off with it now.
Yeah, and I think that there's definitely a lot of good things to say about the Mermail strategy in terms of how it can play out even in these difficult situations. That is probably not one of the best ways to approach it. I did just want to get your opinion on the Tempai Dragon combined with that Fiendsmith strategy, because you said that it was very much a standard thing, or at least one that we've seen before, whereas maybe for our viewers at home, maybe also for me, it's one that I don't see too often.
Yeah, I think in specifically Master Duel, I have not seen too much of it yet, but it was somewhat common in the... What happened there from Fanshaw? It was somewhat common in TCG. Just quickly looking at this, we retributed the Nibiru from our hand to give our very own Heretic Seal back into the extra deck. And I can't really make any sense of that. Maybe Fanshaw thought he could give the set monster back to the hand, but obviously Heretic Seal only goes on face-up cards on the field. So we just put our Heretic Seal there back into the extra deck. And I mean, we just, like, we lost our own monster there. That didn't seem too good. But yeah, the combination is kind of nice because you just, the Fiendsmith cards, they demand your opponent to respond a lot of the time because...
But by getting the Nibiru to the graveyard, we then can banish it for the Druid Worm, and suddenly we have 2,500 attack points to play with rather than the rather humble 0 of the Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres. We also have an tribute, rather, for the Bestial Lubellion. I saw the yellow glow and I got excited.
Indeed. So, yeah, okay, now seeing that, it probably was all planned from Fanshaw's side. But speaking more about the synergy between the Fiendsmith and the Tenpai Dragon cards, the Fiendsmith cards, they are so powerful at what they do, so they demand responses a lot of the time. So, for example, if you see a Fiendsmith Requiem or a Fiendsmith Tract, you are very, very incentivized to use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on that. And if your opponent does that, of course, they do not have those cards anymore for Sangan Kaiman or the other powerful Tenpai cards, such as Genroku. So usually what the plan is, you're trying to bait out the interruptions from your opponent with the Fiendsmith cards, and then there is your Tenpai cards to go after stuff afterwards as well. And the Bestials do make that even more nice of a concept because they are level 6, of course, so a level 6 Bestial plus a Chandra equals a level 10 Synchro. And we are attacking over Abyss Rhine there. That card doesn't do anything on its own. Baldrake comes in for some damage as well, but this is not enough yet.
Yep, and we no longer have to worry about the disruption offered by that Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, so perhaps there is a way to play through this for Lemon if they're able to draw that very, very important monster. But by bouncing the Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres back to the extra deck earlier with its own effect, we now have access to it for a second time. Well sequenced by Fanshaw. Gave a lot of thought to how to play that one out. And Lemon, now, it's a repeat of last turn.
Do we have something? And I mean, Lemon, though, hats up to them, or kudos to them for setting the monster, because we see if there would have not been that set monster, the game would have been over, but it was enough to also buy them another turn, so they could be rewarded big time here by finally picking up a playable card out of their Mermail deck. And Mermail Abyss Pike is a card that does activate on the summon of itself, meaning we do immediately get something off here, but we did not use the effect by the looks of it, though.
Branded Regain will allow us to special summon something back, but there is Dominus Impulse to negate the special summon effect.
And destroy the card as well, because there is the Infinite Impermanence in the graveyard of of course, Lemon. We do chain the Heavenly Spheres though now. And that could either be on our very own branded regain to protect it from that, or we just give the Pike back into the hand, and that is what we're going to do here. But this felt a little bit like a bait. So maybe we're just now going to... Oh, the last card in hand is an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. All right, I mean, Fanshaw seemingly left with no more playable cards in the hand. So maybe this was pretty well done from Lemon, because Fanshaw now obviously needs another Bestial, another monster that can be attacking here.
Another Tenpai Dragon, perhaps.
Anything really does it.
If he'd drawn a Tenpai Dragon. I guess we'll see.
Let's see. Is there anything that can seal the deal here? Fanshaw does have the Tenpai Dragon Genroku, and that obviously is going to be... Hold on, though. Not obviously. The Abyss right now in the graveyard, discarding
well, you can draw a card,
the Pike.
Yes. Is there something that will be added to the hand that can actually answer this?
Maybe it is. Maybe we drew into an
Effect
Ash
failure?
Blossom. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring would be the most prominent answer to this here. Genroku attacks. Now we're, of course, looking into activating the effect. And did we get lucky with the Ash Blossom again? Does not seem like it. And that is a Fadra. Big enough. Okay, we use the effect to bring back from the graveyard. It would have done it on its own, but that, of course, still is very good because...
Did the Dominus Impulse from the hand lock out the Ash Blossom?
Oh, nope. Dominus Purge locks you out from fires, but with Dominus Impulse, you can still use fire effects, yeah.
True. Okay.
And therefore, in the end, it was Fanshaw, as so often, taking down round number 1. Fanshaw, as you said, really much, very much a regular on the Challenger Cup circuit. Probably at this point having like 20 Challenger Cup wins or something. He's definitely one of the top 5 grinders, I would say.
Yeah, and despite really getting destroyed in that first game, made a phenomenal comeback, brought a rather unconventional strategy. Even if we had seen it before in the TCG, it was still very surprising to see here.
Yeah.
But pleasantly surprising and honestly very well executed. Didn't actually see a Tenpai Dragon card from it in that second game. Was able to clinch the game without that, maybe showing just how powerful pure Fiendsmith variants around that Necro Princess can be. But ultimately, very well played. And actually, here we go.
Ooh, another regular. That is Matrixx, of course, already winning multiple Challenger Cups, I think, this season even. And there's, we even play Branded Beast here in the deck from Cliftwary. So this does absolutely strike me as another Fiendsmith control variant. But the Anaconda on the field is kind of interesting, actually.
Is that a pseudo-branded fusion? I would presume so.
But there is that Fiendsmith Lacrima on the field, and that doesn't really match well. And now that looks like Ling Summon, therefore I think it's pretty safe to rule out that this is a branded strategy. That is going to be the effect of Lacrima. I think this is probably just another control approach to the Fiendsmith strategy. And then, what are we playing? We could just basically be playing Red Eyes Fusion to make Dragoonia technically, or
Fusion Destiny.
Well. Yeah.
So Fusion Destiny will, of course, access Destiny Hero, Destroyer, Phoenix, Enforcer, sending the Dasher and one other there. I think it was the Plasma. I didn't quite say.
Celestial.
Okay, so this is the draw. Still, really well played. Destiny Hero, Destroyer, Phoenix, Enforcer, of course, being such a prominent powerhouse in the metagame a couple of years ago when it first came out. When paired with that Adventure Engine, of course, just that recurring threat of being able to destroy a card, kind of run interference there, having that monster come back time and time again to just pop again. Really powerful. Granted, haven't seen too much of it these days, but we do have the option to then link summon again on top of it with a link to Masquerena on a quick effect and a link to Verte Anaconda. So theoretically, we could get that link for Appaloosa Bow the Goddess with 2 materials.
With 2 or even 3 materials if we wanted to use the Phoenix Destroyer and Enforcer for it. But I think you rather don't want to do that because you want to get that card into the graveyard with its own effect, destroying it so it can come back on the next turn, of course. But as you said, I haven't seen Phoenix Enforcer in a really long time, to be honest. So it's interesting from Cliftwary here that is the option that they wanted to bring with the Anaconda. The main concerning thing about that, obviously, is, resolving Fusion Destiny or resolving the Anaconda for the Fusion Destiny is really good, but as we saw the 2 cards were, playing Celestial and Dasher for that, not really that great because you really don't want to draw those cards. And now a Lightning Storm from Matrixx, activating double Upstart Goblin. This, I think, can again just be Tenpai Dragons, honestly.
Yep, so link summoning in response to that is pretty interesting to me because it suggests that we'll see something forced here that maybe would have been held for a little bit later on when it could be used as a viable removal tool. Of course, the IP Masquerena by itself would in turn protect whatever is summoned here, at least somewhat. The SP Little Knight now just coming out. Very, very prominent combo back in the day of the, I say back in the day, last year.
all day long, basically, yeah.
Of the IP Masquerena into the SP Little Knight for that quick play speed removal. Destiny Hero Destroy Phoenix Enforcer, another quick effect. Going to be destroyed by the Lightning Storm, going to summon itself back because it was destroyed by a card effect.
Yeah.
Lightning Storm, as you mentioned.
Not on its own terms, basically,
True.
but still being destroyed by card effect, therefore ready to come back. But Matrixx has no interest in getting it for a comeback because I think Matrixx only has one thing on his mind right now, and that is going for game this turn, really.
Lightning Storm does suggest, as you mentioned, the 10 Pi Dragon strategy. Triple Tactics talent could, of course, guarantee you take away that SP Little Knight to deny that quick effect removal, or you draw 2 cards and get a little bit more greedy with it if you don't have what you need.
Or you take the
third
third
option. Just
option.
take something else, yeah.
We look into the opponent's hand and Cliftwary. Is there, for example, a Maxi? Because yes, you would need to chain it here. There is a Maxi, but we decide not to chain it, interestingly enough. So we're making Matrixx choose whether they want to get rid of that or the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, maybe.
Pretty scary hand, all things considered.
Yeah, I agree. The Druid's Worm versus the 10-Pi Dragon part of the deck, not really that great, but it at least sometimes can come in as a last protection. They take out the Maxi, and the Ghost Ogre, it does only have that scary factor about it when there is the field spell, but now there's also the Ultimate Slayer from Matrixx, making sure that SP Little Knight does not get destroyed by card effect, because it could not be, but just goes straight back into the extra deck.
Yep, there is the Ultimate Slayer resolving to send the SP Little Knight, and also the Tri-Brigade Arms Bucephalus 2 going to actually send a Beast Warrior, Winged Beast to the graveyard. Garura will allow a draw of a card, just kind of replacing that Ultimate Slayer that was commit there to remove. Heavy Storm now going to be used to remove one branded Lost. Was it branded Lost or was it branded...
Branded Beast it was.
Branded Beast.
When now the Striker cards as
Sky
well.
Striker, 10 Pi Dragon. We've seen so much removal commit so far between the Lightning Storm, the Heavy Storm, so many Storms, so many Triple Tactics between the Thrust and the Talents, but the combos, the spell cards, they don't end there. Here's Sky Striker, here's Kagari in response. Do we see the 10-Pi Dragon deck actually come online here with the Sky Striker cards?
I mean, we do need a 10-Pi card, because there is a cool way for the 10-Pi Sky Striker deck to bridge into your 10-Pi cards with the Sky Striker cards when your opponent controls a monster that you can crash into through the Hita, but there is no monster to currently crash into, and therefore that is not an option that is available to Matrixx at the moment. So with now activating Hornet Drones again, I'm almost getting the feeling that maybe there is no 10-Pi cards really available to them.
So
Which
you're
would be
say
crazy,
that maybe
right?
it is just pure Sky Striker.
Never mind.
But
There
no.
is 10-Pi Dragon Hydra being normal summoned. Of course.
And of course, we know that there's no Ash Blossom in the hand for Cliftwary here. We saw it was just, I believe, the Ghost Ogre plus the 2 Bestials, so the 10-Pi Dragon deck is free to add the San Gen Kaimen here. And once we're in the battle phase, that's when this deck truly comes alive. Will we enter the battle phase right away? The full information is available to Matrixx here as to what's in the hand for Cliftwary, and it will be the battle phase here, even with the Druid Worm being summoned to the field. It will stop one attack at best.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of defending now against the monsters that are already on the field, but the thing, of course, is as soon as the Sengen Kaimen is activated and as soon as we have access to the Chandra, from there on, it's just at some point we are going to have a monster that is big enough to attack over the Druid's Worm, and then from there on we usually always still have enough damage to be put onto the field.
Yeah, and kind of the turn of phrase is that once the 10-Pi Dragon deck starts synchro summoning, it's probably already too far gone for you to come back in that game. Granted, we've yet to see a synchro summon so far. Instead, we'll just see the 10-Pi Dragon Chandra start to make an attack here. It will also make a summon on top of that, though. Fadra joins the party here. The 10-Pi Dragons are out in force on the field for Matrixx here. Matrixx, are you going to synchro summon? Are you going to clear the field? Cliftwary, do you have a response?
I mean, we know, but they don't. They do have the Ghost Ogre. They could use it here, but the problem about that is whenever you use the Ghost Ogre on a Synchro Summoning effect, and there is multiple monsters on the field right now, they just chain another one of them, and then they still get their Synchro Summon done because you just use the monster that was initially planned to be Ghost Ogre, and then the Ghost Ogre just did nothing. So I'm thinking whether there is a good time to use Ghost Ogre. I just can't really find any. At this point, the Tenpai Dragon deck can just not be stopped by a Ghost Ogre anymore, and therefore you could use it here, but still then they could just chain the Hydra, immediately Synchro Summon into a level 10. It's really, really a tough situation right now for Cliftwary. At least you would take out that 2,600 attack point Biden Dragon for the moment, but as I just explained, it would be replaced so quickly.
Yeah, Sangenpai Biden Dragon, of course, going to be that first step in the combo towards the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon and indeed the Trident Dragon a little bit further down the line. But do we even get to that point, or is the game over for Cliftwary here? Matrixx firmly in the decision-making position here. Has the Sangenpai Biden Dragon actually resolving an effect here? But is there a response from Cliftwary? We've seen the hand, as you mentioned. The Ghost Ogre is there. Do we use it?
Yeah, they're just thinking about whether to do that or not, I believe. And as I said, I don't think it really makes a huge difference whether you do or not. And now we are resolving. Cliftwary has decided against it. And I think we may, at this point now, not even have a chance to use it anymore at all, because from here on, we can just go into, of course, our Synchro 10, our Transcendent, and then the Ghost Ogre will just legally not be able to activate anymore. And I think you do want to make sure to go into Transcendent before anything else, as, of course, the Bestial Druid's Room would otherwise be dealing with another monster. Therefore, just go into Transcendent, bring back the Biden afterwards, and then just provide so much damage, I think, is the way to go. But we attack first with the Hydra, of course, trying to collect some more attacks so the Biden actually will be able to come back. And there is the Synchro Summon effect of the Hydra. Do we respond to that? If we use Ghost Ogre here, I think it's still not enough, to be honest.
Yep, Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon, once it comes out, of course, it will lock out effects in that battle phase, and it will lock out Cliftwary's only response to this Tenpai Dragon onslaught. We've seen it time and time again how Tenpai Dragon can dictate the pace of the game once it's allowed to get going. We've seen it win in a Duelist Cup. Will we see it win in the Road to Worlds qualifier? Perhaps, but first we're going to see if it can win today's Challenger Cup in honor of that Road to Worlds campaign that is, of course, live in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel today.
Yeah, Matrixx definitely one of those very prominent Tenpai Dragon players, one of the players that you see playing that deck very regularly. And Josh touched on that a little bit in the pre-show as well. You do not see this deck that much anymore on the master streets, on the ladder streets, but
on the master streets.
Yeah, in like the master rank, you know, that you don't see it that much anymore. But here in Challenger Cups, it's still very, very, very prominent.
It is indeed very prominent, and it will, with that prominence, allow Matrixx to get cleanly with a 2-0 victory into round 2 of this tournament. But before we get to round 2, I think we have a couple more games left in round 1 to bring you. So
Surely.
I guess we'll jump into another one.
Yeah, top 64 for Matrixx already, but let's see who else is going to join them for that, right?
Yes, indeed.
Let's find out another match. Let's see. Oh, there's your pick for the tournament. We do have Mario on Branded, and on the other end, we have Leic on the Blue Eyes White Dragon strategy.
How does this matchup play out typically, do you think?
It definitely is kind of tough because the Branded strategy does just have those ways to like permanently banish cards, for example with the Mirror Jet, and banishing a Blue Eyes White Dragon, for example, permanently can really hurt the strategy of the Blue Eyes deck, and therefore I think overall I feel like the Branded deck is favored a little bit, but it's pretty close, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I mean, the situation right now looks rather dire for Mario, as we only have that one Mirror Jade and one set card, and it is the turn off on Leic, which apparently is, it's turn 3, okay, so this game has been going on for 2 turns, and usually the Branded deck, I mean, we very clearly broke the field to some degree, but it doesn't seem like we had much more setup after that.
Getting Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field, of course, does unlock the likes of the additional Primite cards as well. And it does mean that this suddenly got quite scary for Mario here.
And there we go into the effect of Mausoleum of White, sending another copy of Blue Eyes White Dragon to the graveyard. So possibly just going into the battle phase, interestingly enough, deciding that we want to try to attack over the Mirror Jade.
3,300 attack on that Blue Eyes White Dragon, but first we have the effect of Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon resolving, but the effect in the graveyard will be negated by the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. Oftentimes we'll see that used on the own duelist's True Light, but this time around actually has the luxury of resolving to stop something in the opponent's graveyard.
Yeah, and honestly, this situation right now is so controlling, so good. We can't really see the graveyard of Mario. Sometimes the graveyard follow-up from the branded deck can be scary, but when we just look at the field and when we see that Leic still has 2 cards in hand, it looks very favorable.
That's a new one. That is one that actually recently came out that I think a lot of people had quite high expectations for. The Lightstorm Dragon. Evidently, it's done enough for the Blue Eyes deck to clear that one. But tell me a bit about that card and what it does for the strategy, because I think despite Blue Eyes kind of falling down in terms of prominence in the metagame discussions, that card did a lot for it.
Lightstorm Dragon is another one of those targets that you can summon out from the extra deck with the Spirit Dragon. And it's just really good against back row orientated decks. As on its summon, you can just destroy spell and trap cards from your opponent. And therefore, it just gives you more flexibility into more different matchups. Because, for example, against Labyrinth, this deck is this card is so good. Just summoning it out and going after those set cards. And I mean, we saw here, even against Branded, it just comes up because against basically any kind of deck, you get into that situation where they have one more set card that you are worrying about. So you're like, okay, I can just go Lightstorm Dragon and then go after that one easily.
Yeah, I really think that it did a lot for the strategy overall, but granted, the Primite cards probably helped a little bit too with Blue Eyes coming back into it. But regardless, Blue Eyes, phenomenal job there to take down the branded strategy from Mario. And I really think that Blue Eyes could make a good showing in this tournament.
I mean, that's one of your branded player picks out already, right? You said 60-card branded. That is going to be the winner of today's Challenger Cup.
I bet that was 40-card branded.
That was the mistake, huh? Yeah. Mario, what are you doing? Why was it 40 cards? You might be right. I think Mario might even be sometimes playing 60. I think I've seen him definitely play the branded strategy before.
That may have been 60. I was just, trying to find a reason as to why that didn't play out.
Totally.
Have you yet seen Memento make an appearance? Granted, we have a sample size of like 5 duels.
It will happen, though. It will happen. Trust me.
We'll get there in the end. Regardless, I think Tenpai Dragon has been about half of our games so far, and I think that it's one that maybe we glossed over in our initial meta discussion at the start of the show with Josh.
Yeah.
Whether that's because he doesn't want to talk about Tenpai Dragon, a lot of experience facing down that one, or because we just didn't expect it to show up, but it so consistently does when you're least expecting it.
It does. It absolutely does.
Lost a coin flip, surprise, Tenpai Dragon.
And it really keeps on showing up with really good results as well. Even though, like, in my personal theory, I would be so scared to bring Tenpai Dragons at the moment to a competitive Master Duel tournament, such as this Challenger Cup, because when you're facing Mermail, for example, that Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker deck there, that is purely relying on all those field-breaking cards, such as Ultimate Slayer, as we saw, Lightning Storm, Heavy Storm, and all those cards. But guess what? When your opponent already looked at your hand, took out cards with Mullen Glacier, those cards cannot be used on their turn, and therefore you are destined to lose them against, for example, that Mermail matchup, and therefore I would just be scared of it, honestly, to face those decks.
Yeah, what I'm inferring from this is that while the Tenpai Dragon is such a phenomenal kind of field-breaking strategy, it does tend to let your opponent run wild with what they want to do. And honestly, just, the Mermail does too much if you allow it to do so. Granted, sometimes it doesn't have the ideal start. Sometimes you don't see the cards you need to see.
We saw that just there,
we saw earlier. But something else that we saw was the branded strategy. And we have a video about that strategy coming up with a video on New Frontier.
Are you excited already? We just saw the dates there. That is going to be happening soon. And of course, it's going to be being you involved in that very, very heavily. You're trying to qualify again, right?
I'm going to try my best, of course. We'll see if it works out this year, but it is definitely an exciting time to be a master duelist whenever those World Championship qualifiers are happening. So that is something to be on the lookout for. And of course, we are just one round into today's tournament. We have a lot of action left. We are headed into the top 64 next. You have been just enjoying some top 128 gameplays just now.
I do have that.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Tenpai Dragons, and honestly, I think we have the same idea about it. It's just weird how you just don't really see it on the ranked streets, but then in Challenger Cups, it's all of a sudden just so viable again, and so many people are playing it. And it's just the obvious explanation, the concept of having two different decks. Is that just what explains it, or what is the real explanation for it?
Partially, I would say so. I think it comes definitely with the factor that in Challenger Cups, you kind of construct your lineup with a certain goal in mind of these decks, right? Because the loser of a game gets to decide who goes first in the next iteration of the series, of course, which makes it so that a lot of players try to play a deck for the first game where the coin flip actually dictates who goes first.
True.
They try to pick a deck that can kind of do both, right? The kind of decks that you would also play in ranked all the time, where you also don't know whether you're going to be going first or second. So you try to pick a deck that can kind of do both pretty well. And then people ask themselves the questions about what if I win game one? You know, my opponent probably picks a deck that is pretty strong for going first in the next round. So what can I do against that? I think that's where the Tenpai Dragon deck comes in.
Fair enough.
And just fills that role pretty well. The fun thing is with these Challenger Cup lineups is that you don't get to do all three. You can't be prepared for every single scenario because you've got game one where you don't know whether you're going to be able to go first or second. Technically, you also want a deck that you can pick when you know you can go first, right? So like, you know, like Labyrinth or other combo decks like Mermail or Memento or something like that, you know, that is something that would also be an option, of course. But then also you kind of want a deck for when your opponent gets to go first, right? So you can only pick 2 out of the 3, basically. So I think for some people, they are rather safe than sorry. They'd rather have the good deck for when they get to go second. Some other players are happy with their game 1 deck when the opponent goes first. But I think that is why, specifically in Challenger Cups, Tenpai is still a pretty good secondary option.
Yeah, that's true. And we saw also the Mermail deck, of course. And the thing, though, was we did not see too much all about it because game 1, after activating the Minstrel, immediately the game was over. And then in game 3, they sort of bricked. Do you think that is a thing that happens often to the Mermaid deck? Because me personally, when I've been playing against it, that happened very rarely, to be honest. I rarely see them bricking, but then here immediately we do. So what is your experience against the deck?
Well, here's the thing. There's two different experiences I have made. Because when I'm playing against the Mermail strategy, it's very different from when I try to play the deck myself. The people that are watching on my channel right now will know what I'm talking about, because I have tried my luck with the Mermail strategy at some point last week. And I very much resonated with what happened in the third game there, because I very often, it's like the deck is very much reliant on the Neptibus Atlantean Prince.
True.
And if you find access to that card,
there's like
all
25 ways into it though, right?
I don't know if it's quite 25. I did not, I had some games like that as well, for sure. Let's just say it like that.
Okay.
There's definitely been games where I had the Prince and they were smooth sailing. And then there's been games where I just couldn't get going. I think that is something that is kind of like the deal you make with playing the Mermail Atlantean deck. It's kind of like, you know, some games your deck is going to perform very, very well, and in other games you are just not going to be able to find that Prince, which is kind of in the nature of a combo deck like that. I think that's fair to
Is
accept.
there any ways to maybe help boost the consistency of the deck? Is there cards that you would want to necessarily have in it to just make it more consistent? I feel like 1-for-1 probably already a no-brainer for the deck anyways,
I had that
right?
in there.
Yeah.
I did have that in there as another way to get to the Prince.
Yeah.
There are cards that technically give you more access to the Prince as well, but it is kind of interesting because people don't play those very much. Like I'm thinking of cards like Deep Sea Diva, of course, which just allows you to summon a a low-level Sea Serpent from your deck. So you could just be playing more copies of Deep Sea Diva to just say, like, okay, I have like basically 6 copies of the Prince now because Diva summons the Prince.
That's fair.
There's also a card, I believe it's called Deep Sea Aria. It's a spell card that allows you to banish a water monster from your graveyard to add it from your deck to your hand. So there is ways. It just tends to be, I feel like people have kind of reached the consensus where Mermail as a deck has some strength, and one of those key strengths is that it is very, very powerful against certain types of interactions that people are using. And what I mean by that is specifically because the entirety of the Mermail deck revolves around sending monsters for cost.
Yes.
It is particularly strong against certain cards like Effect Veiler or Infinite Impermanence, right? Because at the point where you're trying to Effect Veiler a Neptibus or you're trying to use Infinite Impermanence on a Neptibus, it has already basically done half of its job. So you're only stopping half the card. The thing with all those other cards is you're now adding cards into your deck that are not great against the cards that are supposed to be bad against your deck, right?
Yeah, true.
So all of a sudden, you draw an Infinite Impermanence against Mermail, your opponent summons Deep Sea Diva, all of a sudden that card is really good now.
Yeah, you're
so
right.
that is something I think to be aware of. Also, with every deck in the game, there's always this balance that you have to hit between the more engine cards you want to put into that deck, you have to take something out.
And you don't want to take Max C out or something
exactly,
like that.
Right? And that's like some cards that you're going to be missing when you're going second. So I think Mermail is just on that verge where it's just like barely consistent enough to the point where people don't have to play those cards. It is not consistent enough to the point where you always have Neptibus, and it's just kind of like the thing you accept, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah, I understand that. I got behind that.
Yeah.
Would you say Mermail is more consistent than Memento, or between the two of the combo decks, which one would you consider to be more consistent overall?
That is an interesting question because while they're both combo decks, I think they function in different ways.
Yeah.
Where Mermail works a lot off of that one specific card. Like I feel like the Neptibus is a really huge like angle point where if it has access to that card, it basically can do everything it wants to.
Totally.
Memento is a little different because it doesn't really care how you get there, right? Like Memento is like you can get to your combos. You can start with Anguish, you can start with Darkblade, you can start with Goblin, even Mace, I'm pretty sure does a combo these days.
And I mean, you can basically like do 100 different ways and you could still end on the same thing, right? It's so funny to see because there's actually like, when you watch Memento players, like they really actually just do their combos differently because they prefer different things and they just go for different routes. And I mean, sometimes also just, of course, having the different starting point, but still leading to the same end product, as you just said, which is really funny to see. So, yeah, okay, so it's tough to compare them, I understand.
It's
just
hard
not the
to
same,
put a number on the consistency for Memento because it just has so many different ways. Whereas like for Mermail Atlantean, it is a little bit easier to break it down to, well, do you have access to Prince or do you not? At the same time, the deck also does function differently in terms of consistency going second because all of a sudden, Poseidra, the new main deck Poseidra, becomes a starter card in the deck for going second because the powerful part of that card's effect is that you have to be able to return a card your opponent controls to the hand. When you're going second and your opponent already has a monster on the board, suddenly you can summon Poseidra and that also gives you access to Neptibus. Because you can send Shadow Squad or Dragoons from the deck to the graveyard for cost, return a card to the hand, then there you go. Not something you can do when you're going first. So that's also a key difference, I think.
Yeah, it's very, very much of a difference. But I think we both agree that both of these decks are going to play a huge role in the metagame leading to the regional qualifiers, and that they are definitely going to be up there in the later stages as well.
I would tend to agree. Yes, at least at the moment, I've been playing around in rated duels. A decent amount this month, and I got to play against a decent amount of Memento and also Mermail. I personally, for me, I think the Memento deck is more of a consideration, mostly just because I have made those experiences with Mermail where I've tried it and it just didn't really perform on that first session that I had with it. Of course, it's not something you should base the decision around. It's just like you have one session with the deck and it doesn't quite work out. Of course, there's still ways you can improve it and so on and so forth. But just right now, I'm leaning more towards the Memento deck if I had to pick between those two.
That's fair. I mean, you, of course, as a content creator, you share a lot of that journey also with your viewers. But what would you say as a general concept for preparation for those kind of tournaments, such as the regional qualifiers coming up? Is there something you can just advise people at home that they should be doing if they want to perform well in that?
I think this is the sort of thing where practice makes perfect.
Yeah,
I think you want to be very familiar with the format, with the different decks, with what deck you're going to be using. I've experienced this in the past where there's been some Duelist Cups where I was pretty well prepared. I knew what I was comfortable with in the format, and that usually ended up being a much better performance than the ones where I started too late, or I didn't have a deck that I was really comfortable with, so I just kind of like built a couple of ones that I think like were all solid, and then I just switched back and forth between them during the tournament. And it's just like the more experience you have with the deck that you're playing, I think the better. And one other thing that I've learned for these tournaments is that I do think it is the most important thing to be comfortable with the deck you're playing. It does not necessarily have to be the deck that everyone is considering the best deck in the format right now. I think it is very, very individual, like which is the deck that you can play for such a long grind, right? Because like you need to be familiar with it. And just because everyone is saying like, I don't know, this or that deck is the best does not mean that you will be performing the best with it for an entire weekend.
And it may as well be Sprite in the end, right? Because it was Sprite for you in the end there, of course, in that qualifying run 2 years ago. And that could be available again now for the upcoming qualifiers, as there is now Sprite, Jet, and Blue also going back to free alongside the Nimble Beaver. But would you say that is a general thing that you can point out with that? Because you said you had Duelist Cups where you have been switching decks. Would you advise that to people that they have different decks available, or do you think it is better mentally, but also just overall in terms of results to just focus on one deck specifically? Or what do you think is the best approach to the situation?
I don't think there's a clear-cut answer to that question, because I do think on the one hand, I would advise you to be to know what you're going to play beforehand and to understand like the format enough to the point where you can narrow it down to maybe a deck or two. And on the other hand, if you are there and you are taking part in the tournament and you notice that what you thought was going to be a good idea or what you have prepped isn't working out for whatever reason, you maybe the format is different than what you anticipated. Maybe you thought like, oh, this deck is a really good pick because it has a really good matchup against I'm just making up stuff. Like, let's say you think Blue Eyes is going to be really popular in the second stage, and you prep a deck that is pretty good against Blue Eyes. You're pretty happy with the matchup. But then all of a sudden, people just play more branded than what you thought, right? And all of a sudden, your deck doesn't perform against branded.
It always works out like that people play more branded than you would expect, kind of, for sure.
But then you want to be flexible enough to the point where you maybe ask yourself after like a day or two of the tournament, you're like, is this really the deck that's going to be getting me there at the end? So I think finding the right balance between being confident with your decision to play this or that deck, between having the ability to reevaluate and be like, yeah, maybe it is time to play a different deck. Realistically, I think that's important.
No, that's some lovely insight for sure. That is something definitely you should also at home take into consideration. But we are ready for top 64. So I would say let's see some more gameplay actually from the Challenger Cup that we're hosting. Let's go ahead and bring it on. And we do have Brona, so a very familiar face. Is he still playing Snake Eye? He has been playing that deck for so long now. So
I could have told
not,
you this.
though.
I could have told you this 100%. Bronas has been grinding the Fiendsmith strategy. A fellow Fiendsmith enjoyer here has been playing all kinds of different Fiendsmith control variations. Also in my previous Challenger Cups since Lacrima the Crimson Tears has released, which is obviously a deck that I very much like. And we do see a pretty strong start here of the Magical Musketeer cards, which is something that I guess needs some explaining when we talk about Fiendsmith, because these cards have not been the most popular in previous months. But, of course, being light Fiend monsters, you get to access your Fiendsmith extra deck with those cards as well. There's a very important interaction coming up here, because Magical Musketeers... Oh my god, okay.
That's huge. The Fuvalos may have been stopped, but there is the Maxi resolving. And there was something also very interesting. We searched for Fiendsmith Tract with the Fiendsmith Tract. Oh no, we searched for Engraver and then discarded another copy of Tract, I believe.
We did have 2 Tracts.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe Bronas was playing around this exact scenario. Because if we had searched for a Fable Lurry and discarded that, we would have been special summoning twice on the same chain.
Yep.
We would have gone Chainlink 1, Lurry, Chainlink 2, Starfire, and then the Maxi would have drawn 2 cards already. So maybe that is something they did consider here. But at this point, Max C is a very, very strong card against all kinds of Fiendsmith strategies, which has been one of my, basically my main pains when I've been trying this deck in Master Duel as opposed to the TCG, where that's just another thing you have to worry about, because your setups are, as you can see here, under Max C, not too impressive.
Yeah, that's a fair way of saying it. That is a beautiful way.
It is not nothing. I want to emphasize that, because this is a disruption on the opponent's turn, Fiendsmith Requiem, because of new Lacrima the Crimson Tears. When Lacrima the Crimson Tears is summoned from the deck, you get to send the Fiendsmith in Paradise from the deck to the graveyard, which can disrupt the opponent, because when they special summon, you get to send Fiendsmith Desiree from the extra deck to the graveyard to send a card to the graveyard. But that is basically all we have here. We also know both cards in hand for Bronas here, because we've added that engraver off of the Tract, and we have a Bisteel that we've added off of the Lubellion. And if this is, in fact, the Millennium Snake Eye deck, I would be very surprised if we couldn't play through the Lacrima into Paradise plus the Baldrake here.
Placing Snake Eye Ashware into the Spell and Trap Zone with the Vajra Temple is an interesting one.
That is not only interesting, but also scary, because that is asserting dominance, let me tell you. That is, if your opponent has a 5-card hand and decides, the worst card in my hand right now is Snake Eye Ash, I do feel like that is at least, that is very worrying.
And additionally to that, just the Millennium cards on their own, like we just said, the setup from Bronas is not big, and the Millennium cards, they just provide so much power in terms of attack points on their own. So just having the Sengenjin or the Vajra Temple to go into Sengenjin and now into the Golem just provides so much for Bronas, for Skila right away. And Bronas now just carefully thinking when to use that Requiem, and now is the decision. I think that makes sense, because for possible zombie vampire, you want to have the Fiends from Paradise ready, I believe. But when you see that Snake Eye Ash there in the Spell Trap Zone, you're still wondering how far that really is going to get you.
The only thing I can think of is that it means we have Snake Eyes Poplar or Snake Eyes Oak in hand.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna send the Ash from the field to the graveyard to make a Doomed Dragon maybe, and then we're going to get the Ash back with the Oak, or we just have Poplar, so the Ash wasn't gonna search something.
Okay, that felt like an invitation for the Fiends from Paradise, and that invitation was well taken by Bronas, just using it, sending the Desiree to now send the Moon of the Closed Tavern, which does resolve successfully, but that must have all been part of the plan that Skila was having. It has to be,
right? That's the disadvantage in this situation for Bronas, because your opponent knows all the cards you have. They get to basically maneuver around it any way they like, and they know that this Diabellstar is going to resolve, because the cards in hand are a Bisteel and a Fiendsmith Engraver, so you have no way from preventing this Diabellstar. And this is, I think, why they put the Snake Eye Ash in the Spell Trap Zone, because we can now just original for Oak for the Ash and then grab the Poplar that way.
Yep, that does look very powerful, and we have seen this movie before. This very easily. Oh, we already have the Snake Eye Oak even in hand. Alrighty. So Skila really not worried about anything right now. Bringing back the Snake Eye Ash now. And Bronas, what could be the best use right now for his Bisteel? Honestly, the more I think about it, why did we even use Fiends from Paradise and the Desiree on the Moon of the Closed Tavern? Because with the Bisteel, at least, we have a way to kind of interact with the Fiendsmith part of the combo, right?
I was thinking about that for a second there as well, where you have these sort of 2 interruptions available. You have the Paradise and you have the Baldrake, and you use the Paradise on Fiendsmith cards, which is a little odd because the Baldrake was kind of designated for that, whereas the Baldrake is not nearly as threatening for the Snake Eye portion of this, because none of it is actually light or dark. So I think ultimately it will not end up mattering, because I think from the cards we've seen here from Skila 10, I don't think there was a world where a Paradise Send and a Baldrake was going to be enough. I feel like even if you use the Baldrake on one of the Fiendsmith cards, the Snake Eye cards are still going to overwhelm the Paradise, because they had not only the Diabellstar but also the Snake Eye Oak in hand. So there's just like too many avenues they can take with this hand to outmaneuver this Baldrake and Paradise setup.
Yep, that was indeed just a fire avenue in that case, with all those different fire cards that they had. Now going into Linkuriboh. And Bronas just waiting. I think at this point, when we got into this situation, you probably just want to hold the Baldrake as long as possible to maybe like use it in the battle phase and try to just have that as a tool to survive the turn, really. but it is questionable whether that would even be enough, to be honest.
I don't think it will be, because I don't think we've seen Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon yet, so that's going to summon out and put the Magical Musketeer into the Spell Trap Zone. That is indeed going to be the next step, and at this point, this is even enough through the Ball Drake, so we could just be going into the battle phase right here, right now.
That is indeed the case. Bronas looking not great here on the opening game of Top 64. Is he going to fall? Many Challenger Cup finals already on his resume, but being challenged here already in Top 64 very hard by Skila, who also is not an unknown competitor in the Challenger Cup scene for sure. We definitely have seen him
definitely
before.
Have seen that name before as well. Highlighting the Snake Eye strategy really well here, I gotta say. I'm gonna summon this SP Little Knight. I doubt we're gonna want to use its effect because we would not be attacking directly there.
I would also not advise that, but I guess it was a little more attack points that we got through that, and now attacking directly. And yeah, as you explained, that's...
Boldrick is going to be able to stop one of these attacks from the big monsters here, but because there's 4 monsters plus the SP Little Knight, but there's 4 monsters above 2500 or exactly 2500. So 3 of those are going to get through, and that is going to be enough damage here for Skila to take the first game here with the Millennium Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck, which is, of course, a very powerful deck. And I think it showcases very well one of the main challenges for this upcoming format, or for this current format, which is that the Millennium Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck is still so popular, and it is very hard for a deck like Fiendsmith Control in particular to keep up with it, because it has so many different avenues it can go down. You don't even know exactly which cards are the best against it, because the Fiendsmith Control deck very much relies on non-engine to like basically counter the opponent. Like, so the choice of, do I put Bystials into my deck? Do I put Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit into my deck? Do I put Effect Veiler, Nibiru, all this kind of stuff? Droll and Lockbird, so many different options. Dominus, you can also play Dominus Purge in that deck if you don't play Bystials.
True.
And it's difficult because you're basically picking between different cards that are all valid against that deck, but like they're all only good against certain portions of it. Like a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is not going to get you very far when they start with the Fiendsmith cards, but it is pretty good against the Millennium cards.
True.
A Bystial gets about the Millennium or Snake Eye part, so on and so forth, right? So like you put yourself into this position where you're playing a deck that relies on non-engine, but the non-engine itself is not super reliable.
And so it's a little bit of a gamble then, even if you draw the right cards in the right moment, because you kind of need to include some cards to counter the specific parts of the deck. But then when you draw the wrong one for that matchup, it's kind of, it's tough.
It is tough, yeah. And it's like, in theory, it can do it because it can play all of those cards that we just mentioned. You don't technically have to decide between all of these, because you can play a chunk of those kind of cards. Like you can play 20 or more of those cards. So in theory, the answers are all there, but then in practice, that's sometimes a different story, because are you going to draw the right ones together? Because sometimes you draw 2 answers to the Fiendsmith and no answer to the Snake Eye. But the deck, that's the thing. In theory, it can have all that. So let's see if Bronas is going to run it back with the Fiendsmith deck. They are going to get to go first here. And let's see how this second game of the Top 64 plays out.
Ooh, we switch sides. We are now also again a Snake Eye player. And so we both were, right? You said definitely kind of a Fiendsmith enjoyer lately, Bronas is, but also he just has such a history with the Snake Eye deck too.
That is true, yeah, that is true.
And he is immediately going to discard the Snake Eye's Diabellstar that he searched for the Diabellstar, the Black Witch. And
yeah, that's a pretty big giveaway. If the Wanted ever searches for Snake Eye's Diabellstar, you can guess what card is in their hand. That is going to be the Diabellstar here, grabbing the original Sinful Spoils, soon to be limited. And that is currently resolving. We are not stopping it. So that is Snake Eye Ash hitting the field and attempting to add, presumably, Snake Eye's Poplar.
Do you remember whether it's the same sleeves for Skila here? Because I feel like it's different ones.
I definitely remember the winter, the board that they were using.
Yeah.
I think that was the same one.
Okay. Fair enough. So maybe it is still that Snake Eye Millennium Fiendsmith deck, which obviously does have good tools going second and definitely has powerful ways to play into fields. So it's not surprising also using it going second as well.
It is a valid option for sure for going second. I will say if I'm expecting to go up against Snake Eyes, maybe because Bronas is a known player for Snake Eyes as well, I don't know if I would really try to go in with the same deck here going second, because I do think between these two decks, if the one that makes their board first is pretty much in an advantage.
Normal summoning mode Charmy Fuvolos does definitely tell you this is not the optimal opening for Bronas. Sure enough, though, it's still a monster that you can, of course, use for going into Moon of the Closed Heaven at the very least.
Yeah, I think at this point he does not mind that being the normal summon, because we did get into the Snake Eye cards with a special summon from the Dia Bellstar.
Yeah.
I think the reason we normal summon the Mold Charmy here is because we don't want to link away that Flamberth Dragon too soon. Just in case there's an Nibiru, the Primal Being, we still want to leave that revive effect for 2 level 1 fire monsters open and use the Fiendsmith cards first to potentially set up an Appaloosa or a Caesar, and that way we can insulate from Nibiru that way.
Yeah, that's true. And I feel like I'm always mentioning that when watching Bronas, but it's just still incredible to me how fast that man is executing his combos. Like, he's just going for the motions with such quickness and with such ease, and he just always knows what he's doing. To be fair, the amount of times he has performed this very combo here, maybe without the normal summon of Fuvolos, but I don't think that changes things up too much, is probably north of 1,000 times, to be fair.
You can definitely tell that this is not the first time that a Snake Eyes combo has been conducted by Bronas. So we do see the Fiendsmith sequence fusion summoning here. Most likely going to be a Fiendsmith's Desiree, actually. Not gonna go for a Appaloosa or Caesar line here. Interesting.
At least not yet. And ooh, is that Bronas thinking? You wouldn't expect it, because Bronas, as I just explained, is usually not the one thinking. So is this Skila possibly thinking about using Nibiru there? That could be problematic.
Ooh, Fiendsmith's Agnum Day is not a card. I mean, I'm not surprised to see the card today in general.
Yeah.
But I am a little bit surprised to see it in Snake Eyes, because the Snake Eye deck typically has a pretty tight extra deck where you oftentimes see them forego this option of Fiendsmith's Agnum Day, which is, of course, one of my favorite Fiendsmith cards to play with, because it's very fun to attack with it and then tag out into another monster that can also attack. But in Snake Eyes, typically, I would say you see less of that card. And I feel like we did make ourselves weak to a Nibiru here quite substantially.
I do have to agree. I mean, after the Nibiru, we still at least would have the Agnum Day with the Lacrima in the graveyard. So on our opponent, we could bring out Desiree on our opponent's turn. But still, it does seem kind of vulnerable into a Nibiru. Just getting rid of 5 monsters at once here, because now we also lost the safety net of the field spell as well, right?
Yeah, so I mean, to be fair, sometimes you just want to risk it. Sometimes it makes sense to just hope your opponent doesn't have it. And in this case, it does seem like we will not get punished for risking the Nibiru. It seems like the opponent does not have it, because I don't think they would have let us get this far. So now we do get the reward of taking this risk, essentially, which is that we get to end on Desiree as well, which is pretty powerful.
Risk it for the biscuit is Bronas right now, and he does not even want to end on the Desiree. We're still linking it off. Go for Anti-Masquerade.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, it will come back for sure. Absolutely. It will be in the graveyard alongside the Lacrima, of course. And that now gives us the chance. And I mean, it also did the on-field trick already by negating the own Promethean Princess. Yeah. Gaining us access to now just linking it off into a non-fire monster. Preferably, of course, that Appaloosa there. And now we go ahead and we pass on the Appaloosa, the Flamberge Dragon, and then also next to it, obviously, the IP Masquerade in the Spell and Strapstone and Skila. Playing into this, does he have a dedicated going second deck such as the 10 Dragon strategy? We sure enough will find out in a very short moment. But you spotted the same accessories from Skilla's side, so maybe it really is just simply that Snake Eye deck again on his side as well. And there is confirmation, as we now have the same field spell on both sides of the field. And, oh, do we want to respond to that? Does not seem like it.
We are currently picking the card we want to put into the Spell and Trap zone.
That is Flamberge Dragon. Yeah, that's an interesting one to start off with. But of course, that means now if we see Bronas using, for example, the effect of Flamberge Dragon or his very own field spell, that is going to, in return, then give us the Flamberge Dragon to the field, which just, by pure power, by 3,000 attack points, is a good card to bring into rotation there for sure. But let's see, we are still not 100% certain. Skila trying to still map out on how to approach this turn, on how to play into this field, which is definitely none to laugh at whatsoever. So, Skila, does he find an answer? Does he find a way into it? We're still just thinking about this. Skila takes his time, and we do go in for the bonfire, which still currently is semi-limited. So he's having one of those two copies, which is going to search for Snake Eye Poplar. And now you gotta ask a question. Do we negate the Snake Eyes Poplar effect in hand? I mean, it's one of the effects we can just like freely negate right now, but also you don't generate card advantage with it. So let's see, we do just, quite frankly, allow it. Snake Eyes Poplar on the field. That will be negated by the effect of Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess now.
Which is valuable. I mean, the Appaloosa only being 1600 attack here will give it, quote-unquote, only two monster negations.
Yeah, that's fair.
And we also are threatening to potentially run over it already with the Poplar boosted by the field spell.
And now we activate the effect of Lacrima. Usually that brings the Requiem out on the opponent's turn, but when we went through the combo that Bronas just went through, we can just go ahead and bring the Agnum Day back. And usually that Agnum Day is not going to stay there on the field in the main monster zone for a very long time. Skila Chainlink 1 uses the effect of the field spell, trying to bring out the IP Masquerena. But I mean, that surely gets answered by Bronas just trying to bring out his very own IP Masquerena with the Flamberge Dragon, as he does.
The interaction between... I find the interaction between two copies of Snake Eyes Divine Temple and so on and so forth pretty funny, because you can steal away your opponent's spell and traps in the monsters in the spell and trap zone.
But Josh, this is such a crazy good timing for that Forbidden Droplet. As now also the Agnum Day is affected by it. We tricked our opponent into also summoning out the Agnum Day from the graveyard, and now we got the full value out of the Forbidden Droplet, negating basically the entire end field that Bronas has created. But of course, still there is the Promethean Princess waiting in the graveyard.
We did also send the Flamberge Dragon from hand there, which is going to revive two monsters, so that is pretty huge. And it is worth noting that they held off on this, right? They let the Appaloosa negate the first thing, and they had the droplet and let it go through because they felt like they needed more value from it, and they're gonna get it here. That is a lot of value from a droplet, and it puts the opponent down to very few interruptions at this point. We do have the Promethean Princess still, but that is pretty much it.
This is massive, honestly. We have not even normal summoned yet, so technically we could just go ahead, go into Appaloosa here, and then isolate our plays like that.
Has Bronas used their own copy of the temple yet?
I don't think so, no.
Because then they could be taking the Flamberge from the opponent now.
True. That would be funny. Oh, and we go into Nightmare Phoenix now. It is co-linked with the Appaloosa from our opponent. Not going after the temple, but the set card that Bronas still had. And that is the Fiends of Paradise. Now Skila is the one being tricked here, because that is a card Bronas surely likes to have in the graveyard there.
I felt that one. I definitely felt that one.
Problem being, though, the Desiree is already in the graveyard.
It is in the graveyard. That is a good point, yes. Presumably they didn't care about that because they drew the Paradise, so they were like, why would I keep my Desiree in the extra deck?
Yeah.
But that is something that they will maybe regret now, ending on the Desiree there on the field now that the Paradise has been destroyed, unless they play two, but that would really surprise me in a Snake Eyes deck.
Same.
I've been doing that in some of the pure Fiends
Really?
decks. Two Desirees? Yeah.
Oh, two Desirees. Yeah, I've heard about two Fiends of Paradise.
No,
That's not something you would ever do, right?
No, I would never do that. I'm already drawing the one of often enough.
Yep, same. Can relate for sure. But yeah, two Desiree does definitely make sense to me, because you just also in those pure decks usually have some space, so you could sometimes even go two Desiree and two Requiem, right?
In the very pure ones, yeah. It starts getting a little tight at that point when you try to play other engines in it, like if like let's say the Primite cards and you want like Chaos Angel, because you can make that with Dippity and like a Bastille or something.
Fair enough, but now the Poplar is coming back thanks to the effect of Snake Eyes Oak and Bronas. Honestly, at this stage, yes, there's still the Promethean Princess. We use the Fiends of Paradise now. You cannot tell me there's a second Fiends of Desiree in this graveyard.
I'm not believing it until I'm seeing it.
Nah. Oh, chaining Ibiru, the primal being here, though, is so massive.
Do you think they were trying to maybe bait an Ash Blossom out of the opponent because they weren't careful with the Paradise?
Maybe, yeah.
Or they're just using the Paradise to get an Engraver because they shuffled back Engraver last turn to make the Desiree. So like you don't have it in graveyard this turn.
I mean, that's still just...
Yeah.
Why would they do that there, though? Because they can just still do it, for example, now on... Wait, the field spell effect was also just used
Exactly.
already.
It might. I think they might be thinking this might be the end of their turn, and then you're not going to get the opportunity to use the Paradise again.
Flamberge triggering, returning 2 fire monsters to the field. So now all of a sudden, the Promethean Princess again looks way scarier against such a decimated field that Skila now has. So Bronas, probably thanks to that Nibiru of the Primal Being in his hand, felt comfortable all the way through and didn't even mind his opponent summoning so many monsters. But now I'm thinking, what if Skila would have just went into that Appaloosa early on while there were, for example, the Nightmare Phoenix and all those on the field? I think we actually had the materials ready for that. Now, no more materials, no more actions as Game 2 finishes with Skila scooping it up and Bronas with an insanely well-timed Nibiru sealing the deal on that, equaling the score.
That was quite the ride, because I felt like, you know, they're doing the Snake Eye combo, going first uninterrupted. They're definitely ahead.
Sure.
And then Skila was able to play into that board so well, caught him off guard with the droplets super hard. But then ultimately the Nibiru, of course, one last trick up of Brona's sleeve and end up equaling the series here, taking the game in the Snake Eyes mirror match and taking us to a Game 3.
Nibiru, what do you think about that card at the moment? Because it is a kind of a two-sided sword, right?
It
Because
is.
there is decks in the format that really do not care really about it too much. Like, for example, all those control Fiendsmith decks. Sure, if they play like a bigger combo into Caesar, you do get the chance to use them, but it's also not really that great. But then there also is the big combo decks where you really want them. So do you think right now it is there's enough positive arguments for the cards at the moment?
I think there's enough arguments for you to want to play it. I don't think it is like mandatory to the point where I feel like you're making a mistake if you're not playing it. I do think it can be very reasonable to prefer other cards. And I do think it is fair to be aware of the fact that with Nibiru, it's always a matter of, I think Nibiru alone is something that you can't really rely on. You do kind of need to pair it with other cards, or like when you're going first, like we saw in that game, it is one of the best cards to like secure a board state. Like when you make a solid field and your opponent starts playing into it and their hand is like super good, even there with the Forbidden Droplet and stuff like that, and they basically negate your entire field, start playing into it. If you can hit them with a Nibiru behind that, I think it is very, very powerful. So that's always something to factor in. Like, for example, when you're comparing Nibiru to a card like Moltrami Fuvalos, for example, that card going second can be turn-ending to Snake Eyes on its own, right? Even if they have 3 or 4 pushes in hand, even better even, right? The more pushes they have in hand, the more powerful the Moltrami becomes. But not the same story when you're going first, of course. The Moltrami is not going to add much to it.
That is true. One more push only remaining in this top 64 encounter between Bronas and Skila, though, as we do head into the third game. And Skila is back to Millennium Snake Eye Fiendsmith Gaming. And I think it was that deck actually for all 3 games, as the sleeves still stay the same for them here. And we use the effect of that Sengenji there. Do you think maybe he has 2 different versions of them? Because Forbidden Droplet might be one of those cards, but you have the designated going second version. To be fair, though, the card is decent enough to also have it in like your regular version of the deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's both possible, right? So it wouldn't be the first time that we see someone turn up with basically 2 different variants of the same deck to these tournaments. I think Mist, aka Herman, did exactly that on my last Challenger Cup and ended up winning it with 2 different versions of the Snake Eye deck.
Very much. Absolutely true. And now those 2 Millennium monsters easily convert into Moon of the Closed Heaven, and therefore all we need for a full Fiendsmith combo. So, yeah, when we start out like that, not even using our normal summon or anything, Nibiru, as we just talked about it, becomes less of an issue, right? Because they would have to use it when there is a Caesar scary, and then it's just... You kind of are forced to use it at a certain moment, and they still have pushes left, so it's really not that easy to address that card there.
It's, that's basically the best way how any sort of Fiendsmith deck can play around cards like Nibiru is by just threatening an answer to it relatively early on, right? Like either the Caesar or the Appaloosa is something that these cards can summon relatively early, and that's why basically if your opponent is playing a combo deck that is Fiendsmith plus something else, you basically need to pair the Nibiru with a different card.
The theme of normal summoning Molchami Fubalos continues, though, as Skila saw Bronas having success with that and therefore copying the technology here now in the third game. And he's going to use the Fubalos and the Lacrima to go into Fiendsmith sequence, which is cool because now we keep the Engraver in the graveyard, of course, and we can even later on maybe use the effect, but we might also just use it as a fusion material now if we also decide to go into Desiree here early. Nope, that is monsters.
Yep, 2 monsters. That means Lacrima. Well, Fiendsmith's Lacrima, because there's 2 now. Fiendsmith's Lacrima on summon is going to revive that Engraver, and that is exactly the point of the combo that I was talking about. You're going to be forced to interact with this because otherwise this is threatening Appaloosa or Caesar.
It is, but that Druid's Worm is also just taking care of the Fiendsmith Engraver, ruining the plan that Skila had. And now this is the moment where those Bestials are so good, and that is why you are currently considering to play them so much, because they do just interact so nicely with the Fiendsmith cards. Now the Vedra Temple, how good even is that? Another Molchami Fubalos, but we gotta realize that Sang Engine was used already, so that basically just means this is Snake Eyes Doom Dragon.
Yeah.
And there it is. So, okay, yeah, nice, but also quite handily now going first deals with a monster on the opponent's side of the field, which otherwise could have been quite problematic with the Bestia Druid's Worm. And then, if we now still have a normal summon, going into Appaloosa...
Then we normal summon Fuba.
Ooh, wait, you're right.
It would have to be a Dia Bellstar or an original Sinful Spoils at this point.
I'm confident they have that, honestly.
Which is not unlikely. Yeah, the way they played this, it is not the most unlikely thing, but they could also just be passing here. Depends.
Ooh, I mean, Bronas is praying for the latter to be true. Nope, there is the Diabels of a Black Witch, of course. Skila just isolated that part of the combo with the Appaloosa. A well-timed... I mean, you would think a well-timed Infinite Impermanence could stop this now, but of course, not possible anymore to that Druid's Worm chilling in the Spell and Trap Zone there currently now on Brona's side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, it is not just because it's in the Spell and Trap Zone. Bestials in general have this sort of negative synergy with Infinite Impermanence because very often you want to use the Bestials first in this format because people start with the Fiendsmith line very, very commonly.
Yeah.
And the Bestial is then going to be in your way for the Infinite Impermanence, whether it's in the Monster Zone or the Spell Trap Zone.
To be fair, if there was an Infinite Impermanence, you would probably also just expect it to be used on the sequence, maybe.
Could have done that, yeah.
Could have probably. Especially when you have a Bestial, so you just know that maybe you are going to block your field eventually. Then probably that is just a good advice. But now Skila is off to the races, and we are in another Snake Eye race, and that is going to give us Snake Eye Ash into Snake Eye Poplar into the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. And yeah, Skila enjoys life right now, honestly, because that is already half of his end field basically on the field with the Appaloosa, but he's still equipped with so many more tools to keep on going here. Snake Eye Ash is being used. Is that going to be Oak, or is that immediately going to be the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon? None of that, possibly.
Ooh, okay.
But of course, there is the Appaloosa. You definitely are going to use that on it, but is there maybe another thing?
Nope.
Ah, it's not. But you know, I mean, yeah, not even Nibiru is great now because...
I also think this is something where at a certain level, you got to realize that the point to Nibiru has already been reached.
Yeah.
Because this Appaloosa was very telegraphed, right? If they were all about stopping this Appaloosa from happening, they would have probably used Nibiru when the Doomed Dragon was summoned and was trying to push the Baldrake into the Spell Trap Zone. Because the Nibiru there was very nice, because it would have tributed your own Baldrake to then send the token away. So they would have not even gotten the token in exchange for it.
Yeah, Druid's Worm, but the rest that you said is totally true, of course.
Oh, did I say Baldrake?
Yeah. I mean, they're brothers, so they definitely... I don't think any of them feels offended by you just calling them each other. But Linkuriboh now. But yeah, I agree. And I think that is something about playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel at a competitive level that you also have to learn, right? Because that is not something completely obvious, because I think to newer players and to beginning players, they will just keep on respecting cards. But if you think about it logically and critically, you can just rule out Sorter, and therefore you can just adjust your combo line due to that logical thinking process that you have there.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's very well explained by you. That probably there just is no real chance that there is Nibiru for Bronas right now.
I mean, there are scenarios where it is correct to even hold a Nibiru at that point. Like, for example, if you have the Nibiru paired with something like an Effect Veiler, where you can just say, okay, I'm going to let you do your entire thing, and at the very end of it, I'm going to hit you with a Nibiru paired with the Effect Veiler onto the Appaloosa.
Totally.
So that it doesn't matter how many extenders you have in hand. I'm going to let you use all of them and then Nibiru Veiler you at the very end. But for the most part, like we can rule out the possibility of like a singular Nibiru being in Bronas's hand, I think, at this point.
Probably true. Now, Promethean Princess, what are we going to bring into this balance trap zone? Looks like... Ooh. Hold on,
he was there. I called him, he was there.
Yeah. He always hears your call. I think Baldrake should be an auto-inclusion into your regional qualifier deck just because of that personal relationship you have with it.
Just one, and when I need him, I'll call him.
Exactly.
And then Druisworm shows up.
Yep. They do kind of do the same, though, so I think you will be fine just having the constant access to a Bestial, and Bronas has that access to a Bestial here, but I mean, feels like another no-brainer to just negate that again with Appaloosa, but Skila are really thinking about it here.
Interesting use of the Baldrake as well, because I feel like that was something that you maybe... I don't know if there was a target for it, but maybe we should have summoned that earlier when so that we had Baldrake and Druisworm on the field at the same time before the Doomed Dragon removed the Baldrake, essentially, because then we could have tributed the Baldrake, tributed the Druisworm for the Baldrake to get the double removal effect going.
Agree, yeah. I do agree with that. Usually you want to make sure to have both of them available together as just the perfect combination of these exact two just provides you so many different layers of dealing with the opponent's field while they are building their field. Now the Snake Eye Oak comes back due to the Promethean Princess. And Bronas? Is Bronas thinking again? There's no way we have another card to activate here. Imagine they let all of that happen and then there still is Nibiru somehow. But I mean, it cannot be, right? Because you just pair the Nibiru with something else that you activate to actually make sure that it does resolve. We go for Nightmare Phoenix here. We could technically even activate it, but seems like we do not want to do that.
That still triggers the Druisworm as well.
Oh, yeah, okay, then I don't advise it.
It just says it has to be sent from the field to the graveyard, which it still is on the field. So if you use Nightmare Phoenix on it, you would still be able to send.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. No, I don't think you should do that then. Wouldn't advise it.
I take it back.
Yes. You can do it with a Baldrake, though.
You could have, yeah.
And it kind of is a Baldrake as well at this point. We're treating them the same. Okay, so we have the Phoenix now. What else could we go into here? We could make it an SP Little Knight, maybe, to that reliably deal with the Baldrake, with the Druisworm now.
Yeah, but that also kind of takes away the value from your IP Masquerena on the next turn, right? And I do think this is a weird situation where, of course, most of the cards that we had in hand for Bronas here were negated by the Appaloosa, but they still made it so that we had to play this combo out in like a little bit of a weird way. And the Bestial also stayed in hand, so the Appaloosa is already down to 800 attack. And I do think there's a little bit of a funny win condition here because the Nightmare Phoenix is protecting Appaloosa from being destroyed by battle.
And it's only 4,000 life points, right?
And it's going to be 0 attack after it's used its effects. That is a legit win condition here where maybe we can just basically cheese a win here. We don't even have to like out the entire board or worry about the follow-up. If we can just stick some monsters onto the field that are big enough to run into this Appaloosa.
And that is a good start, realistically, with the Feedsmith Tract. And I mean, you got to consider there, you just immediately go for the IP Masquerena into SP Little Knight to rule out that Lurry that they're about to search. And so, okay, that D is with a 2. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Honestly, though, that is a goofy-looking field here from Skila in the end, isn't it? Like, it's not your regular Snake Eye
You know what? Yes. Yeah. For the lack of a better word, it definitely does qualify as a little goofy.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Skila just felt a little goofy there and decided to end on that. I mean, it does have some advantages, but it also has some very, very obvious problems that we have just addressed there as well, because yeah, you could just attack into that Appaloosa plenty of times, but of course, let's not forget about the Linkuriboh, which could help protecting us.
There's a Promethean Princess in the graveyard. The Appaloosa has one negate still. The Linkuriboh can stop an attack. and the IP Masquerena also is going to summon an SP Little Knight at some point. So that is a lot of stuff to worry about with just 3 cards, now 2, in hand for Bronas. So it is nowhere near, I think, guaranteed that they can do it here, but it is theoretically possible.
And there also is the Promethean Princess in the graveyard, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. And that also, if Skila is aware of this weakness with the Appaloosa not being able to be destroyed by battle, they can also use Promethean Princess on the Nightmare Phoenix to get rid of that battle protection.
Very true, but now, first of all, before activating the Princess, which makes a lot of sense because otherwise you could not go into that SP Little Knight anymore, we go into it. Also, of course, replacing a monster into the Spell and Trap Zone due to the effect of Snake Eyes Poplar and Bronas. As you mentioned, only 2 cards in hand. I mean, I'm struggling to imagine which one those could be. I mean, to be fair, Triple Tactic Talons take control of the Appaloosa, then have a really good card alongside it.
Ooh, a Musketeer.
Oh, okay. This is not Snake Eyes for Bronas anymore, but instead it now is the almighty Magical Musketeer Fiendsmith deck. And I mean, that's an effect that is about to come that you definitely want to make sure to negate, isn't it?
Yeah, Magical Musketeer Max here has 2 effects upon summon. You have to pick one. Either you add Magical Musketeer spell traps from your deck up to the number of monsters your opponent controls, or you summon Magical Musketeers from your deck up to the number of spell and traps your opponent controls.
Yeah, and I mean, the beauty of this is we get to keep the Light Fiend monster on the field.
Yeah.
Meaning we can just immediately transform, Link 1, summon this into a Fiendsmith's Requiem, and that is about to happen there.
Yeah.
And Skila really out of interruptions. There only is that one SP Little Knight effect left.
And the Promethean, I think that's probably going to... The thing is, though, the Fiendsmith cards are pretty high impact here because even if you destroy Engraver upon summon with the Promethean Princess, it can come back from the graveyard one time for free. And then there is still that one last card in Bronas's hand. Ooh, but we go for Lacrima here in defense position.
That is a card you just go after with the... Oh, you go after it with the Promethean Princess.
My instinct was also calling for the SP Little Knight.
Yeah, same. Really same, but no, we do make sure that the Lacrima goes into graveyard, just simply because I wanted to keep Light Fiends out of the graveyard from my opponent, really.
That as well as the fact that they did not destroy the Nightmare Phoenix, so in theory that Appaloosa is pretty exposed right now.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't have enough cards maybe to get enough attacks going, because you still have to worry about the SP Little Knight. There's still the Linkaribo, so where do you really get all those cards from?
That is fair. Engraver now, with the Requiem in the graveyard, that would absolutely necessarily force out the SP Little Knight, and then maybe the last card in hand would be it, but no. Heading into the battle phase, Bronas is. And that, of course, is tragic, because I don't think we are going to be able to end this game then this turn. And then overall, in terms of cards, of course, right now, Skila is ahead. But one maybe lighting on the wall. There only is 5.5 minutes remaining on the round, and Skila currently, of course, still behind in life points. And now there is Typhon in defense position. We're using the effect. Okay, surely we chain the SP Little Knight, protecting our 2 most important monsters on the field.
Keeping the Promethean Princess safe here is super important, because that's going to be able to special summon a big fire monster from the graveyard. We're going to get rid of the Nightmare Phoenix. We don't really care about that Appaloosa anymore. But in the end phase, SP Little Knight is going to return, as well as the Promethean Princess. Also, can't forget about that Snake Eyes Dia Bellstar in the Spell Trap Zone still, which is another great resource to have. And I do think it's not going to be the biggest task in the world here for Skila to get the damage that is necessary.
I do agree. Promethean Princess effect brings back the Flamberge, and honestly, that is almost all it needs, because... Oh wait, Flamberge cannot activate, of course, for the time being, so maybe actually not the most scariest card right now.
It still attacks over the Typhon, and then you still do a lot of damage, actually putting you ahead of the of the life points race, if that ever ends up mattering here. But I do think here, either in time or out of time, I do think Skila is very likely to win this one.
Snake Eyes Dia Bellstar next, and obviously that card deals even better with the Typhon, as you don't even need to attack over it anymore, but you can just put it into the Spare and Trap Zone instead. But do we already head into the battle phase here is the question.
It currently is not quite enough to finish the game. If we attack over with the Flamberge and then the Promethean, the Dia Bellstar, and the SP go directly, that would be a total of 7,100 if I didn't miscalc.
Okay, we go after it with the Snake Eyes Diabell Savo. Of course, that means we are going to provide ourselves and our opponent another card in the Spell and Trap Zone now. And Skila, I believe, went through the Doom Dragon already, right? Did that in his opening combo?
I don't think they added it back, with the Flamberge.
I don't think so either. So now direct attacks flying in, as you just so carefully explained, is bringing them ahead in life points, which is what matters right now as we are approaching timeout rapidly with 3.5 minutes remaining in this.
And we're taking all of that. That puts us down to 700, which also opens up another win condition, which of course is the 1200 damage of burn that the Fiendsmith engine can do. And I do think this is what we're seeing, gonna try to see Skila do here if they can find a way back into that Fiendsmith engine here. I don't know if they shuffled back the Moon on turn 1. I would assume so.
Discards the Sengenjin, destroys the Typhon and the Spell and Trap Zone with the Phoenix. And now, I mean, that also kind of makes us vulnerable to another Nibiru. But if there is another Nibiru, of course, it still is not that big of an issue because they just don't have any other cards next to that.
They have a Lacrima for follow-up, right? They have a Lacrima for Paradise right now.
And they do use it.
Yeah.
There we go.
That is not the worst, actually, here. That does prevent the Light Fiend access, because if they do want to go for the Goddess, the Closed Moon, they can send it.
That's fair. Bronas correctly anticipated the situation there. Chains his Requiem now to the effect of the field spell. And... or did we change something else? No, there is just the Lacrima coming out. And on our side, we bring back the Snake Eyes Diabellstar in defense position as we have already dealt with the battle phase. So no need to summon it out in attack position anymore. And is this going to be Fiendsmith in Paradise? Yes, of course it is. And that is all. We pass over like that.
End phase. Well, we don't have anything that's worth converting here because it's just going to get sent by the Paradise, it seems like. Or we're low on timer. I don't know.
Both could be true. And I mean, that IP Masquerade and the Spell and Trap Zone, I don't even know how scary it is,
at this point. Yeah, not too threatening. I don't think they have anything super scary once Appaloosa and SP Little Knight have been used.
Okay, SP Little Knight was forced out. So Bronas, with only 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining, uses the effect of Engraver. Is there maybe a door opening for him here? We explained earlier, one of the quickest players on the entire Challenge Cup circuit. Can he be quick enough to maybe come back into this match here? Every second matters right now, Bronas. Now we're down below 1 minute on the timer. Go into Fiendsmith Requiem now.
There's still a Promethean Princess in the graveyard, though. That's going to be rough to outplay with 50 seconds left at this point. Because even if you try to go for a sequence play, there is the Promethean. Maybe if you have Called by the Grave, you can do it.
Ooh, that would be a nice one to have there.
That would have been drawn for turn, though.
Possible,
and even
of course.
then, I don't know if you can do all that in the span of under a minute. At this point, we're approaching 30 seconds in the round.
Very true. Now use the field spell.
The
another monster.
Also, yeah, that's going to be an Oak that summons another thing that's going to give us a couple of triggers here.
Yeah, that just brings the time down as well. Oh, we use Fiendsmith in Paradise, of course, though. First of all, trying to deal with that, but Snake Eyes Oak. Yeah, it's just going to put another monster onto the field.
I don't think we have it. I don't think we have it in time. I don't even know if we had it without time, because there still is the Promethean Princess that we have to deal with.
Very true. Tough task, and you heard the timer there, and that is our sign for timeout. And as you can clearly see, the red number blinking for Bronas, where he is behind in life points with his only 700, and therefore Skila will be the one advancing here with a victory in top 64.
Close one there, very close one. I would love to know whether Bronas had that game, had it gone for a little bit longer. I'm not sure, because it was still not settled. I mean, there's still the Promethean Princess in the graveyard. There's the IP Masquerade and the Spell Trap Zone that we didn't know exactly what it could have gone into.
True.
So interesting game there. Unfortunately, the Magical Musketeer Fiendsmith falling there for Bronas in game number 1 and game number 3. But definitely in game 3, putting up a good fight, honestly, with just a couple of Bystials against Snake Eyes. That was pretty impressive.
True. What do you think about the decision to bring that deck going second specifically? Because clearly we saw both of his different decks, one of them being Snake Eye and one of them being the Magical Musketeer Fiendsmith deck. And apparently dedicated for going second situations is the Magical Musketeer deck, huh?
I mean, I don't mind it. I think it is a pretty good deck in general to go second with. I think against Snake Eyes in particular, it was exactly what we talked about earlier, where you just have to hope that you draw the right pieces of non-engine versus the combos that they're doing. And we had the Bystials, which were very good against the Fiendsmith stuff that they were trying to do. Unfortunately, we had no other answer really for any of the Snake Eye stuff that was happening afterwards. So that was just a little bit rough there for Bronas. But overall, I think it is a good deck to bring in general going second into these tournaments. Also, we did see it's the deck they chose for game 1. So they're kind of confident with it going first and second. So I think it's not a surprise that they won.
Do you think there is a chance that they're also running Link and Reigns? Because that is a card that was played in that Magical Musketeer deck as well. But have you seen actually him using that card as well, maybe?
I don't think that card is in there because that card typically is being played in the versions of the deck that also played the Magical Musketeer spells and traps. Because that is usually what you will find with the Magical Musketeer Fiendsmith deck is it only plays the Magical Musketeer monsters so that you can turn them into Requiem. And at that point, you're just basically always using max to get the monsters out of your deck when your opponent has spell and traps.
Yeah, I can see that. Absolutely lovely choice of a deck, lovely deck overall, and it's great to see those Magical Musketeers making a comeback now with the Fiendsmith cards as well, and especially in those control approaches to the deck, they do definitely make sense, and we just saw how well that can work out. And let's see whether we're maybe going to see them later on in the tournament again. Not from Bronas though, as Bronas has just lost there in top 64 and it is out, and instead Skila the one moving on to top 32. And we will also be shortly moving on, of course, to top 32, and with a very quick break and a short video, you afterwards will see us back, so don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Road to Worlds edition of the Challenger Cup. I'm joined by the wonderful Joshua Schmidt, Yu-Gi-Oh!, who is streaming this on his channel, as well as Yu-Gi-Oh! Cardi U. Wherever you're watching, thank you for watching, and thank you for joining us, Josh.
I'm glad to be here, and what a top 64 it's been. It was down to the very last second there between these two players, and we are therefore back with a very short break only, and so we're here, top 32. We've got FSN Boss, a player that you are also very familiar with because you've met him at the Malaga Invitational.
Yes, indeed. Prominent player within the Challenger Cup ecosystem, and of course now facing off against the Fire King Island, a deck you're very familiar with, having piloted it at last year's WCS. What was that in respect of? I
am just wondering if that is maybe a pure Fire King deck that we're seeing here.
Dinkabui technique.
Exactly, because they just recently got the third copy of the High Avatar Kyrian back as well in Master Duel. I believe that is the last or the second last update. Of course, the deck is very often played with the Snake Eye cards, just like I did last year at the, or this year at the, no, last year at the World Championships.
1 year.
The last one.
Yeah, regardless, yeah, really happy to see that Fire King has been able to hold on, especially with these variants, aside from the Snake Eye engine, kind of elevating that to the next level. I really think, well, obviously not a super controversial opinion, but the Fire King Courtier, Ulcanix really doing a lot of favors in terms of
that card is great for the deck. Yeah, that card is phenomenal. Have yet to see whether this is pure Fire Kings or the hybrid version with the Snake Eye cards. It could still be both. However, the Garunix there in the middle of the board, the old Garunix actually, gives you a little bit of a hint, as well as the Skyburn. The more cards I'm seeing, the more I feel like this might be pure Fire Kings, which is one of my favorite decks to play in Master Duel at the moment, actually.
Yet to delve into the extra deck so far. Got a couple of level 8s on the board, though, so do have the option of going towards, well, actually, level 8 irrelevant. We have 3 monsters on the field. So, yeah. Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, one of your favorite monsters, one of my favorite monsters, one of everybody's favorite monsters. It's a disruption, it's an extender. What more could you ask for?
And at this point, I am pretty confident. I recognize this board. This is a pure Fire King end board if I've ever seen one, because we are just going to call it a day with that, and that is going to be all we're going to do. We're going to pass it over to Boss here. The Nibiru is going to be used, but of course we have our Vata to try and stop it, which we are going to try and do if there's no further... Oh, there is an Effect Veiler here, actually.
That is good now. A lot of respect for that, of course, stopping the Arvata from preventing that.
Yeah.
Obviously, it will put the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames in the graveyard, but it does mean the Fire King Skyburn is temporarily turned off because there's no more Fire King monsters on the field in light of the big Nibiru token that will be there instead.
And no fire monsters in general means that even though the Promethean Princess is in the graveyard, we are currently lacking a fire monster to use it on. So at the moment, from what we can see, I mean, showcasing why the pure Fire King deck has its weaknesses, of course, this is not really that threatening for Boss here, depending on what deck we're playing and so on and so forth. We're going to see exactly if Geppetto here has a way to get back into those fire monsters.
And to think, had we had Link Spider in the extra deck to turn this Primal Being token into something...
And then what? Yeah. Special a fire normal monster from your hand because it's Fire King Primite?
Volcanic Rat. I was thinking fire normal monster. We got there in the
Volcanic Rat is the first one you're thinking of?
Why not? Big fan of Volcanics, just like you're a big fan of Bystials, you know? We said last year you played Fire King. Year before that, you were playing some Bystials in your Dragon Link deck.
True, true. I do like myself some Bystials. I think this is a deck that Boss has been messing around with on rated duels. Actually ran into them a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. The Bystial Fiendsmith deck is what I think this is. Of course, high density of interruptions there with the Nibiru and the Effect Veiler and the Bystial kind of giving it away, I think, which is typically a deck that is not... I mean, it's not bad against Fire Kings, but the Bystials in particular are typically not very good against Fire Kings.
Yeah, and of course, if you consider that one of these face downs is that Fire King Skyburn that we saw earlier, it's essentially not a card right now. The Fire King Island also pretty lackluster at the moment. Yeah. It does mean Boss has free reign to do what he pleases here, and what he pleases so far is to make Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Confirming that we do have Fiendsmith cards in the deck here, of course. Something to add about the Fire King deck as well is that it is so much less threatening when it only has one card in hand. because as soon as they have 2 cards in hand, suddenly there's always the potential of they could use Kirin in hand to destroy another fire monster in hand to just get all the stuff back onto the field, because like the Garunix is going to activate in the graveyard. You've got fire monsters again to bring back the Promethean Princess and so on and so forth. With only 1 card in hand, they cannot possibly have that.
That's a decent disruption, but I wonder if it's enough to actually put the brakes on everything Boss is doing here. Still got 3 cards in hand, still got 3 opportunities to extend here. And, you know, it's Fiendsmith. If one of these cards is another piece of the puzzle, it just starts all over again. Another
Bestial or another way to extend Fiendsmith here with Tract, for example, is what we do. There was a lot of cards that they could have had here to potentially extend, and Fiendsmith Tract is going to be good. And of course, because this Infinite Impermanence has been used, we know what the other set card is. We don't have to be worried about that one.
Explain to me the rationale of getting the Engraver rather than the Fabled Lurry.
I don't know. My gut feeling was we kind of want Lurry, but at the same time, Engraver was not in the graveyard for Boss there because they had been Infinite Impermanence onto the Lacrima. So if you don't go for Engraver with Tract here, you just won't have Engraver at all.
Looks like we're going to be fusion summoning here with the Lacrima and the token to make the Fiendsmith's Lacrima.
Yeah, you know it's a pure Fiendsmith deck when they play Fiendsmith Sanct to make the token as well.
Yeah.
They are desperate for Light Fiends. They need more Light Fiends because the contrary to how often you see the Fiendsmith cards because they are highly splashable, there's actually not that many it's not that big of an engine, so they are kind of desperate for more Fiendsmith cards. Also, the Engraver is royal, so that's why you pick it over the Lurry.
You'd think Atlantean Mermail would be the most splashable. Because it's water.
I got it. That's why I was
the silence and the look. Well, I'll think about that one while Boss thinks about what to do next. Obviously, we're in a situation where there is no Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal in the extra deck. A few months removed from where Fiendsmith was kind of at its apex prior to the release of Lacrima. This is an entirely new variant of the deck, though.
Exactly, yeah. And this version of the deck actually has usually a pretty sizable toolbox of rank 6s to go into. Otherwise, of course, you got your standard DDD Wave Hiking Caesar, but you also very often see a copy of Constellar Ptolemy M7, or you just make your Fiendsmith sequence out of 2 monsters, which I think is what we're seeing here.
Yep, seems to be the case here. Fiendsmith sequence going to extend this sequence as the Lacrima in the graveyard, the extra deck, not the main deck Lacrima, does have its effect resolve. Fiendsmith sequence now on top of that will just activate its effect, and it's another fusion summon. Another shuffle back into the deck here. It is that Lacrima from the graveyard. It is the Moon of the Closed Heaven, and it is a royal finish. Fiendsmith's Rex Tremende.
You do not see that every day. That is a very interesting one to go into there with Fiendsmith sequence. Its graveyard effect is going to add a banished Fiendsmith card back to the hand, which is going to be the Fiendsmith Tract we banished earlier. Very interesting use of the Rex Tremende here, and we're going to summon it back off of Agnum Day. Of course, that's going to make it relatively big and also inflict piercing battle damage. Because Agnum Day is equipped to it, we're going to equip the sequence onto it as well. That's going to make it a 6,000 attack piercing battle damage monster that I think is also, while it's equipped, is unaffected.
So we are still 400 points short here, even with that additional 600 from that.
That is 1,200.
That is 1,200.
That is 600 from the Requiem, and Agnum Day also adds 600.
True enough.
And that is going to be enough.
Yeah, more than enough, actually. Boss, looking good with that pure Fiendsmith build. Unfortunately, the pure Fire King not quite able to claim a crown this time
I have trouble even who to root for here, because these are 2 of my favorite decks at the moment, but I gotta give it to the use of the Rex Tremende. That is not a standard card you see in all other versions of the Fiendsmith deck, so I was very surprised to see that there as well. So I do think that was pretty exciting to see actually what they could do with that.
It was, and yeah, honestly, it did pay off for Boss there, of course. You know, just speaking about him as a player, mainstay of this Challenger Cup circuit, as, you know, we're in a top 32 now, so we are expecting to see a few familiar faces from that upper end of the table. But also just considering, you know, this is a guy that did fall short when he did show up at the final in Malaga. So being able to prove yourself again in this, the Challenger Cup Road to Worlds edition.
Yeah.
Really, really good opportunity for him. And, well, I guess we'll see if he can repeat it again once we do head into Game 2. But, you know, speaking of Game 2, will it be Fire King versus
I hope
Fiendsmith
so.
again?
I really hope it's Fire King. Like, I mean, from Boss's perspective, I do think it's likely we see the Fiendsmith deck again, because Fiendsmith, I think, is one of my favorite picks for these tournaments when you don't know for sure whether you're going to go first or second, or you assume you're going to be going second.
Yeah.
Of course, you could just run it with Tenpai, but the Fiendsmith deck is also like pretty well equipped to go second. Typically, we're going to see Geppetto going first here, and I'm just hoping to see the Fire Kings again, because I don't want the deck to just go down once and then to not see it again.
Are you saying pretty well equipped because there were like 3 Link monsters equipped to that fusion monster?
That is specifically not why I said that.
Fair enough. That is Fire King Kurtia Ulcanix actually making its first appearance here for the pure Fire King deck again. You're a very happy man today, Joshua Schmidt.
I am very happy about that, yeah.
Perhaps almost as happy as Boss is to let this resolve.
That, I don't think he would be that happy about. Ash Blossom all the Ulcanix is going to be a strong answer here, because it is not a targeted negation, so you can't even dodge it with a potential Kirin, which is always the danger of using like Effect Veiler onto the Ulcanix.
But now you've baited out the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, and you can do this.
See, that would have been a very, very large punish. And we also have the Max C here, Ash Blossom and Max C, the duo of going second cards here, hitting Geppetto. Now, Fire King typically not the worst into Maxi, because the deck isn't trying to do a whole lot of stuff anyways. I think they actually care more about the Ash Blossom here.
Yeah, seem to just have this in defense position now. I wonder if you do commit further and give a couple more cards over.
Any further, I don't think it's worth it, because it is a disproportionate amount of draws, because Fire King just summons like a lot of stuff that just does inconsequential things until you actually reach like the Arvata. Like, for example, in order to get the Arvata onto the field, you'd have to like summon like 3 times.
You can also infer that there's no Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in hand for Geppetto here, because it would have been used against that Maxi, which likely, means Boss almost definitely has free reign with which to extend with this branded portion of the, well, assumedly Bestial Fiendsmith again.
Oh, and we do see a less aggressive hand here from Boss this time around. This does happen with the Fiendsmith deck, especially in matchups where you can't just summon out the Bestials, because your opponent is not using Light or Darks.
Circle of the Fire Kings.
That is going to be very, very good here in the end phase. That might actually be a game ender here, because that is a card that allows you to destroy one of your monsters to bring back a Fire King from the graveyard. So we are going to swap out the Kirin with the Ulcanix and able to use both of their effects in the process. So we're going to be destroying a fire monster here to add a different fire monster, and then we can summon. We destroy Ponix here in the hand. This is beautiful. We're destroying the Ponix in the hand for the Ulcanix, and now Kirin revives the Ponix from the graveyard right away, destroys a card, and we get to trigger the Garunix in hand.
There is the destruction on the trap card.
Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Yep, no token here. Geppetto now. Legendary Fire King Ponix.
So Ponix is going to add a Fire King spell and trap, and the Garunix is going to summon itself out to destroy another fire monster from the deck. So this is all in the end phase off of that one circle, and you can really see how this deck thrives even under a Maxi, because you can still do a whole lot of stuff on your opponent's turn, while also just throwing little wrenches into your opponent's game plan, because you do get to destroy a card here and there with the Kirin. And at this point, the Fire King deck has pretty much, I mean, almost assembled enough damage to end the game, or already before the turn has even started. But we can use, because all of those effects are once per turn, we just did that all in the end phase, so we can basically run through this entire cycle of Fire King effects this turn again.
Do you run Zombie Vampire in the
You can, but I think the pure Fire King deck is not as desperate for like finding a certain card in the deck, so like they don't really do that. As you saw in the first game, they just tried to get to the Promethean Princess as a really good interaction. But
I assume the extra deck Garunix, the rank 8, is also a possibility, but
Yeah.
yeah.
That is, you always play that. That is very, very good in that deck, but you typically don't want to summon it on your own turn because when it's summoned, it destroys all of the monsters on the field. So ideally, in a world where you have Fire King Sanctuary up, it allows you to perform an Xyz summon on the opponent's turn.
So the Garunix Eternity Hyang of the Fire Kings, I believe, is the name of that one.
It has Hyang in the name. I don't know exactly where it's located. But yes, it is the...
Can't memorize the combo, but can memorize the card names, and I can memorize Fantastical Dragon Phantasme.
Ooh,
this
that's a
dictated the
beautiful
game
card.
back in Salamangreat format, and this is as close to Salamangreat as you're going to get in 2025.
That's fair enough, you know. Or you could just be playing Salamangreat.
You could. Theoretically, when we needed a Link one earlier, I guess there were options there. But yeah, I'll still take Link Spider over the Salamangreat Link one.
Can't make that with a Nibiru token either.
True.
Unfortunately. All right.
Smith and Graver going to go to the graveyard.
Yep. And the thing is here for Geppetto, it's still, you need to be a little bit careful because you did just use your Arvata to negate the Phantasme. So that means Nibiru is back on the menu potentially for boss this turn because you don't have a way to stop it right now. But there's also a fire target for the Hita here with the Ash Blossom that was used earlier.
Yeah, the classic combo of the Hita getting the Ash Blossom and then in turn becoming the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames to start off another combo, but there is the Bestial Baldrake in response.
And this is a big thing to note because Boss had the Regained on the field and could not use the Bestials last turn. And there's actually a Ghost Ogre just counted for Regained straight away. All right, 2 cards left in hand. One of them Phantasme. The other one has to put in some major work here to turn this game around for Boss. Otherwise, we will be headed into a Game 3 because the Pure Fire King's actually showcasing some of its core strengths here. Even though they are hit with an Ash Blossom and a Maxi, they open no window for the opponent to use any sort of Bestial on their... Like, they just couldn't use them last turn because there was no Lights or Darks.
Yep, there is the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames ready to extend the combo further. Boss, do you have any kind of disruption? Apparently not.
Does not seem like it. However, we have not quite reached the 5 summons for the Nibiru threshold, so that is still something that could potentially be happening later. Otherwise, I do think this is going to be enough damage here for Boss to end the game this turn. The Olcanix is going to destroy the Arvata, and that is going to trigger a whole chain reaction of things, basically. We're going to add Rang Bali from the deck to the hand, which is the Fire King that negates spells and trap cards, and we can actually summon it now because a monster we controlled was destroyed. So Arvata is going to revive, Rang Bali is going to summon itself from hand if they so want to, and the Garunix can also come back from the graveyard because that Arvata was destroyed. So a whole onslaught of Fire King monsters now.
Nice, I see what you did there, but
Yep.
regardless, still not quite at that 8,000 damage threshold. Getting quite close to it.
Gonna be there after these summons have evolved, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure this Nibiru token is going to have at least 8,000 points of
If
attack.
there is a Nibiru, that token is gonna have 8,000 attack, yeah.
Fire King Avatar, High Avatar Kirin, sorry.
Yeah, we've
Promoted
already
him.
reached 8,000 points of damage on the field. We just need to get rid of that Baldrake, but we can just destroy a Kirin from the deck, and that is going to do the job. That's going to revive one further Fire King monster, as well as destroying the Baldrake. Also, the Garunix does grow a little bit in the process. So at this point...
Okay, I believe you. Here's 8,000 points of damage.
It is.
Yeah.
Trust me, yeah. There's going to be 8,000 damage.
There's also going to be a destruction on that Bestial Baldrake, thanks to the Ponix, so there is now an open field with which to attack the Geppetto here to even up this series. Fire King Skyburn to the hand just in case you want the extra destruction. Don't need it so far, though. Do need this battle phase, though.
Yep.
All of
and
these
that
attacks.
is granted. We do get the battle phase, so there is no Nibiru here to answer this Fire King board. Even if there was, we probably had enough follow-up to carry the game home at some point. But that is going to end it quicker right here, right now. We are going into a Game 3. Geppetto equals up the series with the Pure Fire King deck. As much as I like the Fiendsmith Bestial, I also really like the Fire King, so I'm happy they get at least the win here, and we get to see a third game.
Yeah, despite dropping that first game, the Fire Kings were able to claim their crown back and even up this match. Now, going into game 3, we still have a deck to see from both of these contestants.
We've only seen their quote-unquote primary decks here that they showed up to with in game 1. They also brought them back for game 2, so it basically tells us Geppetto very familiar or very much wants to use the Fire King deck when they get to go first. Is it also what they trust into when they're going second, though, is the question now. As well as for Boss, you know, they assumed they were going to go second that last game. They didn't know what would happen in game 1. So it seems like the Fiendsmith Bestial is kind of the deck that they choose when they're not quite sure whether they want to go first or second, or whether they're going to go first or second. For the third game, very possible they have a dedicated going first deck.
Bring in the second variant of the Fire King with the Chaos Hunter.
to counter what?
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see. Here we are. Game 3, FSN Boss versus Geppetto.
Ooh, I notice a different field here. I don't know how much you can interpret into that, but we are no longer on the new branded Despia field that we saw
We're also
in the
no
last
longer
game.
on the Fiendsmith by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Blue Eyes White Dragon going to be the deck choice here for Boss.
And that is a popular choice, I think, for players when they know they can go first, because that deck setup is quite strong. It can sometimes struggle to take apart a field that your opponent makes, so you don't have to worry about that when you know you can go first. So we see the Wishes resolving here, which is always a huge deal when that card is not hit with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. You know your opponent doesn't have it because you would always Ash that.
Yep, the Sage with Eyes of Blue here going to add the Maiden as well. So it does mean the Blue Eyes deck is just allowed to extend until it isn't. Effect Veiler going to run interference there.
The cool thing about the Blue Eyes deck is that it has very good ways to play under these sort of cards like Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence, because all of your monsters have a good effect, like the Sage here, to add. But you can also turn them into the Link monster, which provides further value. So even though you lose out on the add, you still get the Spirit effect.
Yeah, Spirit with Eyes of Blue here, just going to further extend, unless there's another disruption from Geppetto, going to add that Mausoleum of White.
Now, of course, if they don't have access to the True Light still because they can't fight the Maiden, the Spirit into the Mausoleum does not really find you the Maiden either. So that could still be a problem here for Boss. And it could still weaken the setup a lot. Also, something that's worth noting, if they start with normal summon Sage, there's one thing that's very powerful that they cannot do, and that's Primite.
True enough. And also, while the Mausoleum is... while the Spirit is active, it means that the Maiden can't be special summoned because you're locked into Dragon monsters as well.
Yes, typically the way you want to resolve that situation is you want to have like the Maiden in the graveyard, and you tribute the Spirit to bring back the Blue Eyes, and that triggers your Maiden. So, like... that is how you can play around that sort of restriction of the Link monster there. However, I think the problem for Boss right now is not that they can't bring back the Maiden, but rather they just don't have it. They just don't have access to the Maiden here, which means you don't have access to the True Light, which is a huge resource for the deck to be able to build up advantage over time.
Is this seals?
That very much is sealed, yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
All of that Blue Eyes White Dragon combo to end on Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres and pass.
I mean, you can't help it sometimes. You play a dragon deck, sometimes you just put a seals and you pass.
Yeah, it happens. At least you have a guaranteed bounce.
We've all been there. Anti-Spell Fragrance very much confirming that this is their dedicated going first deck, it seems like.
That could very well run interference on the Fire King strategy, especially if you're able to use
annoying.
these Heretic Seals to
annoying.
remove something from the field.
That is definitely a problem, specifically for Fire King, because the deck operates so much.
Bestials I was not expecting in the Fire King deck, however, so perhaps this is a change up for Geppetto as well. Both of these duelists now pushed to that deciding point, have decided to change things up a bit.
Oh, the Bestial Magnamute is very, very big here as well for multiple reasons. First of all, you can attack into the Hieratic Seals, and you really don't want to return that Magnamute to the hand.
There is an Effect Veiler.
Interesting choice here for Geppetto, honestly, to summon the Magnamute in the main phase, because you could have done this in the draw phase or the standby phase to play around Effect Veiler, because it was a quick effect with the seals on the opponent's field. So I think that is maybe a moment where a toggle moment, right? Not toggled on, so it would just automatically move to your main phase.
Geppetto now, is there any extra follow-up to be had? Are we just going to the battle phase? It looks like we are.
So here's the situation, right? We're attacking the seals they're going to want to use its effect because otherwise it just gets destroyed, but you don't want to return the Magnamut to the hand because you have to deal with it again. You really don't want to do that. So you're going to have to use it on your field spell here, but now under your own anti-spell fragrance, you also can't reactivate that field spell.
Was there ever any case for returning the anti-spell fragrance to the hand?
I think that's way too risky.
Okay, fair.
Because if you
unlock the opponent's spells
completely as well, right? You get rid of the seals and the anti-spell in that case, right? So your opponent is completely free to do whatever they want to do in main phase 2. And there's more Bestials, and this is huge. This is a huge win condition against the Blue Eyes deck in particular, is to just banish all their Blue Eyes White Dragon, which is why we're seeing Boss here trying their best to stop these Bestials from hitting the hand here for Geppetto. We've used the Veiler on the Magnamut, and we're using Ash Blossom on the Lubellion because we cannot handle all these Bestial effects. And there is another one in hand already, which is going to be huge here. Gonna banish the second copy of Blue Eyes White Dragon. And this, I think, is very well... It might very well be game over here for Boss, because Blue Eyes has one way to recycle banished Blue Eyes White Dragons, and that is the Roar of with the Eyes of Blue. And they've used that already. Because every other card that allows you to special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon summons it either from the hand, the graveyard, or the deck. The only card that they play that summons it from the banished zone is the Roar. So once the Roar is in the graveyard, you can actually, at least from the standard lists, it is not possible to get it back.
Definitely something to be concerned about here for Boss, and it looks like with that Blue Eyes White Dragon removed from the field, Geppetto can just do as he pleases. Actually, a good way of playing around the anti-spell fragrance there was just to directly place the
that's a little wording quirk on the Lubellion, where it doesn't activate the card, it places it.
Yeah.
And that actually goes around the wording of anti-spell, where it just says your opponent can't activate spell cards.
Lacrima, the Crimson Tears here as well, just going to resolve further. Geppetto on the Fiendsmith himself this time around. Traded away the Pure Fire King to embrace this strategy instead, and it looks to be paying off so far.
I'm very happy with the turnout for today's the Fiendsmith control enjoyers are really showing up in huge numbers today.
Necro Princess now coming out.
All right, so the matter here is just like you have a pretty good feeling here if you're Geppetto. You have the game under control. You've banished both copies of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. You don't think your opponent can get it back. So like, what's the best way to like get this game home, basically? Like, how are you securing the spot? We're going to be going for a Caesar here alongside the Regained, and that's going to be a pass turn. And it's going to be very hard for Blue Eyes to even do anything here, because the thing is, the anti-spell here comes back to bite them as well, because it eliminates so many potential draws we could have had here. You draw a Primite Drill Beam here, a Primite Lordy Load, anything of that nature, you just can't really play your own cards.
True enough, and actually that seems to be the case here. Boss now just setting. Boss, I imagine, just going to pass as well. The field spell even having to be set.
Getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine here with the anti-spell fragrance. Not able to play here at all. Just going to have to set and pass.
Boss, thinking about it, wonder how much more time there will be to think, because I wonder how much more there is to be done. Can at least tank one single hit from this.
Yeah, well, it's not just going to be the Caesar, is it? We're going to have the Lacrima returning from the graveyard to bring out the Requiem. I do think very much Fiendsmith has the potential, once it reaches these sort of game states, it has the potential to finish out the game relatively quickly once you have the game under control. And I think that is what we're seeing here. We are trying to leave the main phase, but Geppetto brings back that Requiem, tributes it immediately to get back into this Lacrima or a second copy of Engraver. Because that is another big deal about making Caesar. If your opponent just actually doesn't do anything that triggers you to use its effect, you have one Fiendsmith Engraver that's actually just locked under it, basically. Because you can't just detach it whenever you want. You rely on your opponent to let you detach it. So sometimes that is a legit win condition against Fiendsmith. If they have a Caesar you can't deal with at the moment, you can just say go and hope they can't really get back into the Fiendsmith cards, because one is currently under the Engraver.
No, that makes complete sense. So what you're saying is that for the Fiendsmith deck, being material for your Xyz monster is the same as having the Blue Eyes White Dragon in the Banishment.
Somewhat. You have a little bit more control over it because you could link off the Caesar here, essentially, to get the Engraver back into the graveyard, but sometimes you don't want to do that because you're making Caesar because it's a very powerful card. In this instance, it doesn't matter altogether because they have more cards to get into the second copy of the Engraver, and you typically don't have both copies of Engraver under the Caesar. It can happen, though.
Bestial Saronir going to resolve its effect from the hand as well, and we're rapidly reaching closer to that 8,000 damage mark.
Yeah, they definitely have the tools here to do it. They are just trying to play it safe because there's also that one face-down card that you kind of have to be aware of. Because if it is a trap card, it can be activated this turn. I don't know which trap card they would have drawn here, but since it's obviously a dedicated going first deck here with the anti-spell, it could also have cards like, I don't know, Solemn Strike, Solemn Judgment, so you're trying to find a way around those.
Fiendsmith's Requiem now going to come to the extra monster, but there is a trap that you did mention, Solemn Judgment. It's there for good measure, and it's going to take boss below that threshold of being.
Okay, so we have prevented the Fiendsmith Requiem,
but we've lost the game.
We have also lowered the bar drastically about how much damage they have to put up, and they actually just have enough damage on the field. To be fair, at that point, I don't think you have a way to prevent this with a Solemn Judgment at any point. Whatever you can stop with it, you're probably going to fall under the life points. So
and he fell short in Malaga. He falls short here, but he's still the boss.
He arguably is that, yeah.
He inarguably is still the boss.
Actually, yeah, you can't argue that.
But you know who is doing great and who did do great just then? It was Geppetto.
With my favorite lineup so far, I gotta say.
Pure Fire King and Fiendsmith control?
That could very well just be my recent rated duels history is probably just those two decks for the most part. So yeah. Like that one a lot. That was a long match, but we are actually not quite done with our top 32 here. We have Mordred going up against MSB here, and we are in the middle of a Fiendsmith deck. It could still be anything at this point with a Lacrima on the field, but we are definitely seeing a Mermaid Atlantean deck here popping off on the bottom of the screen, and this is something we actually haven't seen today. Well, we've seen Mermaid Atlantean, but we haven't seen
10 seconds of Mermaid
Yes, that's what I mean. We haven't seen it pop off, so that is going to be something. We're going to use the Minstrel here to take a little look at the hand. Ooh.
Yeah, so the Summon Skull, of course, pretty iconic now, is just enabling a lot of those Primite strategies, but with the removal of I believe the Nibiru, the Primal Being,
that is the saddest Nibiru ever. It got removed from the hand when it still had the 4 on it. It wasn't quite ready yet.
Yep, still cooking, and someone else that's still cooking is Mordred here. The Atlantean combo continues. Have yet to see the Mulan Glacier come out to remove more. Oh, actually, never mind. Have seen the Mulan Glacier. Could very well see even more of this Atlantean deck just continue to destroy the hand of MSB.
Yeah, and I mean, the most powerful part of this Deep Sea Minstrel combo is just the fact that you know what's there, right? So, like, the Effect Veiler is definitely not a bad card against Atlantean Mermaid. It's not super impactful, but it can do something. But all of these cards just become so much less impactful when your opponent knows it's about to happen. Like, when your opponent knows you have it, you can just, like, summon the things that you don't care about as much first, and I think MSB sees the writing on the wall here, cannot see themselves win the game with just the Effect Veiler and the Summon Skull. They unfortunately do the normal monster, which is meant to be in your deck for the Primite cards, not meant to be in your hand, but sometimes it does happen. So that is going to be a win for the Mermaid Atlantean deck.
Indeed, that Mermaid Atlantean we mentioned was one of the best decks in the format. Granted, it hadn't quite put up the same results as the other heavy hitters that we did talk about, but we've seen just then from Mordred that if a player is comfortable enough with it, they can truly shine with it, and that was the case there.
Yeah, not entirely sure if that was game 3.
Oh, yes, true.
Because I'm thinking, judging from how much time there's left, that might very well have been game 3. And it looks like Mordred is going to be moving on to the top 16 with the Mermaid Atlantean deck, so we might see more of it. If that was game 3, there's a chance it was game 2, and they have to play another game.
Regardless,
I think,
Mermaid Atlantean 100% win record on stream so far.
Didn't they lose in the top 128 you watched?
No, they won the first initial game, yeah.
And then the third game, they just didn't do any Mermaid Atlantean things.
True.
because they just...
Never mind.
Well, I mean, whenever they did Mermaid Atlantean things, they were winning.
About as successful as Pure Fire King, which is lore accurate. There we go.
Fire versus water, indeed. Okay.
Fire versus water, but do we see fire versus water this time around? Joey Kuzzan says, I guess,
something
I have a
Nibiru.
Nibiru token.
That's what they said.
Yep. Looks to be Fiendsmith versus Blue Eyes with the Primite cards on the side of Dragon here, as well as another iconic rock monster, and of course that Nibiru that we did mention. The Primal Being token facing off for Joey Kuzzan there.
A big token as well.
It is pretty big, 8400. If it attacks directly, it could win the game.
So we have turn 2 of the game here, actually. So it was a matter of Dragon making some sort of board here. We don't know exactly what it was. And the Fiendsmith deck here playing into it. And
his name is Dragon, and he's playing Bestial and Dragon Primate.
You like that?
You know, we said lore accurate about the fire water.
Look, Snake Eye Oak.
Wow, fire! Again, as we have Snake Eye Fiendsmith. I guess if you needed to play through a field, that would be something that you could do.
Ooh, a banished Snake Eye Ash returns with a Snake Eye Oak. Makes me wonder if that maybe was banished with a Drill Beam previously, is the only way I could explain that. So that is not typically a card that ends up in the banished pile very often. But the Snake Eye Oak, of course, having that ability to not only recur cards from the graveyard, but also from the banished pile, it comes in clutch every once in a while.
Yep, and Ash and Oak does mean that we could very well see the Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon make an appearance very, very soon. But first, it's going to be Link Karibo. I keep talking about how this Primal Being token could become Link Spider once upon a time. It's another Link 1 that's stolen the thunder, or indeed the fire this time around. It is Link Karibo making an appearance and then making a disappearance, as it in turn is linked off somewhere. Snake Eye Oak. Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon!
There it is. And we do also have confirmation that that previous game we watched was the 3rd game of the series.
Rather, it was the 2nd game of the series. I think they're 1-1 now.
Oh, it was the 2nd game.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And we will catch the game 3. If we can. Depending on if Joey Kuzzan can close this one out against FSN Dragon. I guess time will tell. Snake Eyes Fiendsmith still doing its thing despite the 7,300 defense token just kind of sitting there. Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. Between that and Necroquet Princess, good day for princesses.
It's always a good day to be a princess, I think.
Can't disagree with that. But speaking of good days, 27th of May, yesterday, fantastic day, especially if you like Red Supernova Dragon, because you can log in to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and claim a Royal Finish Red Supernova Dragon as part of the Road to Worlds campaign, leading into next week, 4th of June, Stage 1 of the Road to Worlds qualifier. But that's next week. Right now, we have Joey Kuzzan closing this one out against Dragon.
Getting Nibiru for an 8,000 plus attack token and then still putting up 8,000 plus damage on this.
Could only be Snake Eyes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Snake Eyes Fiendsmith.
So that is what we saw there. Impressive use of the Snake Eye combo, but that is a Snake Eye deck moving on into the top 16, of course. We've seen a lot of other decks, but that is still very dominant. And we are indeed hopping into game number 3 between MSB and Mrid here, where MSB gets to go first here. And judging from that field, we must have been hit with either a Mold Charmy or a Max C, I feel like, because we didn't do a whole lot.
Talk to me a bit more about the spell we currently see face up on the side of MSB.
Primite Lordly Load.
Exactly that. So Primite Fiendsmith, I don't particularly see too much of.
Yeah. So, I mean, Primite in general, you know, has synergy with a lot of, with every normal monster, basically.
And Summon Skull being level 6 and a Fiend.
That is part of it. The main reason is actually that there is also light Fiend normal monsters, of course. Previously, to Dippity's release, it was just...
Dust on, White Dust on.
White Dust on, exactly. And now there's also Dippity, which means that via Primite Roar, which lets you summon a normal monster from your deck, you can actually just start your combos.
Primite Drill Beam here going to run further disruption on the Atlantean Mermail strategy and actually going to stop the Call by the Grave from resolving. But actually, here's a second Called by the Grave on top of that for Mordred there. He drew exactly what he needed to get the Mermail Atlantean combo going.
And that is massive because not only are we baiting the drill beam out with that, but we are still answering the Droll and Lockbird. And I think at this point, we know one of the cards in MSB's hand is a Primite Ether Barrel. I think this is one of those games where we're just going to use Minstrel, make sure the last card in hand isn't dangerous to us, and I think we might just see a Mermail run away with this one.
If MSB had more disruptions, you had to imagine they would be used here, and that is exactly the case. Bestial Magnemut going to be sent to the banishment here, and it will be the Atlantean Mermail deck that is able to resolve its combo. There is the Mermail Shadow Squad resolving. Neptibus, the Atlantean Prince, as well, making an appearance. We said it was a good day for princesses. Looks like the prince is in a good position too today.
That is also true, and I think at this point it is up to Mordred 100% to finish this game.
Prince, princess, royal finish, Red Supernova Dragon as a reward for the Road to Worlds campaign. Thriving. Poseidra, the Storming Atlantean.
How many Dragoon searches do you think we're seeing this turn? This is the third. I think they can do at least 4, because they can bring back the Dragoons from the graveyard as well. I don't know if they need to, because at this point they know all the cards that are there for the opponent, so they can just go for 8,000 damage and do it. This deck is one of the scariest decks in the game if it actually gets to pull off the combos.
Yep, that is bringing back stuff, but sending back the Lacrima to the hand here from the side of the Atlantean deck, just fully playing out the control aspects of this strategy. Being able to remove the Engraver from the field as well. Everything is looking so good for Mordred here.
And at this point, we could have done so much more this turn, but this move is actually just going to put the
Super Ancient Deep Sea King Coelacanth. I love it.
I could tell.
I really love it, genuinely.
Tell,
honestly, that card is actually pretty old school.
Yeah, it is. I like that card.
I think in TCG it came out in Phantom Darkness, which was 2007. So yeah, racking up the years there, but definitely a card that has earned a lot of the respect that it's got, and someone that's earned their victory and entrance into the top 16 is Mordred.
And that was an impressive showing of what the deck can do when it goes second there. And once again, another showing, even though it was a different match, of Bestials being quite situational at the moment. You'll have matchups where Fiendsmith cards are involved and Bestials are so powerful. We saw them completely carry the game against the Blue Eyes deck earlier. But then there is decks in the format at the moment, like Pure Fire Kings, like Mermail, where those cards are they're basically sitting ducks in your hand. They just don't play any lights or darks.
Yeah, very conditional, even if they are very, very useful. So despite that, being able to overcome this with the Atlantean Mermail strategy, really well played by Mordred. So far, that deck looks to be one of the front runners in this tournament. Give me a quick spot check as to the decks we're seeing today. Anything that's surprised you so far? What are your expectations for the rest of the day?
So far, it's been a pretty healthy mix, I would say. We definitely see something where people are definitely playing around with the new rule set a lot, where you definitely see they have their decks that they dedicate for going first. They dedicate their decks for going second. You specifically for the going second category, we primarily saw Tenpai and Fiendsmith Control. For going first, we saw a decent amount of Blue Eyes. We see the Snake Eyes. We saw the Pure Fire King, which was pretty refreshing. And that was, I think, the story of the day so far is that people basically divide their decks, I think, into these two categories.
Yeah.
And there's pretty clear ideas of what the best decks for these are. Although, on the other hand, we did see Mordred also just pick second or pick the Mermaid Atlantean deck for that match where they were expected to go second as well. So, yeah.
True enough, and actually seeing a good amount of variety here between the Tenpai Dragon, the Snake Eye, the Blue Eyes, the Fire King, the Atlantean Mermail.
Yeah.
Have yet seen Memento, but maybe we will see one, and Lampy will be very happy.
I really hope so. That's what I'm looking for.
Lampy will be very happy. You'll be very happy. I'll be very confused. It is par for the course at this point. But speaking of the course, we have a whole top 16 coming your way very shortly, just after this short break. Lampy! The
I'm
last
back.
time I was this excited to see someone, it was Super Ancient Deep Sea King Coelacanth, who made an appearance in our previous round.
I saw it. I'm glad I'm on the same level, apparently.
I was very
great
happy to
hear.
see it. I love that card.
It's very cool because it has that development now. Because back in the day, you used to summon out Oyster Meisters or something like that with it, but nowadays...
Deep Sea Diva, potentially,
True,
as well.
that also would work. But now, mainly nowadays, you just spam so many monsters out in the Mermail deck, and then you can build a field from there on. It's pretty impressive. And you got to now finally see the Mermail deck go off as well, right? Because in
I mean, it
top
went off
128
before. It just went off a bit too much, perhaps, for the viewing experience.
In top 128, I mean, they activated one card, and then that was enough for the opponent already to go off, and therefore we had to stop them there, or the opponent decided to make it stop.
Yeah.
But scary deck to go up against, isn't it? Going first, going second, as we said, it doesn't really matter. Both ways, it can just put so much pressure on the opponent, and that's why I think the deck is so appealing at the moment. And you know what I think is the most appealing factor about it even? The factor, I think we have in almost every single round so far at least seen one Bestial resolving. And guess what? Mermail deck, you can search for those light or dark monsters a very long time because you're not going to find them. And therefore, I think it's just a good pick to just pile around all of those Bestials in the format right now.
Yep, and in keeping with that, Josh did mention that a lot of these Bestials in the hand had been pretty much just sat in the hand or ripped out of it.
Yeah.
Thanks to a variety of things taking place within the game. So definitely high risk, high reward in terms of the strategies and decks that we're seeing
Totally.
actually making an appearance this time around. Another deck that is high risk, high reward is Memento.
Oh, yeah.
Have yet to see anyone want to take that risk.
Where are the Memento players? Come on, we got to see some Memento gaming.
I do that for
hungry
Noble
it.
Nights every week, and no one ever brings them. So
I think the likelihood of the Memento deck showing up is a little higher, to be fair, but who
I have
knows?
Charles.
Who knows? Yeah, we do have Charles at least here with us in the booth, that's true. We also have Yama. Could be time for some Unchained as well. That would be cool to see. I wouldn't mind that. That would be very nice. Possibly. Honestly, I think the chances that we see Yama are more likely, honestly, to see the
well,
Charles.
actually, Ubel Fiendsmith did get a little bit more legitimacy recently, even if it did fall off a tiny bit compared to where it maybe was in the
That would
past.
be Yama then, though, still, right?
Yep.
Yeah. We could see it. I would really enjoy seeing it, actually. There has also been in the past some Labyrinth decks toying around with the idea to also include a couple of the Unchained cards as well into their combo. I think they have been less common recently because they more so have been focusing on just the approach to go with transaction rollback and a decent amount of the Stovey Torbies and Chandeliers and so on and so forth to get the traps running. Exactly. And not so much the Unchained Fury build anymore, but it could still work. There's nothing that would speak against it really necessarily. So possibly we're still going to see them. Still, though, I think it's the most likely is that we see the Memento deck, and I think we gotta see it because that is a deck right now that just is so well suited for high-skilled players. And obviously now here in our competition in Challenger Cups, we have some of the most high-skilled players in all of Europe, and therefore we gotta pair it up with one of the highest skill seeding decks in the format.
True enough, but granted, you know, it's Challenger Cup, we're in top 16. Oftentimes when we're at this point of the competition, this is when we randomly have a branded player appear with the 60-card pile and manage to close a couple of wins out. So I guess we'll see if that is indeed the case.
I think especially when we have been here in the studio to record the Challenger Cups, it was always like that, right?
Yeah.
Every single time.
The branded player just comes out of nowhere and makes it all the way to the
time.
finals. Done. It's Challenger Cup.
I think it's going to happen now. Now that you say it like that, now I remember how it was every single time. It is just got to happen. It's
I manifest it. Just like I manifest this red supernova dragon.
And I'm manifesting the next round to start. Let's dive into top 16, where we have Matrixx versus Hanosh. And
so we've seen Matrixx. We know that that is not a branded deck, but Hanosh, maybe.
I mean, Bestial Lubellion could be a start for a branded deck. It could also be meaning a lot of other things, though. Searching for Baldrake, already kind of an indicator that it's probably not branded, but he's not going to show us what it is because he's just passing after the Lubellion. And
Reasonable
Matrixx.
enough. Matrixx now absolutely has the onus here, can just freely make a field. Will be the Upstart Goblin as the start to this. Perhaps by seeing that, it will be the Sky Striker 10-Pi Dragon variant.
Surely is. Matrixx apparently just sticking to that deck.
Into the void. Okay, this is the full greed, the full commit, but it does pay off. when I last used this card, actually when I used that and Upstart Goblin, it was in my reversal quiz.
Okay.
Win the game in a single turn strategy. This also wins the game in a single turn. This is not in the battle phase, by the way. This is Sangen Kaiman outright challenging Hanosh to use a disruption here. Maxi, cool. Tenpai Dragon just plays through it. They don't mind that you have as many cards as you want in your hand. They have a field with more than 9,000 points of damage ready and waiting to close this one out.
Totally. Still, I like the decision of Hanosh to just chain the Maxi there, because there is the odd chance, of course, that they are trying to special summon from the hand. Oh, but that was why we did it in the main phase. We're trying to look into Hanosh's hand here. And is there something worth finding? Oh, that's a bunch of Bystials.
Bystial party here. Again, just further reinforcing Josh's point from earlier, where a lot of these Bystial cards are just sitting in the hand, and it looks like Matrixx says, okay, these are going to just sit in the hand, so I'll send back the Ghost Ogre, and sending that Ghost Ogre means no more disruption on the Tenpai Dragon combo, and nothing Hanosh can do.
Hanosh said, hey, I'm not going to bother anymore, even though the Maxi actually resolved, so he had the chance to wait it out a little longer to see whether he's going to draw
wait
into
out
something.
the Tenpai Dragon deck.
Who knows? You might be drawing into a nice time, Dash Blossom and Joyous Spring. I think it was a little preemptive to just immediately scoop it up there, but I mean, Hanosh...
Memento mindset.
Maybe the Memento mindset, and now going into game 2, bringing the Memento deck. I don't know. We have seen now, guessing what that was, a lot of Bystials, Ghost Ogre. I'm assuming this is a Fiendsmith control deck, as we've seen it plenty so far already. I think that's the most educated guess. Don't think it's branded, to be fair, because usually you don't see that many Bystials. You see a couple, but not that many, and usually it tends to be Bystials Saronir in the branded deck specifically.
True enough.
But
I definitely think it will be interesting to see if Matrixx chooses to bring the Tenpai Dragon back again for the next game. I did like the commitment of the Into the Void, just that full commit. And, you know, as soon as you see the Maxi come down, just play through it. That was very, very well played by Matrixx to kind of push the envelope there, challenge, and come out ahead.
Matrixx really is a master with that Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker deck. He has been playing that plenty, and therefore it's no surprise to me that it's also the deck he decides to bring in first game scenarios. But now...
Second game scenario
Second game scenario, and Matrixx, same sleeves, maybe same deck, and Hanosh again with the decision to go first, and that... my friend, is a Millennium card.
Yep, that is not one that you see splashed into the other decks as part of the engine pieces, though.
Exactly.
The Shield of the Millennium does suggest this is pure Millennium. This is the Exodia Millennium.
It is
and
Millennium
this
Ink.
Could very well outpace the Tenpai Dragon strategy if they commit no disruptions here.
That is such a good deck to play against Tenpai. It just naturally worked out that you had that Tenpai Dragon counter in your arsenal. There is the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. How many set cards is it going to be? 1 there is. And you are, okay, 2. And you're definitely going to have another one, of course, by the effect of the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate in the end phase as well. Oh, wow, that's so much. It's just so scary to go out. Oh!
Okay, no more disruptions from the hand, but do you need it? It all depends on what this face down is. Here comes the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate setting. The Exod Fires of Rage. It's disruption in the sense that it's complete and utter destruction for Hanosh here. Matrixx, can you play through it, or will this be a 1 1/3 game coming? Macrocosmos. I don't think there's a Helios the Primordial Sun.
I don't think so either. And flipping the anti-spell fragrance, and I think this is the one that's way more important here in this situation, because one of the combinations that could have been scary here for Hanosh would have just simply been the combination of Heavy Storm or Lightning Storm combined with a Forbidden Droplet. We're ruling those cards out though now due to the anti-spell fragrance, and Matrixx is forced to chain his Sangen Kaiman now in the draw phase, which truly is not the place where you want to activate it usually.
Yeah, Sangen Kaiman going to halfway start that combo by getting the piece of the puzzle in the hand. Tenpai Dragon Chundra joins the party. Isn't allowed to come to the field though because we weren't in the battle phase, but had we waited to go to the battle phase, couldn't have used Sangen Kaiman because of the anti-spell fragrance. Now, Matrixx facing down Macrocosmos, has no graveyard, has no spells. Has anything right now?
I mean, he has the Chandra, and Chandra on his own can do some damage, but the thing is, the Exodia Incarnate it can still also additionally negate. Now, it's very interesting to see that Hanosh did not decide to negate the Kaiman, because there cannot be any other spells or traps. Or, I mean, technically there could be traps, but what kind of trap are you expecting from the Tenpai Dragon deck? Therefore, we just are not going to use the negate effect of it here. So that's a very interesting decision. And we have decided to also just normal summon Genroku here instead of the Chandra.
Yep. Genroku then just summoning out the Tenpai Dragon Hydra, which will then allow access to the Chandra in the hand eventually. Sangen summoning, not going to do too much of anything because of that anti-spell fragrance.
I mean, okay, it makes sense to keep the Chandra in hand because obviously Chandra very often coming out by being special summoned with the Sangen's Kaiman, but it obviously also has that in-hand effect to just, when you control a Fire Dragon already, you can special out the Chandra as well next to it, and that is what is happening here in that very moment. And that is not only one, but now two Fire Dragons on the field. The Macrocosmos, though, really hurting the Tenpai Dragon deck because the usual line to go for game
the
is
Biden Dragon in the graveyard is no longer in the graveyard, right?
Yep. Fadra also cannot bring anything back from the graveyard ever because all of the Tenpai Dragon monsters will be banished, and therefore it just becomes incredibly tough. But let's see whether Matrixx still finds a way to solve this puzzle here. It's not going to be easy. We are in the battle phase. One thing, though, it could be really, really interesting.
You can't solve the Millennium puzzle.
Well, maybe he can, because just imagine Synchro 7 into Black Rose Dragon here in the battle
Wow, and then clear the field.
Uh-huh. How about that? Because there needs to be necessarily an answer to that. And we know one of the set cards is the Exalt Fires of Rage, and that can be responded to, but it can't stop the Black Rose Dragon. So I feel like this is definitely going to be exactly that card. And I think Hanosh should be considering to interact with that. Okay, first of all, we're bringing out another Hydra. Fair enough. But is it going to be... Oh, that also gives us now the option to go into a Synchro 10 right away.
Yes,
okay.
Definitely does. We have access to the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon if we need it.
We do, but where to go from there? Okay, this is the Synchro Summon now. Hanosh. And I think it's good that we brought out more monsters here, because now that gives us the chance to block more, basically. Because now, when we summon out the Black Rose Dragon, and they do happen to have an infinite impermanence, we can just chain the effect of the Hydra that is still left on the field. Oh, we do immediately go for a Synchro 10. That's very interesting to see. Which one is it going to be? And the decision falls on the Transcendent Dragon. Interesting.
No more effects in the battle phase.
And now we can, of course, attack the Millennium Puzzle. Okay, we do attack for 3,000 points of damage. Obviously, that outs the Exodia, as it cannot activate to protect itself. Interesting. And I mean, at this point, Matrixx maybe just kind of hoping that Hanosh just doesn't have access to another Exodia here.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see if Hanosh has anything good set face down, or if he has access to another one-card starter in the hand. Because Matrixx setting the Sangen summoning, setting these two other cards, does suggest that if the game goes to his next turn, can comfortably close that one out.
Actually, the way Matrixx did it here,
Four
genius.
face down.
It's genius what Matrixx did there, because really, the Exodia deck all evolves around gaining attack points in the battle phase for their boss monster, the Exodia Incarnate, that has just left the field. And guess what? When there is Transcendent on the field, you never get to that luxury. So it's really, really, really well thought through from Matrixx here.
Ooh.
No other chance than to put that monster into the defense position. Good thing now, though, for Hanosh, it cannot be turned into attack position now that easily anymore, because the Transcendent is already on the field. So that is at least some glimmer of hope, but also easily Matrixx can now, with having the chance to activate his field spell, the Sangen Summoning,
yeah, it does suggest to me the
again.
spell and traps are quite conditional in their activation, because now you have the spell and traps, because you have 5, you can't activate whatever you just drew from your hand, unless you can somehow remove one of them, and you don't want to remove the Macrocosmos or the Anti-Spell Fragrance, or you don't have an option to. And yeah, indeed, Hanosh had nowhere left to play the card he drew, and ultimately had nowhere left to go in this match. Loses 2-0 to the Tenpai Dragon Masterclass here.
What on earth? That seemed like such a perfect opening for the Exodia deck. And I think the one point where Hanosh could have had a chance to actually get the win, it was where in the battle phase, I think immediately he needed to activate the Exot Fires of Rage. If he does that right away and we do not get any special summoning or synchro summoning going, he does have it because he protects his Exodia and then next turn...
Branded!
Oh my, of course. And it is the matchup between the two giants. Nikki Boy and Abu Hamoud are playing against each other. I can tell you something, I hosted a Challenger Cup on Saturday and both of them were in top 4. They just keep on crushing the Challenger Cup competition and both with their kind of pad decks at the moment.
Tell me about Borrowload Furious Dragon, because it's not one that I see too often. These branded extra decks, they just get more and more fusion monsters every time I look at them.
Yeah, definitely one that usually is being played, but you don't see it that often as it cannot be summoned with Lubellion or Albion. And basically just saying, hey, target one card on both players' side of the field, destroy them both, which we saw there resolving from Abo. Now we're adding back Branded Fusion. That is turn 2. Branded Fusion, there is still a material on the Caesar, but it very much looks like the Caesar was negated by a Forbidden Drop. So Branded Fusion easily resolving. And that is, of course, all that Abo could ever dream of.
Albion, the Branded Dragon, in turn going to resolve on top of that and going to fusion summon another branded card from the extra deck here.
Do we go for Lubellion or do we go for the Mirror Jade right away? I would imagine Lubellion, but that would also, of course, mean that we'd have to discard the last card in hand. Okay, that could immediately be Mirror Jade, actually, because we use an extra deck monster, and it sure enough is Mirror Jade right away.
Well predicted there, Lampy. You are truly the branded duelist. Mirror Jade, the Iceblade Dragon, now coming out onto the field here. Really going to run interference here simply by virtue of clearing the field whenever it essentially wants. Bestial Lubellion going to reinforce.
Ooh.
And a big rock token going to reinforce that even further.
Yep, using the effect of Mirror Jade in response, though, to at least make sure that we get another fusion monster into the graveyard, and that is Titanic Clad being sent there. Doesn't really matter which monster we banish here, as all of those are going to leave the field eventually anyhow. Still, though, not too bad, because the Titanic Clad in the graveyard will then in the end phase be able to bring out either Fawn of Albus to get into another copy of Mirror Jade, or to just bring out the Quen.
Mirror Jade may be cool, but Nibiru rocks.
Yep, it rocks indeed. And it has been rocking all day long here for the Challenger Cup. Honestly, we've seen plenty of very impactful Nibirus. Actually, just in top 32, though, you had a match where the Nibiru just was used and it was rocking, but still afterwards they just put up 8,000 points of damage and it looked like it never mattered. So
actually, that was a Snake Eye Fiendsmith variant, and well, actually, I think the Primite cards does make me think that this is more Primite Fiendsmith, but still the Fiendsmith component is a key part of that strategy. So it could very well be the case here for Nikki Boy that he is able to extend further there.
End of
Bestial
main phase.
Druis Worm.
That is going to banish the Titanic Clad or the Albion from the graveyard, making sure that before we even reach the end phase, that these cards cannot be activated anymore. Deciding that the Albion is the scarier one of the two, and making sure to banish it. Or do we just have another Bestial here? That would be crazy. Nikki Boy is one of those people where I would expect him to have both of it, but no. We do head into the end phase, and there is now going to be the Titanic Clad activating.
Abu Hamid, of course, prominent branded duelist within the scene, has been so good in so many tournaments here, whereas Nikki Boy as well, really, really good across the board in terms of any kind of deck. You're looking at that icon as well, you know, did make it to the top, I think, 5 of our region in the last Duelist Cup in March. Just really, really powerful duelist. And actually, speaking of that power, just going to put a stop to any kind of attempt at getting back onto the field here for Abu Hamid.
Super interesting, because Abo decided to use the effect of Mirror Jade, or to resolve the Mirror Jade first to clear up the field, and then made himself vulnerable to the Gamma, because that obviously can only be used when there is no monsters on the side of Nikki Boy, and so it worked out perfect for that Nikki Boy. I mean, you can't really necessarily play around Gamma, as it is a card that is limited in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and therefore you can't really blame Abo, who usually is playing to a perfect degree. But there is another Primite Lordly Load, and I mean, the longer the game goes, you can keep on outgrinding your opponent. There's Primite Roar now. Things are looking good for Nikki Boy here.
Yeah,
Hanging out
Prime
with
Night Roar.
2000.
Do we have Dippity? Do we have Summon Skull? We have Dippity.
Dippity, indeed. I was seeing the win rate of Dippity. There you see it. Have you ever imagined a normal monster to have a win rate of more than 50%? That's kind of funny, isn't
With
it?
0 attack and
Yeah.
0 defense.
That is hilarious. I'm wondering what the win rate of Blue Eyes White Dragon actually is. Do you think it's even higher than that?
Probably
Possibly.
for a good while there.
Yeah. Ooh, branded banishment immediately though on the summon of the Dippity is going to give us the chance to bring back the Mirror Jade from the graveyard. Yes, we could be then fusion summoning with it, but I think Abo might just be happy enough to only get it back to the field and then use its effect to banish the Dippity right away. Yes, that is what we're planning here. Very, very cool. It's the exact same matchup that Josh and I played for our show match for the show yesterday. And in the end, it was branded in my hands winning, but there is the Norman summon of Ether Barrel. Nikki Boy ain't done yet. And this could now be the Primite Drill Beam that we're searching here.
Yep, the Ether Barrel
Ooh,
searching out the Lordly Load for a 3rd time, in fact, here. Just further insurance policy for next turn. If there is indeed a next turn, this Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, will do all it can to guarantee that for Abu Hamid. But conversely, Nikki Boy setting up for this turn, setting up for next turn, setting up so much that I doubt the top deck from the branded is going to be enough to pull this one back in favor of Abu Hamid.
It is not going to be easy. Also, it's hilarious
I
how
counted
we
on
finished.
Abu Hamid. I believed in Abu Hamid. I needed the branded deck to win today. I knew he would be the one.
I mean, yeah, it was a pretty safe bet to expect him to be the one then showing up to take it down for the branded community, basically. But it's funny how our main featured match is already done completely, and we're over now to Nikki Boy versus Abo, and they are still in game number 1, right? This is such a grindy and long-winded game 1, and therefore this is really where Yu-Gi-Oh! Is at its peak, where it's just going back and forth, and both players trying to really get a hold of the game, but it's still like shifting back and forth into both different directions. And I mean,
Nikki Boy about to go back and forth in and out of the extra deck here as Fiendsmith Sequence comes out. We can then see more Fiendsmith cards come out, and eventually we will climb into even more. Now, looking at the extra deck for a Fiend Fusion monster, presumably the Fiendsmith Lacrima could very well be one of the other options that have become more and more viable thanks to the release of that Lacrima main deck monster.
yep, and that is the extra deck Lacrima monster now, though. Fiendsmith Lacrima is going to be using its effect to bring back the Dippity that is banished, and that's a cool thing. It is going to add it back to the hand. It doesn't necessarily need to be a Fiendsmith card that we are recycling with Lacrima. It can be any kind of light fiend. And sometimes those Primite Fiendsmith lists, they struggle when their normal monsters are being banished, because the main selling point of them is that you get a normal monster and a light fiend every single turn. But when you stop that circle by banishing them, sometimes they do struggle. But Nikki Boy, as we see here, found a pretty nice way to work around that. It's interesting, though, that he decided to take it to the hand, because we did Norman summon the Ether Barrel, and therefore that Dippity is going to stay in the hand for the rest of the turn here, really. I expected them to just special summon it instead, but no, Nikki Boy had other plans.
Curious to see where Nikki Boy does indeed go from here. Still in a very commanding position. Access to 3 Lordly Loads. 2, of course, face up right now. 1 set face down, but 1 has already been activated this turn.
I'm calling it now. I think that was a misclick. I think that was a misclick by Nikki Boy, honestly. Because I think a pretty cool line here could be, okay, we just go into Typhon. I mean, that still works.
Super Starslayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis. Almost as happy as I was to say Super Ancient Deep Sea King Coelacanth.
Oh, yeah, it was close. Which one do you like more? Typhon? Or the Coelacanth?
Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. Regardless, looking pretty good for Nikki Boy here. Obviously now being able to deal with the Mirror Jade without too many cause for concern, given the fact that it was able to just be sent back to the extra deck rather than the graveyard.
Icarus, we wanted alternative artworks, and of course Abu Mahmoud is the one giving us those, because we have just triggered the graveyard effect of Alubur, the Jester of
He's got the icon, he's got the monster, he's got the field, he's got the polymerization going around it as well in honor of this fusion-based strategy, and he's got a way to hopefully deal with this Super Starslayer Typhon Sky Crisis. But right now, taking 1100, going to take a further 1200. How much more can Abu Hamid take, and how can Abu Hamid get back into this one with the branded deck? We've seen one card turn the game on its head for the branded strategy before. Is that this one card?
It is going to be tough as there still is the Primite Drill Beam set, and we do have a normal monster now in hand. Therefore, things are looking pretty for Nikki Boy, who can we can just use the Drill Beam on this, and then it would be good by Aluber. Is Nikki Boy agreeing? No, we let that resolve. Hold on. Not caring about this for the moment. Maybe just holding it for the card that is going to be searched here, and then just making sure that is the one that is leaving. Interesting. I thought we can just... I mean, there must be something else in the graveyard,
maybe. We can use the Lordly Load. No. I was just kidding because it was set face down instead of something else that could have been viable. Speaking of viable, though, here is the Aluber, the Jester of Despia. Now searching the deck for a spell or trap that could turn this game around. Branded Sword is one that's a little bit less common.
It is. And I mean... There gotta be something else in the graveyard.
He's got 60 cards. He needs
of course, there you go. Obviously. Otherwise, it would have been a no-brainer to just banish the Aluber there to stop that stuff. But of course, there is something else. Always something left in the branded graveyard. And Despian Strategy can now set back a branded spell trap card. I mean, usually...
Abo's deck looks pretty thin, so I assume that grass looks greener did resolve earlier as well. But... regardless, the graveyard is fully loaded and everything is looking good for the branded player, despite what was a pretty punishing turn from Nikki Boy.
Yeah, and I mean, we just don't even really need to do anything with the Drill Beam now. We just hold the Drill Beam for the branded banishment that has been set there, and then we should be good, honestly. But let's see, Nikki Boy's turn it is. We know about the branded banishment. We know the card in hand is a branded sword, therefore nothing that can really stop us. So I think Nikki Boy has all the information he needs here, and he just needs the cards to execute now, which should be somewhat easily available because there is another Lordly Load set, which is now activated.
Yeah, no disruption here from Abu Hamid. Branded sword set face down. I think we also added another branded trap to the hand, but didn't set it.
I think it is the branded sword in the hand and the branded banishment that is set.
Yes, exactly that. Rinbrum, the striking dragon, now in the graveyard, going to use its effect.
It's always like that graveyard is packed for Abo. We have been saying, hey, it might be over here because there is only one card he draws and it will immediately be answered, of course, with the Drill Beam. But Abo just has more and more tools all of a sudden coming out there. And there is now, of course, the special summon of Fallen of Albus. We use Fiends Within Paradise on it. That forces Nikki,
so we kept the branded spell or trap in the hand to use as discard fodder for the Fallen of Albaz that was eventually going to come out onto the field. Good presence of mind from Abu Hamid there. Good read on what could possibly happen. And it looks like that is possibly going to resolve. Do we have a response from Nikki Boy?
This is interesting now because Nikki Boy invested the effect of Fiends Within Paradise in the graveyard to go after the Fallen of Albus. But now, with allowing the Fallen of Albus to resolve, that's never going to do anything. The Fiends Within Paradise... I mean, oh wait, actually, it was well timed because now the Fiends Within Paradise is going to send the Desiree, and now that the Mirror Jade is on the field, we can go after the Mirror Jade. So maybe that was quite nice from Nikki Boy, actually. Let's see. Is
both
it the
of these duelists really knowing the ins and outs of their decks, and Nikki Boy, you know, mainstay of the Challenger Cup scene, definitely knows the ins and outs of the branded strategy, especially when facing off against it.
These two guys, they probably have played somewhere around 100 times against the other already. Ooh, it's not the Desiree, though, that we send. Either meaning we have already gone for the Desiree, or just meaning we rather value the Engraver right now, and we have sent that Engraver to the graveyard. Now Fiends with Requiem being summoned.
Abu Hamid rocking the Albion the Sanctifier Dragon sleeves versus the card protector of the Runic Fountain for Nikki Boy there. Nikki Boy, of course, Runic Fountain. Joshua Schmidt was here earlier. I know who Josh is rooting for in this match, at least.
When it comes down to the sleeves, for sure, I would agree. Okay, we equip now the sequence to the Engraver. Definitely signaling here that we're trying to use the effect of Engraver to go after the Mirror Jade. And I think we're so careful here overall with our Primite Drill Beam. And we're just definitely be holding it for the set branded banishment. And I agree because that is the most scariest card to face there. And that now sending the Albion is a card that is only going to generate value in the end phase for Abu Hamid. So if Nikki Boy is able to do enough stuff now until the end phase, already in the main phase and in the battle phase when after, of course, he will be the one taking it down this turn.
Both of these duelists trading back and forth, but Nikki Boy saying, look, I'm not ready to pass back to you just yet. Fiendsmith Engraver in the graveyard, going to use its effect to special summon itself back. Do we have anything else now coming out to further extend on this combo and actually delve back into the extra deck for this Fiendsmith deck?
Ooh, just the battle phase, interestingly enough, attacking over the Alubers, so we do not have the resources. And now, as I just explained, it was nice that it would only happen in the end phase, but now that we are in the end phase, of course, the value that is being generated with the Albion is massive, because now at this point, we set one card, or even search one card with the Albion, that could be stopped with the Drill Beam, but that means that the branded banishment that is set there can be activated and resolved without a response.
I think Emra once told me that the end phase is just Branded's main phase 3.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty much. Definitely common consent that is the case. Sometimes they definitely do more in the end phase than in any other of their main phases. And now the Branded Sword discarded on the opponent's turn, putting in the work to add back the Fallen of Albaz from the banishment now too.
Yep, Fallen of Albaz, of course, with that extra card off of the draw phase being added to the hand, can indeed resolve its effect when it's summoned here. We do have the potential of disruption from that Drill Beam, but Branded in high spirits. Now, Abu Hamid has enough resources that one disruption is not enough to stop him. He's basically just daring Nikki Boy to use something, to use that Drill Beam to disrupt something, and then full commit through it. The Branded deck has too many resources now.
It is really pure beauty watching Abo play this Branded deck. You would have ruled him out plenty of times in this game already, but still he finds his way back into it. Springen's kit now. Of course, there's a fusion monster mentioning Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard. Therefore, we can special summon out this Springen's kit. That is good, though, from Nikki's side, because that means we do not have to use our Drill Beam. We now know last card in hand for Nikki Boy is the Dippity. So we have Drill Beam plus Dippity, which we can reveal for the Drill Beam. Does Abo still have a way to play around this now, though? I think that should be the Fallen of Albaz in hand. So we can normal Fallen of Albaz, but that's just not enough.
No discard for the Fallen of Albaz, though, is the big thing here.
Yeah, usually you... Oh, it is the Mercurier instead.
Oh,
okay.
Yes. So we traded out the
True. We discarded
Fallen of Albaz for the Springen's kit. That makes sense. Tri-Brigade Mercurier also makes sense here, connecting for 800, but more importantly, having that extra effect to protect something that mentions Fallen of Albaz.
That is going to be Anaconda, I'm pretty sure. And now we're in that awkward spot where we do not want the Predator Plant Verta Anaconda to resolve, but we also do not want the Branded Banishment to resolve. So Nikki Boy will have to decide here, sending Fusion Deployment. Is that worth using the Drill Beam on?
Fusion Deployment will, of course, then in turn access the Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous, which then bridges into Gronkignol the Dusk Dragon, and that functions as a foolish burial for this deck. And there is the alternate artwork, Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous, the face of the New Frontier secret pack, new to Master Duel as of yesterday.
Indeed. Now in the end phase, searching another copy of Fusion Deployment with the graveyard effect there of another fusion monster. And can Nikki Boy turn it around? No. Good thing for him here, he only has to overcome the remaining 700 life points of Abo. So, and there is the 500 attack point strong.
Is the Lacrima burn 600 or 800?
It's 1200 even.
Oh.
So if we get to that, that will be the easiest solution for sure. But do we get to that is the question. Normal summon Aether Barrel first of all. Looks like we have used up all the targets for it because we do not even search anything anymore. I mean, you see it's free Lordly Load and we know there's a Drill Beam set as well. So no surprise really. And we use the Drill Beam now finally, revealing another Aether Barrel. So again, every card known here on the side of Nikki Boy. There is Dippity and there is the Aether Barrel in hand. Oh my, what a
Having
game is
this committed from Nikki Boy, what opportunities does that open up for Abu Hamid? It opens up the Branded Banishment here.
Exactly that. Nikki Boy. Oh, it is DD Crow.
DD Crow now going to banish something from the graveyard.
I thought it was still Vidipity, but it was never, and this is so huge because that means now the Khadija is leaving the field, the Anaconda is going to stay, and we can just attack over the Anaconda to make the game. And Abo, of course, realizes that right away, and what a freaking game one that was between these two duelists. This is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is all about, playing it out to the finest tune and really then making the perfect decision turn by turn, and then in the end taking it like that.
Amazingly well played by both of those duelists. It was back and forth. It was neck and neck, deck and deck. But ultimately, the branded strategy did fall short compared to that Fiend Smith Primite. The drill beam threat constantly coming through from Nikki Boy there was enough to weather the storm and just totally shut down this sequence of plays from Abu Hamid.
That was more than half an hour of pure gameplay for just one game there.
Ooh.
Obviously meaning that they are now in a kind of a time struggle as well, because they have 13 minutes remaining for possibly 2 games. I mean, best case scenario for Nikki is only 1 game and then he can be chill already with it. But that is usually not how it is. That was one of the definitely longest games we've seen in a while in the Challenger Cup. But we're with the quickness right away into the second game. And Abo, of course, does what he always does. He is going to start with his branded deck again. And that is Blazing Khadija. Oh,
and
look
there's
at this.
Aluba, the
Wow.
Jester of Despia, alongside it.
Give him the win, honestly. Using 2 alternative odds from a pack that has just yesterday released, even the chances of getting them so quickly are pretty low, so I feel like he deserves a win at this point, to be honest. And there is the branded fusion,
Do we
but
have
it does
disruption?
get
We
answered.
do. The classic Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in response to the branded fusion.
Another alternative artwork, by the way, where we're just collecting alternative odds here, basically,
Nice.
in this game. But it will negate the branded fusion.
You too can collect alternative artwork thanks to New Frontier, available.
Oh, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit meeting the effect of the Khadija here, and that can sometimes entirely shut down a turn of a branded player. But can it also shut down Abo? No, he has another material to fuse in hand, and it is a Tri-Brigade Mercurius, so that did not even really hurt Abo. Ooh, we go into Masquerade,
the
though.
Blazing Dragon, going to force Nikki Boy to pay small tax of life points every time there's an activation of a card.
I don't know whether that was the card that Abo wanted there, though. I think with the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, Nikki Boy kind of forced Abo into that Masquerade because there was no other way to fusion summon anymore, and we already activated the effect of the Khadija, of course. And therefore, yes, it is annoying to pay life points so often, but is it annoying enough? Because it's not a
I saw
real
someone
interruption.
refer to this as 60-card Fiend Solitaire.
I mean, it kind of is.
I didn't get it until I saw that Masquerade is a Fiend.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It absolutely is.
Well, Bestial Druisworm is a dragon, and it looks to be resolving this time around.
It does. Honestly, on the field that Abo is using, it kind of seems like Masquerade has link arrows left and right. You see what I mean with the branded field? Like, it obviously not a link monster, and there is not many link monsters in the deck. Normal summons the effect
I think the only
here.
link monster is Verte Anaconda because you get locked to fusions so often.
Totally.
One of the branded continuous spells or spells upon resolution locks you to fusion as well.
Yeah,
And I
branded
think-
fusion as well does, yeah. Absolutely. And now there is the normal summon of effect Veiler, and that Bestial Druisworm, super handy answer to the Masquerade because you can just link it off. Best case scenario, probably just simply into a Moon of the Closed Heaven to access our Fiendsmith part of the deck, and then the Masquerade will be gone. Or possibly, if we play something like Nightmare Phoenix, we could also go into that to also go after the set card here, of course, but no.
Moon of the Closed Heaven now just going to come out to open up the Fiend Smith sequence of plays.
Oh, Fusion Duplication, though. That's the perfect card to have when your branded fusion was met with Ash Blossom, because that basically just means we are resolving branded fusion on our opponent's turn by copying the effect of it. And the best thing about this is you can Ash Blossom the branded fusion. You cannot Ash Blossom the Fusion Duplication, though, as it is only copying the effect and not really saying on its own that it's sending cards from the deck. So that is nothing that Nikki Boy can stop here right now, and we are fusing with the Masquerade on the field into Mirror Jade.
Yep, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, now coming out here. It's as good a start as any for this branded deck.
You can never rule out Abo, really. Masquerade now also being chained in the graveyard, making sure that it comes back to the field. Your opponent does not have to pay life points now anymore, as Masquerade needs to be fusion summoned to get that life points damage in. Still though, getting it back here can't hurt, of course.
Yeah, basically 2,500 points of deterrence here. And it will be Nikki Boy passing the turn. The Albion, the branded dragon, going to add a spell or trap from the graveyard to the hand here for Abu Hamid. Branded in white, going to start off another sequence of fusion summon plays. 3 cards in hand for the branded duelist. 3 is all he needs to close this one out. 6,800 points of life for Nikki Boy here. Abu Hamid, I think he has a pretty good chance of doing it.
I do think so as well. And I mean, as long as that first game out of the best of 3 took, this second game looks like it might be making up for that by being so quick, as this is very certainly the last turn of the game. Possibly we want to try to play around a Bestial maybe. Yeah, can't hurt to maybe get another strong monster onto the field to just make sure that even through a Bestial we would be able to secure the game win here this turn. But let's see how Abo is trying to do that. Oh, I mean, that also works. Just adding back the Mercurier makes sure that if a Bestial is activated, we can just negate it with the Mercurier now, so that looks marvelous.
Yep, Ridden from the Striking Dragon, joining both Masquerade and Mirror Jade there to look to close this one out. The Mercurier, as you mentioned, is insurance policy. It will prevent an effect from being activated while you control that fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz, and Abu Hamid controlling 3 fusion monsters that mention Fusion of Albaz. Fallen of Albaz is able to close that one out and even out our series here. 1-1 between Abu Hamid, the branded king.
Let's call him the king, yeah, for sure. He definitely...
and Nikki Boy, who didn't quite find as much success on the Fiendsmith this time around.
Not this time around. Maybe it's time for him to go back to the 10-by deck, because you mentioned he was so successful in the latest Duelist Cup, where he made the 3rd place finish with the 10-by deck.
Wow, yes. I remember top 5, but yeah, no, third is...
It was impressive, really. Yeah. He put up such a show with his 10-by Dragon deck. Also just exclusively playing 10-by Dragons there. Not touching any other deck. So maybe it is time again for the 10-by Dragons. I haven't seen him play the deck in a while. Maybe for today it is the time again. It would be a way to have a short game for sure. And we need somewhat of a short game here.
Going first, so I doubt that it will be the 10-by Dragon. And I mean, I guess we'll see.
I mean, you gotta say... If you're playing a Fiendsmith deck, and we saw Nikki Boy is playing Fiendsmith decks, and that is clearly another one of those, having the option to go for Fiendsmith Lacrima to deal 1,200 points of damage when, looking at the timer, we have 6.5 minutes remaining, that feels so strong, that feels so good to just get ahead in life points quickly. But we set a Lord Reload now, first of all, with the Aether Barrel. Abo, is that
as good a start as any for the Primite aspect of this Fiendsmith build, and it will be Lordly Load now resolving. Do we have any kind of disruption from the branded deck?
Nope, and Primite Drill Beam is added to the hand. That is huge. Fiendsmith Tract, of course, was added just before that. This is looking like Nikki Boy has the perfect start that he was hoping for.
Yup, Lurie going to be sent off of the effect of the Tract, will then special summon itself back, and we now have access to the extra deck here. Abu Hamid, you need at least one card starter. You have at least one Bestial in hand to run interference here. Saranir going to banish that Lurie and stop it from being summoned back.
That's huge, because if Nikki Boy now doesn't have another way to get Light Fiends onto the field, this means we have successfully stopped access to the Lacrima. Drill Beam immediately being used, revealing another copy of Aether Barrel, though, meaning that card in hand there for Nikki Boy is none that they can do too much with this turn or on the opponent's turn. Is there anything else? Resetting the Drill Beam. Of course, you use it there because you get it back for free, but it seems like maybe there's nothing else that Nikki Boy can do. We can at least use the effect of Lordly Load to special summon from the deck, but to what is that going to lead? Because when we activate Lordly Load...
Summon Skull.
Yeah, you can go to Summon Skull, sure.
I don't think he's running Summon Skull. I think it's more of the Dippity.
Yeah, maybe both. Some decks do run both, but surely Dippity, as we have seen it before. And Nikki Boy is thinking about it now. Not sure himself. Yep, we have to activate the effect of Lordly Load. The thing, though, is we can therefore not activate the effects of special summon monsters on the field for the rest of the turn. Fiendsmith Tract, though, can fusion summon with its effect in the graveyard. We can therefore now, with the Lacrima, have access the Fiendsmith Lacrima, and that's the thing. We don't need necessarily to use the effect on the field to bring something back, because instead, we only want the graveyard effect to get that life points damage in. And I think now, with using the effect of Fiendsmith Engraver, we can even make sure to access that DDD wave hiking Caesar, and then on the opponent's turn, the burning part would be happening.
Yep. And it looks like Nikki Boy now tributing off the Ether Barrel. So going to send a normal monster, another copy of Dipty, or rather the same copy of Dipty, it got shuffled back.
Indeed it was. Interesting to see that. I'm wondering what the logic behind that is. I think maybe just making sure that there is not that low attack point monster on the field which could get attacked over so easily. So somewhat understandable. And I mean, you're getting the Ether Barrel back on the next turn. And yeah, we go into Wallow here. That is an interesting decision. Founder of the Drudge Dragons. And that is a good card because it's basically DD Crow, but just as a rank 6. You earlier on said...
Thank you for pointing that out, because I confidently can say I have never seen that card before.
Yeah, but you earlier on said, very rightfully so, that now with Beatrice not available anymore, you got to explore different rank 6 options, and Wallow is one of those that definitely is worth exploring. It's also one that is very vulnerable, though, to fusion deployment into the Fallen of Albus. That forces us pretty much to just use the Drill Beam here, or maybe an effect Veiler we have in the hand? Question mark. This is a rough card to face there right away. And I mean, the other option would have been to just simply go into, of course, the DDD wave hiking Caesar. And that, of course, could have stopped the fusion deployment, but we instead decided on Wallow. Oh, Nikki Boy, I think we have to use the Drill Beam, and there it is. Drill Beam on the Fallen of Albus. Ay. Any response from Abo? To give you guys an update on the timer, we are now on 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, so it will once again be coming down to the very last second of this match. But who is going to be the victor? So far, life points equal. Yeah. Blazing Cartesia is in the hand, though, and as there is now the Fallen of Albus in the graveyard, we can special summon it out too. That's very good. Wallow, though, in response.
Yep.
Oh, making sure to set, I think, the...
Fallen of Albus.
Or in that case, the card that is Fallen of Albus in the graveyard, trying to set that Albion the Shrouded Dragon there.
Yep.
That is... So basically, Wallow can do two things, depending on how many materials you attach. So either for one material, you just banish something, or for two materials, you can special summon it from your opponent's graveyard. And I think at this point, Nikki Boy just feels confident enough with another monster in defense position that he can get over the remaining 1 minute and 20 seconds, being ahead due to the life points burn of the Lacrima. But that ain't happening, as there is Call by the Grave for Abo. And this, right now, basically means Abo has time. He's not behind on life points. 1 minute remaining on the timer, but due to the fact that Called by negated the Lacrima there, this is how he has a way to just... If his last card in hand, and the last card in hand is Albion the Shrouded Dragon.
That is another Fallen of Albaz, as it were, because of the way this card is treated.
Wow.
Now, with Fallen of Albaz available, it does mean that Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous is available to fuse as well, and it means that we have access to the extra deck for the branded strategy.
Yeah, so we are chaining the effect of Blazing Cartesia. So we got the cost from Albion the Shrouded Dragon, and then we do not want the rest of the effect to resolve. That would basically be put it back into the deck and draw another card. But we're happy with the Shrouded Dragon to be fusion summoned with the Cartesia here. And we already got the good part about sending one card as cost, which was the Branded Sword. And yeah, I think some people in chat at home might also be calling this the Abu Hamud special. Having that Call by the Grave there, saving him, not having him to worry about the time aspect here too much anymore. As I can tell you, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is currently timeout right at this very moment, but the life points are still even, and therefore we have to play on, and we will play on until life points are changing into one direction or the other. But for the moment, very much looking like it might be the direction positive and victorious for Abu Hamud.
Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous going to fusion summon here.
The cool thing here is we could even be using the Fallen of Albus that we have just added back with the Branded Sword as well. But still, We could also just use the Albion too. Let's see what direction Abo wants to go with. It's crazy how he always gets himself out of those situations. It's really like in those game frees, it is just the Abo Hamoud special where he just gets the most absurd combination of cards, or sometimes also just the most insane plays that just he would be able to do, and then still out of a situation where you would never ever expect him to win, still goes on and wins it. And now we did use the Fallen of Albus, so we can resolve the effect of Albion the Shrouded Dragon completely. Therefore, we got one fresh and new card there.
Do we get Masquerade?
We could go for Masquerade as well.
And then dare Nikki Boy to try and do something.
Yeah, that would be kind of funny indeed. We can also just probably go for the Mirrorjade though, making sure that that would be our avenue to just attacking for enough damage here this turn. But we shall see. DD Crow is being used, and I'm sure that is going to be used on the Fallen of Albus in the graveyard, I would imagine, to possibly shut off Abu Hamoud from going into a Mirrorjade there. Yep, Fallen of Albus gone. Do we have a way to complete this fusion summon? It does look like we have, because the card is still resolving using Albion, using Cartesia. I feel like that's probably Grand Guignol, yeah? That's not the card we wanted to go into, I'm pretty sure. But it could still be a card that is good enough to get us there, I feel like.
Yep. Grand Guignol, Dust Dragon, of course, going to send a level 6 or higher light or dark monster from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard.
Yeah, most prominently that would be Bestial Sarunir, as then Bestial Sarunir could just be sending some kind of branded spell trap card to the graveyard as well. It could also be, if Abo expects this game to go on longer, it could be an extra deck card too, like Titaniclad, which then gives us more safety and more playability on the opponent's turn.
Rindbrum, the Striking Dragon, is Earth. It's not light or dark, right? So it wouldn't work.
I'm not entirely sure, actually, whether Rindbrum is Earth. It might be an applicable card. And it is the Titaniclad, though, which we do decide to send there. So that is a card that only activates in the end phase, pretty much signalizing that Abo does not think he can do it here this turn, but he feels confident enough to then outgrind his opponent on the opponent's turn. In the end phase, we are not only Emrakos with the main phase free of the branded deck, and that Titaniclad can either summon out Fallen of Albus or Quem or Cartesia. I think in this situation, it might be the Fallen of Albus immediately to fuse with the Wallow from the opponent to finally get access to the Mirrorjade. It might be something else too, though. Abu Hamoud, of course, the only one knowing the answer to this. The best branded player in all of Europe. The one that consistently shows up with this deck and that rules competition after competition, Challenger Cup after Challenger Cup with this very deck. There was a time where he was playing some other decks, where he was trying out some other meta decks, but then at some point, he just got back to playing the branded deck, and he just usually submits 2 different branded decks, and now we keep on playing in the end phase. Surges the branded and high spirits, activates it by revealing the Fallen of Albus. We surged, and we keep on going, sending Albion now to the graveyard as well, which therefore will also be activating exactly there. And that is the Mercurier.
Yep, so extra insurance against anything that Nikki Boy tries to do.
And now the Albion. The thing though is, it's not insurance just yet, because Grand Guignol does not list Fallen of Albus on itself as a fusion material, so we are relying on that card, that Albion, that Branded and Red that we're setting now with the Albion. We are relying on that to resolve, to get us basically to a Mirrorjade, for example, and therefore I would not be surprised if Abo just in the draw phase now wants to make sure that that is the case, but no, instead we do allow Nikki Boy to head on over to the battle phase instead. And also noteworthy, did we summon twice from the extra deck in Abo's turn? We had the Grand Guignol, but that was the only extra deck card we summoned, right? So Typhon, I don't think is available to them.
How did we
Oh wait, there was the Albion. Albion was there as well. So Typhon, a card we have to worry about here, because that does not only deal with a monster on the opponent's side of the field, but it also prevents cards such as, of course, the Mirrorjade from activating in case they do get summoned. Now though, first of all, the Fiendsmith Engraver returning to the field. And is there a Requiem in the graveyard as well, which we could be equipping the Fiendsmith Engraver with now? You gotta always expect that. They're really making this top 60 match worth it, right? Like going overtime, basically providing us with extra content here for this top 60 match. And there's the Ash Blossom
and Joyous Spring now into the branded deck. Tale as old as time. Do we have anything else to answer this from Abu Hamid?
That was used there on the effect of Grand Guignol. We know the last set card is branded in red, and I'm not sure whether we know the last... Oh wait, we know the last card in hand is Mercurier. So we would need to now, if we want to fuse with the branded in red, we need to use the Mercurier as a material as well. Meaning, by using that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, we have secured that that is not enough. And therefore, we do have, in the end, Nikki Boy in the duel between friends, but also, of course, high-level competitors advancing, winning, and being the one moving on to top 16 there. Top 8 even.
Top 8 indeed. Nikki Boy is able to take down Abu Hamid there. The branded deck was not enough to clinch that top 8 finish.
Barely though.
And with that dedicated Fiend Smith strategy, it is Nikki Boy able to advance there into a very competitive top 8.
Absolutely so. And of course, speaking of top 8, that was such a long match. So
the
obviously
35-minute game 1.
And then going 5 minutes into the overtime as well. Top 8 is going to come up very, very shortly. And therefore, we're going to go on a quick break. And then we will see you right back with that set top 8.
And welcome back, duelists, after a long and exciting match there in the top 16, showcasing the not only the power but also the resilience of the branded deck. It really, even if it goes down, it does not go down easy. But it is ultimately going to be Nikki Boy moving on into the top 8 here, eliminating the brand there. And we are about to begin with just that top 8, but that was certainly a match there. I was watching it behind the scenes, and that was crazy.
It truly never gets old in every aspect possible, right? Both for the branded deck, but also just for Nikki Boy and Abo being just perfect at the decks that they play, and it's such a pure joy to have the pleasure to watch them. And I would not be surprised at all if we get to see Nikki Boy again in the finals, because that is usually where he feels the most comfortable and where you find him at the end. And therefore, he's one one of the last 8 remaining people. I'm still waiting for my Memento deck, though.
You are, yeah. We waited a long time for the branded deck. Ibris manifested it into existence there.
So now the Memento deck. I'm manifesting
you manifesting
it as well.
Memento. All right, I'm down. I would like to see Memento. I said it earlier. I think it is one of the decks that I'm looking forward to, and we'll see if we find it here.
Okay. I think 2 players we haven't seen so far. That does not scream Memento to me because you usually do not have access to those bestial packages. Oh, and we do not have access to anything.
That screams bestial control, like Fiendsmith control to me.
Yeah.
That sometimes you don't draw the Fiendsmith card, you just use Lubellion and you pass the turn.
Come on, Sneakers. Oh, that is not what I expected.
Okay, hold up.
Sure.
Hold up there. A Speedroid Terratop. What do they mean by this?
I think we're about to have a big Gabonga here, maybe?
Really?
Goblin Bikers? That would be something I could imagine, because is there anything else in the format right now that is relying on those two cards here?
I mean, when I see the Speedroids, I'm always thinking like some Isold MX Saber Invoker type strategy. Or,
Fair.
Or what if it is, hasn't the Goblin Biker deck sometimes been paired with Memento as well? Isn't that an option?
Yeah,
Because
true.
technically, I'm pretty sure a rank 3 can start off your Memento comp. Okay.
None of that though! Josh, we have Argo Stars in top 8. What is happening here?
And we didn't really mention it at all, because even though it is a newer archetype, it is definitely not very common to see this deck.
Lovely Sneakers, thanks for bringing it. That is an effect Veiler, though, immediately on the Glorious Ardra.
And you gotta wonder, do you think that's maybe a little bit of a sequencing misstep there with the Speedroids? We could have maybe baited out that effect Veiler before committing our normal summon there.
Possibly. Oh, and it is the MX Saber
It is Invoker. Yeah, it is Invoker, because the Argo Stars starter, the one we see right there, the Glorious Ardra, actually is a warrior monster, and the deck really wants access to it. The fun part here is that this is actually not an effect that is... Well, it has an effect that happens on summon, but the main part of that card's effect happens when you banish it.
And there we go.
The effect Veiler had to be used there before they used the effect, so they actually hadn't gone through that once per turn ability yet, so they will still be able to set up the Lightning TDO, I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce that, but and the Swift Campaign here in the Spell Trap Zone. So are you familiar with the Argo Stars, or should I walk you through it?
Oh, please. I mean, I'm somewhat familiar with it, but definitely make sure to, even for the people at home, to walk us through it a little further and tell us what it's all about. Lovely to see the Silhouette Rabbit here, by the way. I'm enjoying that card a lot
That
as well.
is a very fun card in that deck as well. And the whole gimmick of Argo Stars is that it's an archetype that revolves around trap monsters, basically, that summon themselves out from the Spell and Trap Zone. And they have this unique ability where they summon themselves out as a monster, and then as a monster, they all have the effect to basically jump back into the Spell and Trap Zone. And they always generate, or like based on other effects, they generate advantage while doing that. So it's always like you use the effect, you hop out the Spell Trap Zone, and then you go back in, and you can do that like little dance every turn.
Such a fun concept, honestly.
Like the one we just saw them summon there is you discard a card, you summon it from the Spell Trap Zone, then you get to add an Argo Stars card from your deck to your hand.
Which we did with the Field Spell,
Exactly, and then you can just do that turn after turn after turn. And the Field Spell is one of the cards that benefits the deck for just doing this whole thing, because every time you do so, you get to inflict damage to your opponent.
Yeah, 500 points of damage indeed.
And you also get to negate face-up cards on the field every time you use, I think it's a trap monster effect.
Ooh, okay. So now with all of that heading into the battle phase, and Chaos Slime is going to protect themselves a little bit here, at least, with the Bestial Magnamut being used.
That is currently bigger than all the monsters on the field for Argo Stars here, so that Magnamut might just stick around. We're going to use the Swift Campaign here to go back into the Spell Trap Zone. I believe this is meant to trigger the Field Spell here.
The thing, though, is, as Sneakers being the turn player, does that even work out in the way?
I do think you're right, because this is basically once per chain, if a continuous trap activates its effect in the Monster Zone, I think, you get to negate a monster on your opponent's field, which is very powerful on your opponent's turn. But here, you are right, the way the turn player order works here for the trigger effects, it's going to be Chainlink 1 Home Stadium, Chainlink 2 Magnamut, so the Magnamut still has successfully resolved here. So Chaos Slime will be able to add a Bestial, or another Dragon, rather, from their deck to their hand in the end phase here.
I'm still so excited. I didn't see Argo Stars coming. Honestly, there were a couple of under-the-radar decks that I could have seen making it into top 8, but Argo Stars being the one actually event to pull through.
It's funny because I've definitely heard of Invoker being a starter for Argo Stars before.
Okay.
And even though I knew that, I still wasn't expecting Argo Stars. Because even then, I could still think of other stuff that I thought was more likely. But here we are. This Lubellion, for example, is something you could easily negate with the home stadium. Because if you use an effect here, go back into the spell trap zone, or just summon out the Statue of Anguish pattern, you might be able to use the Argo Stars home stadium to negate the Lubellion, or you could also just destroy it with the effect of the Statue of Anguish pattern if you have another thingy.
Don't you think that's a little preemptive here? Because honestly, I felt like when Chaos Slime summoned out the Bestial Lubellion there, like, let him activate the card from the deck, because then you're just going to summon out the first trap card, and then Silhouette Rabbit actually is a quite convenient way to deal with spells and trap cards from your opponent. And now we kind of already used all of our trap card interactions there, which feels so early and like such a commitment early on in the turn.
That is a fair point. That is definitely something that they could have done, play around with the Silhouette Rabbit ability to destroy spell and trap cards. However, I don't know how threatened you feel here by Chaos Slime, because you saw their hand didn't really have that much to do on the first turn.
Yeah.
They've added a Primite Ether Barrel to it at this point, so they will be able to do some stuff here, but we'll see. It also, I mean, we will have to see what other cards they have in their back row. If there's more trap monsters that they can summon over there, then the Statue of Anguish pattern will still have more stuff to do. Also, here's the thing. They might be saving that Silhouette Rabbit for the Lordly Load.
Oh, they have not, though.
No, they didn't.
That's interesting. And honestly, at this point, it feels... Oh, Dominus Purge is a good card to answer with, but is there a trap card in the graveyard?
Not yet, I don't think.
I don't think so either. So that Lordly Load is going to stay on the field there.
That's annoying, because they still get to like call a normal monster every turn and bring it out.
Very much so. And I mean, honestly, Lordly Load is such a high-value card. I think if there would be another trap monster, surely we would have brought it out.
I think so too. I agree. After the Ether Barrel has set the Lordly Load, you probably would have destroyed it.
All right, so Sneakers maybe really a little too excited to get all of his trap monsters onto the field there, and could have played it a little safer, but no, we go into Moon of the Closed Heaven now, chaining Lightning Tido there.
Targeting the Lightning Tido, which is the one that can go back into the spell trap zone here. So it can actually dodge this.
To be fair, what would have been the other options? They can't target the Statue of Anguish pattern, annoyingly enough, because
I'm thinking just bouncing the Silhouette Rabbit maybe, but... Okay, here's the cool thing. The home stadium just negated the Lordly Load.
True, yeah. Very much.
Which is cool. And here's the thing. This is another monster that is back into the spell trap zone now.
Wait.
Jumps out, triggers the Statue of Anguish pattern again.
That's not once per turn.
On Anguish pattern?
No, on the trap to come out of the spell trap zone. Or was it
It is,
not?
but it was there at the start of the turn already. It was on the field zone, and so it jumped back, and now it jumps back out.
Okay, yeah. So now we actually finally get like big time value out of both the Silhouette Rabbit and the Statue of Anguish pattern.
Yeah.
And this looks a lot nicer now for Sneakers. And bye-bye to both cards there. Chaos Slime, any way to get back into this? Or is really game one of top 8 going to be won by Argo Stars? That's a good card to follow things up with, though. And
that's a good draw for turn as well. They didn't have that on the first turn, but they found it here. Fabled Lurry going to be the discard, and that is going to open up the possibility for the entire Fiendsmith line, depending on what those last cards are here. There's one more set and one more card in hand.
I mean, we shall be reminded, they actually discarded Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on their turn to make one of those special summons. So I would have expected there to be another copy or a card that is even more high impact than the Ash Blossom, to be fair.
Well, the card in hand we actually know, because it was, I think it's the Lightning Tido that added an Argo Stars card.
Oh, yeah, you're right. True. Okay.
But the set card is still like the question mark.
Tido getting right back into the spell trap zone now.
So that part of those effects is not hard once per turn. Like it says once per turn on the card, but if you put it once in the spell trap zone and summon it back out, it is treated as a new monster, so it is still able to do that.
All right, now using the effect of Home Stadium, negating the Engraver there. This is all not looking too bad for Sneakers. Such a unique deck, a deck you wouldn't necessarily expect, but here still in Challenger Cup competition.
Top 8 as well.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not just like someone was spectating at the start of the tournament. They've gone through a bunch of rounds at this point, and are apparently willing to play this deck just like blind in game one. And they've there all the way here in top 8, which is pretty impressive.
Totally is. We go into Necroca Princess now with the Engraver and the Requiem. What's the last card in hand? Is there something cool we can even discard now? Maybe a Lubellion or something like that would be huge here. Because that would both at the same... Oh, we have not even used Engraver's Graveyard.
We have not used Engraver yet. This is the first time we're actually getting into the Fiendsmith engine through the Lurry. And this means we are going to have 2 level 6 monsters on the board. Ready to go.
This would be so anticlimactic here after such a big turn from the Argo Stars deck when on the first turn Chaos Slime just literally did almost nothing and then them still being able to come back. That would be crazy.
I think this has been a good back and forth so far, and I can still see both of these duelists come out on top here because I can very well see it depends a lot on that last set card here for the Argo Star deck that we don't know yet, and if that's a good one that can answer this rank 6 monster, it'd be a good one.
I mean, just imagine, Josh, you have been playing those Fiendsmith control decks a lot. Is there space for Zeus in your extra deck by any chance?
There is, yeah.
There
Usually
is.
you have it.
Okay. So, okay, we're going to negate that Caesar now there.
Yeah, with the home stadium.
Home stadium. Is home stadium a permanent negation?
That is until the end of the turn, I'm pretty sure.
Fair enough.
But, we're doing it for good reason, of course, because that last set card is Apophis the Swamp Deity, which is going to be able to summon itself out and then trigger the Statue of Anguish pattern one more time. Of course, we had to negate the Caesar beforehand because that could have stopped that card.
How did we hold that for so long? Such beautiful execution by Sneakers.
I would have been super tempted to just stop the Fiendsmith track with that.
And he does win with that very, very cautious execution there. Game number 1 going to Sneakers on Argo Stars, man. That is nice. He probably, like, they really were holding back for that deck just for a special Challenger Cup. And today, with that Road to World Challenger Cup, they were like, okay, it's time to unleash the Argo Stars powers.
And that makes me particularly happy here because that means that even if they lose the second game, they're going to be able to go first in the third game, which makes, I mean, if you're playing Argo Stars, you can go first. Yeah. It's probably the deck you play, right? So I think the chances are that we're going to see that deck again at some point, unless they just like play another deck in game 2 that wins going second. But pretty impressive showing so far, I think, for the Argo Stars deck there. Of course, the luck was a little bit on their side in that game because they went second, and the opponent.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, of course. Especially when you're playing some of these more rogue strategies, you deserve a little bit of luck every now and then. So we did see the opponent just not. I mean, to be fair, the opponent's hand wasn't bad. It just wasn't like aggressive on the first turn. It was just like Lubellion, Surge Magnamood, have some high quality cards in hand for the next turn. But
and now, second game, and we get to see punk cards as well. Is this my birthday, getting all of those pet bags from myself? I love Argo Stars.
Yeah, okay. Now Argo Stars is now your pet deck.
I mean, it's a trap card deck. I love trap cards. You know I love the Apophis the Swamp Deity, and therefore I'm definitely excited. And punk cards for sure I have a very special relationship to, and it does bait out the effect Veiler now on the no punk. They are mean. I'm not even mad anymore that we haven't seen Memento yet because I got that in exchange.
I mean, this top 8 has been an absolute treat so far.
Oh, emergency teleport. Hold on, how many punk cards are we playing? Oh, we're not going to see it here because Ash Blossom and Joy Spring shutting down this as well.
I had a game last week against Punk where I ashed one emergency teleport. I used Dominus Impulse on a second emergency teleport, and they just had the third emergency teleport.
Of course. Sneakers. Josh, please. Is this Argo Stars gaming on back-to-back games? Does Sneakers just play? I'm going to play it every single game? Oh, no, it's not.
Maybe Fiendsmith Argo Stars.
Okay. I mean, I'm not that kind of an Argo Stars expert, so I couldn't tell you whether it makes sense to mix it up.
Off the top of my head right now, I cannot figure out a way how the Fiendsmith cards get you to the Argo Stars cards, because I don't think Fiendsmith can get you a rank 3.
Yes.
Fiendsmith can do a lot of stuff, but a rank 3 into like Invoker, I don't think is something they can offer.
True, but you do not necessarily have to have a connection between the two,
no,
right?
It's just
because
good cards.
The Fiendsmith cards, they are pretty good on their own, so maybe Sneakers was like, yeah, I want to play my pet deck, I want to play my fun deck, the Argo Stars cards, but maybe just raising the power ceiling of it a little bit by also including the Fiendsmith cards in it.
Yeah.
It might also just be a completely different deck here from Sneakers, well, of course, as they do have the option to just bring 2 decks to the tournament.
Yeah.
How unfortunate for Chaos Slime so far, though, right? Like, both first turns of them, really not the way they imagined them to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it goes with Punk sometimes. You either just pop off or you get stopped. And in this case, they have been stopped. Now, judging from previous matches of today and just general trends in these Challenger Cups, I would say the Fiendsmith deck is definitely a very popular choice for after you win the first game. Because it's just like, if your opponent sends you first because they're playing Tenpai, it's still like a solid deck for going first. But it has a lot of answers for going second here as well, as we saw there. And here it's just about, can we get through this turn as the Punk player? And if we do, we still need to find a way into the game next turn as well. Like, not only do we have to worry about stopping the opponent here, we also need some sort of follow-up here.
That is true. That looks like a rank 6, so probably Sneakers just trying to make sure Nibiru is not a card to be concerned about anymore, as there is DDD Wave hiking Caesar heading into the battle phase shortly after though as well.
Yeah, that alone is already, I think, a big deal for the Punk strategy, because that stops so many of their key cards, right? You can stop Foxy Tune, Emergency Teleport, Shirakusai, or the Rising card Fusion Monster. You can stop the new Punk card, of course, which is the reason why we're even talking about Punk and seeing Punk is, of course, because they have gotten those new support cards recently. And the new Rising Scale, I believe, is what it's called.
Ooh, that's a good normal summon, though. So it is the Fiendsmith variant. Fades out an Infinite Impermanence. Shall I tell you something, though? Just a singular Typhon already being quite scary here in this situation, to be honest. Because obviously, to get to that Caesar, you would have had to go into the extra deck at least twice. And therefore, Typhon is a card we can go into, but we do not choose to go for it just yet.
I mean, I don't think they're actually too worried about this Caesar here, because there's still that set card that Sneakers was not able to bait on the last turn. So I feel like there's just more likely than not just going to be an Infinite Impermanence activated here on the Caesar.
Is it really? Is the Joshua Schmidt Mastermind on? It is kinda Infinite Impermanence,
oh, come
but
on.
it is the Dangerous Gaboo.
That is functionally an Infinite Impermanence.
I will give you that, yeah. I'll give you 95 points on the execution. Oh, called by the grave still makes
That is massive. Okay, we are doubling down. Not only are we baiting the set card here, we also still stop the Requiem from resolving. It's worth pointing out that they're playing a Fiendsmith deck themselves, so that is somewhat going to hinder what they can do on the next turn. You know, no Requiem for them. Gotta remember that, but I still think that is a positive exchange here on the end of Sneakers.
It very much is, because now obviously the Caesar is going to be ready to activate its effect again for one more time, as obviously the Dangerous Gaboo is not as dangerous anymore, as the turn has ended and passed over to Sneakers again. There is the E for a barrel now for Sneakers.
And that's pretty big. That's a pretty good card to secure a game that you're already ahead. You have the Caesar. Your opponent kind of has to draw an out to the Caesar, and like now you just put the Primite cards up next to it. So if even anything goes wrong this turn and we don't finish the game this turn, which we likely can, but even if not, there's still going to be that Drill Beam to back us up here.
I'm really wondering, Sneakers looks very, very decisive here also on this Fiendsmith Primite deck. And therefore, I'm wondering how much of that they played and how much Argo Stars they really ended up playing so far in the tournament.
I will say, I mean, fair enough, fair point, but at the same time, they showed that they were willing to blindly play the Argo Stars deck in game one.
Very much. And still, in the second game, they close it out with the Bestial Fiendsmith deck. And also using the Primite cards. Impressive showing. And overall, is that the deck we've seen the most so far today? I feel like it is, right?
I think so. I think so. And I think that's just because players, I think, like it for two reasons. Players like it on their lineups because it's a good deck. Presumably, at least how it feels like, it's a good deck to play in game one. Where you don't know whether you're going to win the coin flip or not. And you're like, okay, if I go first, I mean, you're going first. Your deck's capable of going first.
Sure enough.
But if you lose the coin toss, it is one of the better decks for going second. And then, of course, you can also just do that after you win a game and you think your opponent is going to go first. So I think that's why.
Let's see what else we have here. That looks like more Fiendsmith action on both sides. And we do have Umbra versus Joey Kuzzan here.
Different kinds of Fiendsmith decks here, though, because on the top here, we have a Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck. Of course, we've seen that before. On the bottom, it looks like a version of the deck that's, I mean, it could still be Snake Eyes with the Kashtira cards involved, but Kashtira Fiendsmith is technically also a thing.
Yeah, it is. And It is a thing, though, that I have not seen that much of overall. I feel like other variants of the deck were totally more common. I mean, let alone in our... there is Snake Eye cards in there as well. Okay, fair enough. But let alone in our Challenger Cup here today, we definitely have seen way more of the Primite variants.
More Primite, more Bisteel as well. And I think that's just due to the nature of, I mean, two things. Bisteels are good against some of the top tier decks at the moment because there is so much Fiendsmith. There is Blue Eyes as well, where Bisteels are pretty potent. But it's also just the Cash Tira cards are just pretty neutered in Master Duel, right? You've only got You've got one Field Spell, you've got 2 Unicorns, 1 Fenrir. It's just not the same size of a package that you would want for a secondary engine because you build your entire deck around Cash Tira cards usually. Like when you play Cash Tira cards, typically you don't want to play Bisteels because they would fill up your board when you're going second. You're not going to play Phantasme. Even Nibiru sometimes has anti-synergy. And whether it's worth building your entire deck around it when there's only 4 cards that are a payoff, basically, is the question. Right?
Agree. That's probably not that good of an idea. It looks like Umbra is in a somewhat commanding position here, which is good for them because we now also got the score update signalizing that Joey is currently the one being up a game here. So
yeah, and we do see
Umbra.
It is turn 3 here actually for Umbra. So they went first in this game, but were stopped in some way. Ooh, but there's a Caesar for this. Maybe we can pair it with a Veiler.
No, it was just for the show.
Just trying to give him a little shocker there. Look, a little
small-hearted.
Increase their heart rate for game 3 because that might put you ahead in the 3rd game.
Indeed, but that means we are going to get a 3rd game here between those two, between Umbra and Joey. And we saw the Snake Eye tempo, so seems like it is both Snake Eye variants here once again by the 2 players that we have here. But that obviously, the fact that they played them in game 2 doesn't necessarily mean they will have to bring them again in the 3rd game. And I think I was surprised in the early rounds we see so much Tenpai. You think where we're now with only 8 players remaining in tournament that there is going to be more of that again?
I mean, judging from what we're seeing right now, I gotta say I think currently just the Fiendsmith decks are more popular as in decks that are like also fine going second. Of course, they're not as fancy when they're going second. Like you're not always just winning the game on the spot off of resolving one normal summon, but for the most part, they also have pretty good control over the games when you're going second. And you don't have to like send your opponent first necessarily when you pick the deck. I don't know. Maybe it's just something that people find more appealing, or also not just appealing because Tenpai was here today. And maybe it's just a matter of it hasn't succeeded as much as the other decks. We've seen the Fiendsmith players still in the tournament. Not all of them, of course. They haven't won every single time, but they seem to be pretty solid enough to make it into the top 8 at least.
I think I actually have also seen that Matrixx is still in, therefore we would still
There's
have
at least one more Tenpai duelist then,
Tenpai gamer still in there, and we now have Joey Kuzzan going first here in this top 8 encounter in the 3rd game, and that is quite the Kashtira card that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Maybe this is the way to combat that, because you can't have that many of the good Kashtira monsters. You're also going to include the Kashtira Ogre.
You think this is Kashtira Fiendsmith?
Yeah.
I think this is just pure Kashtira.
I mean, by playing Kashtira preparations, that would kind of definitely also give me the idea of that.
I mean, if you're playing Ogre, you're playing preparations, right?
Yeah. That is a Ghost Ogre, though, and I think that might be a well-timed Ghost Ogre, to be honest.
It does get rid of the Rise Art. We still banish 3 cards face down here, which could matter, and we're also going to take a little bit of a peek here at the top 5 cards of the deck.
Umbra, what are we playing here in game 3? Okay, Millennium
Flamber's Dragon, Poplar.
Okay. That is 3 very, very good options to say.
Which one do you pick at this point? Because they're also good. Because the thing is, the Golem is also usually a 1-of.
They took the Golem.
And you know why I like that? Because the order of these cards stays the same. And the second card they released, I think, was Flamber. So they're going to draw Flamber.
Yeah.
If you take the Flamber, they draw the Golem, and that's a really good card to draw.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think just by going the approach, which is the deck that hurts the playability, which is the card that hurts the playability of the deck the most.
I think it's Flamberge or Poplar.
Agree. Yeah, I think Flamberge. And your argument, though, is very, very strong as well.
I would argue that had the order of these cards been slightly different, they always take the Flamberge. But I think because the highest quality draw was on top, they felt inclined to take that.
I see that. Oh, look at that standby phase or even draw phase gaming here from Joey saying anti-spell fragrance, shortly followed by Maxi.
And the Maxi preemptively here makes some sense because they saw that there was Kashtira cards in the deck earlier, potentially. So you don't want your opponent to summon Fenrir into this and you have a Maxi in hand.
That is true. And now, of course, we banished for the Rysart the Kashtira Fenrir, and it is back to the field with that.
Here's the good news.
Okay, you're speaking about the Macrocosmos, baby? Wow. What's the good news, bro?
Not the good news.
What is the good news in that
not
case?
the good... Okay. What I was about to say.
Tell me the good news for Umbra there, please.
Okay, yes. Yeah, here's what I was going to say what the good news were, is because the Kashtira Ogre had revealed so many important one-ofs, it meant that all of those were still in the deck after the Rysart.
I think he was very happy about that.
Yeah, I don't know if that mattered at the end. I think that right I was maybe it was not good news, it was slightly positive news, but then it was followed up by a Macrocosmos. So
ooh, and look at that. Nikki Boy's second deck is the Blue Eyes deck. He has not been playing that against Abu Hamud earlier on. Oh wait, he has in game 1 maybe, right?
It was their deck that they chose to go first with in one of the other games.
Oh yeah, fair enough. But it is now against Argony here that Nikki Boy has to face to make his way into the top 4 if they get to do that.
We're seeing a Druisworm banishing Maiden of White, which is not typically what you want to banish. It's a good banish, don't get me wrong, but typically I think one of the main win conditions against this deck is to banish all the Blue Eyes White Dragons.
Yeah.
The problem is this deck is very resilient to it, because one way you can play this entire thing, and what happened here is we had kept the True Light effect open. Like you don't use the True Light effect until the end of your turn. And at that point, if you use the Link monster to try and revive Blue Eyes, if they banish it, you just chain the True Light.
Yeah, and then the Druisworm would have stayed in hand, and of course we would have secured our Blue Eyes. Now Lordly Load is going to get us another Blue Eyes onto the field, so the Majesty that we just searched and set is even more powerful, as we can not only destroy 1 but 2 cards now.
Yeah, but the Maiden level 1 tuner definitely missing here. You know, would have been able to make another Spirit Dragon if they wanted to, and that would have been a lot more powerful.
How many Maidens is it typical to play at the moment in Blue Eyes?
I mean, at the moment it's always 3,
yeah.
But then after the new Forbidden Limited update, I think it's always going to be 2.
Yeah, fair enough. Because you are made to do so, as it will be semi-limited very soon.
It's going to be semi-limited. I think that's just one of those cards where it's so good that you just play as many as you have available to you. Like, there's no reason to play less than you can.
Fair enough. And now we see Bestial Magnamud being searched for Agony, so I guess we just expect another Fiendsmith control deck here from Agony, and it is, of course, including a good Bestial package, as Lubellion, Druisworm, and Magnamud have been spotted here already. Also now having the score update here, realizing that this is the deciding third game between these two duelists, and Nikki Boy possibly on his way to once again make top 4 of a Challenger Cup.
Actually noticing also that Nikki Boy is at 4,000 life points here, probably indicating that we started with a Piri Rise map.
Oh.
Which is just one of the few cards you can use to replace the Sage and the Maiden that you're going to lose on this upcoming Forbidden Limited update, because they're both, I think, 0 attack. So Piri Rise map is a card that Blue Eyes players can use to replace that. And it makes me wonder if maybe Nikki Boy is using today's Challenger Cup to test a version of the deck that is already post the changes. I could really imagine that.
That would really be Nikki Boy-like, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, at least it's not like Piri Rise map is not a good card at the moment already. But typically you don't see it in Blue Eyes decks these days, before the changes.
I'm with you on that. Fiendsmith's tracked now from Agony, having access to the Fiendsmith part without having to sacrifice 2 monsters for it is really, really good, because obviously there is ways to deal with monsters at the moment on Nikki Boy's side with still that Majesty set.
Yeah.
This still looks like an appealing moment to maybe use the Majesties, doesn't it?
Do they have access to both Blue Eyes, or is it just one?
I think the other one must be in the graveyard, right? Because in the end of the combo,
we Lordly loaded the other one from the deck, I think.
So I would expect this to be 2.
Oh, destroying the Lurry and the regain here is definitely really, really nice. Or just both monsters, honestly.
There is the reveal of 2, Lurry and
Regained,
the
yeah.
regained. That does make so much sense.
That is massive, and that is going to be a tough one to overcome here for Agorni.
Agorni trying to figure out whether there even is any way. He did know about the Bestia Magnamut. Going for it there.
And when you target your opponent's graveyard with this, they can just tag out with the Spirit Dragon into the ultimate Spirit Dragon. One part of that card's effect, which is not the most relevant one in all the games, but it does stop your opponent from banishing from your grave.
Oh, makes you vulnerable to Call by the Grave on the Spirit Dragon, though. And therefore,
there's a Drill Beam, though, right? They have Primite cards.
There is. What could be a good answer to this?
Second Called by the Grave?
Or a Forbidden Droplet, maybe? None of that, though. None of that. Therefore, the Called by the Grave is negated, and the Magnamut will not be
Isn't that ironic?
summoned.
Called by the Grave, negated and banished. How does it feel?
How does it feel? Tell us all about it, Called by the Grave. Hold on, though. We had this version of Tenpai Dragons earlier. We were just talking about Tenpai Dragons, and Agony is playing Fiendsmith Tenpai Dragons. And I've explained it earlier to Ibris that basically with the Fiendsmith cards, you're trying to bait all of the interaction from the opponent because, quite frankly, they demand you to do so because you have to respect those cards. But there is the Effect Veiler now remaining for Nikki Boy still to make sure that also the Tenpai Dragon part of Agoni's deck is stopped.
I mean, the Tenpai part was never going to work here because they also have the Ultimate Spirit. It still has a negation. But I think they were hoping that they would use that negation on the Dora Dora so that they could still go Moon into Requiem.
Yeah.
Because Effect Veiler can't really stop Requiem from happening, but the Ultimate Spirit can. So now it's like this weird situation where, how do you deal with this? I mean, Typhon is not the worst here, because you can Typhon and then bounce the Ultimate Spirit.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, True Light and Lordly Load staying on the field just means so much follow-up here for Blue Eyes.
Yeah, I think Nikki Boy deciding to use the Effect Veiler there over the Spirit Dragon kind of signalizes that he would be fine with a Typhon here, right? Because he knows about the risk of a Typhon. And versus Typhon, clearly the Effect Veiler would be better than the Spirit Dragon. And therefore just the way he sequenced his interruptions here kind of gives it away that he would be fine with a Typhon coming up. But Argony does not want to go into Typhon anyhow. Goes into
Erratic Seals. All right. So we are going to go to the end phase here. We cannot get anything meaningful done here. The Ultimate Spirit is just going to be destroyed in the end phase because it was summoned with Spirit, but that gives you the revival effect from the graveyard.
And the regular Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is back onto the field.
True Light as well. Just summon another Blue Eyes White Dragon. Basically start your turn with over 8,000 damage on the board already. And we're going to get back the Primate Lordly, the Primate Ether Barrel and the Primate Drill Beam as well. So like, Blue Eyes' follow-up, if you can't deal with these continuous spells and traps, is like so strong.
It's crazily good for sure. And Agony, we know their last card in hand. It is a Bestia Magnamut, which by no means is a bad card, generally speaking, against the Blue Eyes deck. But when they already have so many big monsters on the field, it seems tough to imagine that it would be enough to withstand what Nikki Boy currently has going there.
Yeah, it's very hard to catch up with what they already have. Gonna use the True Light here to get access to a spell trap from the deck.
At this point, what do we even get? Maybe Roar? Probably Roar, right?
Roar. I don't know if they had used Wishes earlier, if they can get another Wishes, but Wishes would also be pretty good here.
Fair enough. But at this point, is there even enough cards to search with Wishes? I mean, yeah, there probably is the Roar still in the deck.
If Roar is in the deck and they can set Wishes here, then they can activate Roar. Wishes. Yeah, that's another angle for the Blue Eyes deck to like run out of resources when they run out of targets for Wishes.
And it seems like Nikki Boy himself not even entirely sure on what to get here, as he's taking quite a while to decide on it. Oh no, it's on Argony deciding, and Argony is going to get rid of the True Light. I would imagine here that it would be the True Light that we're dealing with.
You're kind of forced to, because if you don't get rid of the True Light, if you get rid of the True Light here, the Spirit Dragon negates the seals in the graveyard though, right?
And I mean, the thing about True Light usually is, when it leaves the field, it would destroy your field. But as it is now in the hand.
Yeah, not when it's returned to hand, yeah.
And I mean, that's just game over. We have the Magnamut still on hand, but
I don't think that's enough, though.
I don't think so.
I don't think one Magnamute is going to stop this this Blue Eyes
Ether Barrel.
power.
I mean, if we get access to the Drill Beam alone deals with the Magnamute, of course.
If there's a second one in the deck, that is just straight up the game. Even if it's not in the deck, though, I don't see a world where we can overcome this next turn. Maybe the Magnamute makes us survive here if there's no other Drill Beam in the deck, but if there is a Drill Beam, it is just a win here.
Is there a second Drill Beam in the deck? We're going to find out, and nope, it is not.
Yeah, that's it's a big debate for Blue Eyes decks, I think, whether they want to play one Drill Beam or multiples, because the second Drill Beam really helps on these sort of follow-up turns, because the one from the graveyard sets itself, so you can't use it immediately, so being able to search another one that you can immediately use is nice. So I do think that might mean that Agorni is going to get another turn here. The problem is how well can they use that extra turn, because they have a lot of stuff to beat here and not much to work with.
Okay, we let through the two attacks here from
I think we're trying to throw it in the way of the Spirit Dragon, because that would actually have to double it instead of just running over it with a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yep, that looks like it is the plan. Nikki Boy, we saw earlier on, for example, also being on DD Crows. A DD Crow on your own card could work, but no, it is not available to them.
You actually can't crow your own card.
Oh, you can't?
That's too old for that.
I would have definitely tried that. No, I'm not gonna lie. In Master Duel, not possible, obviously, because it's not going to give you the option. I would have been there activating it, though, and then finding out.
Where's my graveyard here?
Yeah.
Where is it not giving me that option?
Weird. But yeah, we do decide to double with the Magnamute. So Argonia gets a search in the end phase with the Magnamute. But Nikki Boy,
Seals of their
ain't
own.
done yet. Yup. What you can do, I can do myself. Seals onto the field. This time around for Nikki Boy. Getting another Blue Eyes White Dragon. Actually, the one back from the graveyard here. Because, yeah, I think there's very little Blue Eyes listed play.
It's two. I would count on it being two for the most part. Yeah. Have you never tried or never thought about if you can dodge a Cult by the Grave with a DD Crow?
I totally thought that's possible.
Because that's like my thought whenever I have DD Crow in my hand and I like maxi my opponent, they go Cult by the Grave. I wish I could do that.
I agree. I wish. Oh, there is now Maxi on the Genroku that was searched and activated its effects.
Insult to injury. The Maxi here in the end phase onto the Genroku. I forgot for a second that there was Tenpai cards in Agorni's deck, so the Magnamute search is actually a little more scary than I thought. But I don't know if... Okay, we just draw Ash Blossom off of Maxi. Okay, cool.
Nikki Boy. The boy that keeps on going into all kind of top cuts of Master Duel tournaments, and it seems like it's not only going to be top 8 for them here, but with only one card to face from Agony here that they are drawing for turn, this might be their turn to make it into top 4. Oh, Agony? Are they even going to start their turn? They don't want to draw the card.
I cannot think of a card that they can draw here.
They don't want this to end, I think. I think they're just enjoying the moment, being like, yeah, I made top 8 here. That's pretty cool. Let's breathe. Embrace the moment. I've been delivering...
What's their option? Oh, they just surrendered. Okay.
That's their option. There you go.
That is an option. True.
That is an option. It says connection failed.
Ah, very unfortunate. They were definitely... This is the type of game where you say, like, I would have won if only I didn't disconnect. Such a shame.
Next time we get them. Next time. Top 8, though, as I said, very respectful still. And I think it's only like 6.5 minutes remaining on the round. But there's still one of the 4 matches remaining ongoing. Therefore, back into the gameplay. We see another Nibiru. This Nibiru is everywhere. And there is our Tenpai gamer Matrixx I was mentioning. So we lost one Tenpai gamer of Agony. But Matrixx, for the moment being, still in this.
But I don't actually think we're seeing the Tenpai deck this
Probably
game, do
not.
we? Because there's a Nibiru on the opponent's side of the field.
Agreed.
And I feel like that is usually not a sign for Tenpai unless something has gone wrong.
Oh, and it is more Snake Eyes from Crobat here using the original Sinful Spoils.
Unless, hear me out, what if Crobat actually lost the game before this and chose to send Matrixx first? Because what I'm seeing is that that's a very small Nibiru token, right? Like, what has been tributed? Why have we performed 5 summons, and there's only been 1,200 attack points on the field and no defense? What did we Nibiru?
But even with a Tenpai deck, like, what could be the guys with a Tenpai deck?
I can't think. Sequence, right? Fiends with Sequence is 1,200?
It's exactly that, yeah.
It has to be like we've got Nibiru on Sequence and then passed, right?
Yeah, okay, we also now got the update. I mean, with the limited amount of time remaining on the round, it was to be expected.
Yeah.
This is the game 3 between the two duelists, and it turns out to be. And clearly right now, favorable situation for Crobat, as they don't even have to worry about a Nibiru on their own now, as there is no cards in hand.
Yeah. So it looks like we have probably invested our entire hand into a Fiendsmith sequence at the end, probably trading with some interruptions. And then we got Nibiru on top of all that, and we just had to set and pass. And now it looks like Crobat is in the process of deciding the game. Discards an Ash Blossom to bait out the last possible interruption.
Maybe a Fiendsmith in Paradise. They could be lucky, actually, because they clearly, when there was a sequence distributed, there clearly is also like Fiend in the graveyard.
Today we've seen more Phoenixes pop Fiendsmith in Paradise than anything else.
Absolutely have. And is that another time where that is actually the case? Especially when you draw Fiendsmith in Paradise going second, it hurts so much, but it is a call by the grave instead.
But that's not bad.
I mean, it depends on how many more fire monsters there are in the graveyard, right? Because if we can, with this called by the grave, turn off the Snake Eyes Diabellstar as well, that would be crazy. But I mean,
can't completely turn it off, right? Unless maybe if these are the only two fire monsters.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I mean, I think we discarded Ash Blossom and Joy Spring just there.
Yeah, they would also, even if you can turn off, even if you can remove all the fire monsters from the grave, they could have still made Doomed Dragon.
Oh yeah, true.
So we're banishing the Poplar because we don't want them to get the second material in the spell trap zone, I assume, for that Doomed Dragon. However, this now makes it so the Snake Eyes Diabellstar is going to summon out. And I see Link material of 3 here with a Snake Eye Ash in the graveyard.
Oh, okay, and the Sangenjin even on top of things. But now, Crobat, you got to be a quick gamer here, as we have
just discovered our own lose condition.
Yes, 3 minutes remaining on the round timer. Currently now behind on life points due to own choice.
I mean, I don't think they're going to need 3 minutes to finish this one.
Who knows? Who knows?
There is something on the side of Matrixx. They have some Lacrima, probably?
Maybe, yeah. So there is a possibility that this could be turning into an awkward situation eventually. Okay, that is going to be the Doom Dragon now. Now we're probably going to see the funny situation again of a Nibiru token
in the spell
wandering around the field, because it is going to go into the spell and trap zone of Crobat here in this situation.
And then the temple is going to yoink it?
Possibly, yeah. There you go. Because people may not be familiar with this, but because it was you that actually summoned the token, you are getting it back here in this situation as well, which is quite hilarious, honestly. And there is indeed a Lacrima in the graveyard, which we are going to use now. Go ahead. Bring out the Requiem. Okay, 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in this. But Crobat also not too much to withstand now anymore. Because whatever is summoned here by Matrixx, we can then just attack over. And even if we do not win the game there on the spot, we do have the chance to go ahead in life points.
I mean, this is 8,000 damage though, right?
Even that, you're right.
The Nightmare Phoenix over the Lacrima and then the other 3 directly.
True. Only the battle phase. Away. Crobat though. Why even continuing this?
Trying to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Huh? We got a minute and 40 left. We're not ending early.
We have paid for the full 45 minutes.
I'm trying to Snake Eye call. I signed up for a tournament with 45-minute rounds. I'm going to use my 45 minutes.
That is indeed the case. And I mean, did Matrixx even... Did they send Fiendsmith in Paradise? I think they did, right?
If they did, then it'd be crazy not to use it on the Promethean Princess. I think they just don't play it in their Snake Eye deck, which is more likely.
Okay, so Crobat just wanted to flex a little more there. Gave us some more actions before. They still, though, eventually and ultimately end the duel, and therefore also the match 2-1 victory for Crobat. Some more Snake Eyes.
And I feel like you brought this upon Matrixx. I'm blaming you because you said, hey, we got Matrixx. We got one remaining Tenpai duelist in the field. Next thing we see is Matrixx going down.
I was just spitting facts, though.
I feel like it's a Caster Curse moment. I don't know. Maybe there is another Tenpai duelist in the field now, but just as you mentioned, Matrixx being a remaining Tenpai warrior, we do actually lose Matrixx here in the top 8. Not with the Tenpai deck, though. That apparently did not let them out. Bro, should have played Tenpai.
He should have played Tenpai. We all know they should have played Tenpai. But I mean, with the way the turns were worked out, you probably were right, yeah? Right? I think they decided to go second there.
It depends who won the second game, because they both played Snake Eyes there.
Yeah.
So it just depends on...
But wouldn't you expect Matrixx to always pick his Tenpai deck when he expects to go second?
Maybe if Matrixx...
Maybe Matrixx thought he would get counterpicked by his opponent and thought they would send him...
That's the mind games that happened when one of the duelists is a Tenpai duelist. It's possible that, like...
But Tenpai Dragon Duelist does not even want to play Tenpai anymore because they feel like they're going to get counterpicked consistently. And I feel like, though, we might have even seen all of the top 4 gamers here, right? We do have Argo Stars still left in the competition, and I'm praying for the fact that they're going to play it again now in top 4, and we get to catch some more of that, which would be absolutely marvelous. Then we have Nikki Boy, of course, with the Blue Eyes and then the Fiendsmith control deck as well.
Right.
And then we just saw Crobat as well being on some Snake Eye. And who was the last one, though? Oh, it was Joey with Kashtira as well. So that's our 4 duelists.
So there is no Tenpai in top 4 this time around, but we have Argo Stars, we have Kashtira.
Yeah.
Lots of decks that I was not particularly anticipating. Of course, there are some decks that I was thinking are going to be there. You know, we've got the Snake Eyes.
Yeah.
We got the Fiendsmith control decks. Those are definitely Blue Eyes, right? Those are expected to be some of the more popular decks at the moment, but like some, I mean, can't really complain about some Argo Stars being thrown in the mix there.
Truly, no.
That's very exciting.
Cards are back for both the Argo Stars deck and then also the Kashtira deck, because, I mean, that may have been one of the shortest games we've seen all day, right? The way we flipped the anti-spell, we flipped the Macrocosmos. Yeah, I'm out of this. Bye-bye. Good luck in top 4. I'm not part of this tournament anymore.
It be like that sometimes, yeah.
It do be like that. And of course, it do be like that now with all of the top 8 matches finishing, we will shortly be on the way with top 4 and the 4 remaining players. Therefore, we're heading over to a very short break, and then we will be right back with top 4 action. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned for top 4.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome back. We have 4 duelists remaining in today's Challenger Cup. We hope you enjoyed the game so far. We certainly did, and we've got some exciting ones left. We just saw Argo Stars punch a ticket to the top 4. Did you expect that?
Yes, indeed we did, and no, indeed I did not. Obviously, this phenomenal, very, very new and fresh continuous trap-based strategy.
Yeah.
Tell me a bit more about it, because as soon as I saw Speedroid Terratop come out to open up that game, I was like,
You thought it was going to be Infernobles or something, right?
No, wait, yeah. Speedroid Infernobles.
Well, I mean, Invoker,
Maybe.
right? You can do some combos with that. But no, it was Speedroids, and Speedroids is a very fun archetype. It has not found as much competitive success so far, but we are here selecting first, and that is a good sign because
there is Augustel's Glorious Ardra.
There we are. Normal summoning Glorious Ardra, 2 parts to her effect upon summon, and then you banish herself to place up to 2 Argo Stars continuous traps from the deck, and that's going to give you the Argo Stars Lightning Tudo and the Argo Stars Swift Capane. Tudo is the one that lets you discard a card, summon itself out, and then add an Argo Stars card from your deck, which we are resolving right now, and that's going to give us the Argo Stars Home Stadium, which once per turn lets us retrieve Argo Stars cards from graveyard or banishment, and then each time, basically Argo Stars are all about the trap cards can summon themselves as monsters, and then as monsters they can put themselves back into the spell trap zone, and depending on which part of that effect you use, Home Stadium has an effect for both. If you use a trap card effect in your spell trap zone to summon itself, your opponent takes 500 damage. And every time you use the trap monster's effect in the monster zone, you get to negate a card from your opponent.
I'm very glad to have you with me. Much like Snickers, no doubt, is very happy to have his Silhouette Rabbit. Very well played by Sneakers now to have the access to the Statue of Anguish pattern as well to further buy time on the next turn by shutting out some of the effects. Now we have just the recurrence of the strategy, adding back more Augustel's trap cards.
We've used the 2 monsters there as a link material for the Silhouette Rabbit, which put them in the graveyard so we can make use of the field spells effect to add them back, which is going to end us with 5 set cards here for the turn. And we found a very interesting card there with the Silhouette Rabbit in the Statue of Anguish pattern, which is a card that is also a trap monster, summons itself as a trap monster with 2500 defense, and from that point on, whenever you special summon a trap card to the field, you get to destroy a card, and that is not once per turn.
I'm sure facing down 5 potential trap cards is a little bit scary.
It's scary, and basically the Anguish pattern makes it so that every other card on top of what it's already doing will also destroy a card.
Yeah. Just really, really good removal there. So it means that Nikki Boy, if he is going to get anything going here, he'd need at least a couple of 1-card starters.
Yeah.
Now, we've seen Fiendsmith do it before. We have seen Nikki Boy do it before.
Exactly.
Silhouette Rabbit. Talk to me a bit more about it, because aside from adding back a trap, I think it has a little bit more layers to it.
It has great synergies. I mean, people use this card in all kinds of different ways, because upon summon, it sets a trap that can summon itself from the deck, actually. So you can access any sort of, like, people have been using it in dedicated trap strategies, like the Argo Stars deck here, to just access, like, a one-of copy of Statue of Anguish pattern that's just so powerful. Or you can also just use it in other decks where you just play 1 trap card and that's it. Like, there's the Silhouette Trick, for example, or there is the Azarun Statue, which is something that people usually play alongside Silhouette Rabbit, where you can just turn any 2 monsters into a disruption that way.
Yep, indeed you can. Now we have the Fiendsmith Tract resolving. Will it add the Fabled Lurry? Discard the Fabled Lurry?
Probably.
Summon the Fabled Lurry?
Probably. Depending on what deck they're playing right now, the Silhouette Rabbit also has a secondary effect that allows it to destroy a spell trap card when you summon a monster from the spell trap zone. So that could come in handy. Let's say we see a Millennium card activated, or a Snake Eyes Divine Temple, or anything of that nature. Branded Regained. All those cards are able to get destroyed by the Silhouette Rabbit. All right, seems like we're going to start popping off here with the Statue of Anguish pattern in response to the Lurry. So the Lurry is going to hit the field, but it's not going to stay there for long.
I'm really glad to have you with me to explain the Augustel's cards, because
I got you.
Yeah, thanks. Still no Speedroid Terratop this time around, but Sneakers does not need it. Fabled Lurry now going to come out, but there is the potential for a destruction Thanks to the Argo Stars continuous trap card, we have Swift Kapan now coming out from Sneakers here. The Argo Stars home stadium on top of that just going to lay in some damage. And the Statue of Anguish pattern going to just destroy the Slurry before it has a chance to be linked off.
Yeah, and that is not all the Swift Kapan has done so far, because once it goes back into the spell trap zone, the home stadium is going to be able to negate a card as well. And of course, there's also still a great bit of unknown cards in the back row for the Argo Stars deck here that could mess with this right here. But like the Engraver, once again, it's going to hit the field, but I don't think it's going to stay here for long, because all we have to do is summon out another trap monster right now, and we can destroy it.
I'm going to say that I predicted Argo Stars to win this tournament.
Yeah,
Argo Stars, branded.
What's the difference?
Yeah, same diff, really. They both have an extra deck. Someone else that has an extra deck is Nikki Boy, who now goes into it for Fiendsmith Requiem.
Okay, we decide to not use the any other trap monster on this because apparently we don't have any or nothing we want to use at this point yet. Instead, we're going to use the Swift Campaign here in response to the Requiem, meaning they cannot really go for a Lacrima here. Because the way this would work is the Requiem is resolving right now, and then we'd be building the chain with the new triggers that happened, which would make it so the home stadium would be chain link 2 and just stop the Lacrima from sending a Light Fiend.
Yep, and now we have the Fiendsmith Engraver being targeted by this home stadium.
And that means that even if we equip it with a Requiem, it will not send anything to the graveyard.
Sneakers, the onus very much on him now. He has quite a few face downs still.
Yeah.
We know that one of them is the Argo Stars name, but the others are pretty much a mystery, as you mentioned. Necroquip Princess going to come out from the extra deck here for Nikki Boy.
Not super threatening yet, because so far, I mean, because we were able to destroy that Lurry, we won't have a secondary monster just from the Fiendsmith card so far. We have a DD Crow though, which is not the most impactful card here, but it is going to allow us to just draw a card with the Necroquip Princess, which I think is the idea of this entire play. Is like, hey, I have this DD Crow that doesn't seem to be super good against this deck, so let me just cycle it basically, because discard it, trigger the Necroquip, draw a new card off of it. Fair enough.
I mean, credit to Nikki Boy that, you know, despite the amount of plays that he seemingly made this turn, still at 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, has managed to do a lot and bait some interruptions by just investing few cards, which is, I think, one of the strengths of the Fiendsmith cards as well. Like they basically force your opponent to interact with different things. And there's the Branded Regained, which is one of the cards. I mean, it's really good, but it is kind of weird in the face of a Silhouette Rabbit. Because if they can summon out another monster, they can just destroy the Branded Regained for free.
I told Lampy that you would be voting for Nikki Boy here because of the Runic Fountain sleeves.
I like those.
Yeah? Do you also like Argo Stars, Slayer Ateo?
That is pretty powerful here, because that is going to summon out and then bounce the Necroquip back into the extra deck. And the way this is going to work out now is the Magnamood is going to summon. Magnamood and Regained can be activated as trigger effects because we're the turn player here as the Bestial duelist. But the Silhouette Rabbit, because non-turn player, is going to go on the chain after the Branded Regained, and that's going to destroy it before it actually gets to draw the card. So that is how the Silhouette Rabbit has extra value here for the Branded Regained, and then the Anguish pattern is also going to destroy the Magnamood. Yeah,
really, really well played by the Argo Stars deck here to be able to just outgrind the Fiendsmith deck. Really, really playing the long game very well here, and it does mean that we are seeing actually just Sneakers continue to establish his presence on the field and his lead in this game.
Yeah, and the Slayer Ateo having great value there. I mean, that card is the most situational one out of the Argo Stars, because you can only summon it from your spell trap zone in response to your opponent doing something. But we found a really good window for it there, where there was also a high priority target to return in the Necroquip Princess.
And on the topic of windows, it looks like the one for Nikki Boy has shut, as the turn is basically passed here to the Argo Stars.
I mean, we've
duelist.
exhausted great amount of the stuff that you can do with this deck. I mean, it's Fiendsmith Bestial. We've tried the Fiendsmith stuff. We've tried the Bestial stuff. Neither worked. What else is left? We got to pass the turn. We're getting the Magnamood Search, but once again, we are facing a deck here that does not particularly care about Bestials.
Are we going to swing for 1500 at a time?
It's, I mean, the other Argo Stars trap monsters are actually substantially bigger than the Slayer Eteo. I think the Lightning Todo has 2000 attack. So we could have some substantial damage coming in here. I think the Swift Kapan has 1800. Yeah, it does. So we might be able to muster up enough damage here, but that's the cool part about the Argo Stars cards. What they just did, they can essentially do over and over and over again because they keep jumping out, they keep going back, and then you can reuse those effects. Also, this is where you can tell they haven't attacked a single time. The field spell damage adds up. Every time they summon out one of these monsters, the opponent takes 500 damage. So even if you can't quite finish the game this turn, you can still threaten the last remaining 500, 1000 damage on the next turn.
Now, thinking about Nikki Boy here, just how does he make any kind of comeback, or is the game pretty much done this turn for Sneakers?
I mean, still 3 cards in hand, still the Magnamute to block some attacks. I don't think the game is over at this point, but I do think it is very much in the favor of the Argo Stars deck here, actually, which is quite interesting to see, actually, because I feel like this was still a pretty good hand for the Fiendsmith Bestial deck here. I don't think they lost because they drew badly. I think this was genuinely like a pretty good showcase of what the Argo Stars deck can do when it goes first.
There is punch number 1 with the Silhouette Rabbit, but there is an answer. The Bestial is activated, but the Argo Star Slayer Eteo is responded with. Home Stadium going to do 500 points of damage as you indicated, and I guess we see if we can get over this 2500 attack Bestial.
You can. The Anguish pattern just pops.
Yes, it will.
Now, the Bestial does get its effect here because it was Druis Worm. We can send one of these cards to the graveyard. Here's the thing. What do you even go after here? What's the most annoying part? Is it even the Silhouette Rabbit? Is it the Slayer Eteo? You can't target the Statue of Anguish pattern. And I think you can target the Swift Kapan, but I think that can still jump back into the Spell Trap Zone, just like the Eteo. Like, you target this, but it just dodges. It just goes back. It just runs away.
Argo Stars Masterclass here.
It's a very fun concept, isn't it?
It is. Teach me.
All right, 1500 here.
No?
23
Okay.
here. I mean, I'm in the process. I'm trying to.
Thank you, thank you. I'm taking notes.
All right, and 1200 means that if we can muster up 3 more summons from the Spell Trap Zone here, we have the game. And there is conveniently 3 different Argo Stars monsters in rotation right now. We have all 3. We have the Kapain, we have the Slayer Eteo, and we have the Lightning Todo. If all 3 of those manage to summon themselves out this turn from the Spell Trap Zone, the game ends.
That looks to be one.
Yeah, and we see the writing on the wall. We can't stop these trap cards from coming out the Spell Trap Zone, so they were going to do the rest of the damage here to the life points. We weren't able to finish the game on the last turn, but we secured it with the Field Spell. The Field Spell is so interesting for Argo Stars because you read it for the first time and you're like, okay, that sounds okay, right? Like 500 damage every time I'm summoning, and then once you put them back into the Spell Trap Zone, I can like negate a card on the field. But once you actually see it in action and the deck actually pops off, like the amount of times you do those things, even though they are small things, because you can do them so often, they really rack up.
Yeah, for sure. I really got to respect the people that put the time into learning these unconventional strategies and then just are able to come out ahead in these matchups. And now looking at that deck in particular, of course, I joked about it having the extra deck in common with the branded deck, but actually I think aside from that Silhouette Rabbit, we didn't actually see it venture too far out of the main deck, and it did really well to just cycle through that established field of continuous traps. Occasionally, just off the draw, you would just get an extra discard to proc the effect of one of the traps.
Yeah, and I think it rarely wants to go into its extra deck because basically you want to keep those Argo Stars cards in rotation. You don't want to have them sent to the graveyard, except when you're making Silhouette Rabbit, because that gives you something back.
Primate here to start things off for Nikki Boy, but the Infinite Impermanence does answer the Aether Barrel and does stop that search.
We have seen Sneaker's secondary deck in the past being the Fiendsmith Bestial, I'm pretty sure, which would not surprise me if that was the deck that they went to when they won a game, so they are going second in the next one, presumably. Because I think we saw Argo Stars there performing pretty well when they went first, I don't know if it's the deck that they want to go to when they're probably going second.
Yeah. Makes sense, obviously, with the trap-based strategies.
Yeah, typically going first, it's nice, so you can set up all your trap cards. So we unsurprisingly see Blue Eyes here from Nikki Boy for going first, and probably going to be a Fiendsmith deck here from the opponent, but we'll see about that. The Infinite Impermanence could very well also be in the Argo Stars deck.
Mausoleum of White here, just going to help get out the Sage with Eyes of Blue.
So powerful when you can use your first normal summon on the Ether Barrel, but you don't actually have to skip on doing all the Blue Eyes stuff because the field spell just gives you a secondary normal summon for it.
Looks like the Infinite Impermanence was the only disruption in hand for Sneakers here.
I think the only thing that we probably wouldn't have used yet are obviously Nibiru, because we couldn't yet, and also maybe some amount of Bestials.
Blue Eyes, White Dragon. Wow.
Well,
no doubt going to get synchroed off momentarily.
Yes, we're going to use the Wishes first here to equip from the extra deck. And then we're going to make a Spirit Dragon. And then we also have not used the Primate Lordly Load effect to summon out another Blue Eyes. So we could potentially see a second Spirit Dragon here as well. Or, if they wanted to, they could go for a Seals on top of this.
To be fair, I think the negation in the graveyard aspect is far more punishing for the Fiendsmith Bestial deck than it is for the Argo Stars build.
Of the Spirit Dragon?
Yeah.
That is true, yeah. That is like, if people, you summon that card because of all the cool things it can tag out into, but then when you play a matchup where you actually get to negate a graveyard effect with it, it just feels so much
rather
more
than your
powerful.
own True Light. But
yeah, I mean, a lot of the time they're forced to do that with it too, yeah.
27th of May, the Road to Worlds campaign has begun. You can get your red Supernova Dragon in Royal Finish.
All right, so 2 Spirit Dragons is the end board here, alongside a Drill Beam and another Mysterious Set card. That is hard to overcome with 5 cards, but we will see if they're able to do it. We are tagging out the Spirit Dragon immediately here in the draw phase, so that the Ultimate Spirit is ready to go and potentially negate a card. Now here's the question, do they also play the Crimson Dragon package to tag out into with the second Spirit?
Will indeed be very telling here.
And we do confirm that it is actually a Bestial deck. However, we did not draw a Bestial to disrupt the opponent last turn. All we have is the Bestial Lubellion. And this is where another secondary effect comes in. We've talked about the secondary effect of the Spirit Dragon being good against Fiendsmith.
Yep, and the Ultimate Spirit Dragon.
The secondary effect of the Ultimate Spirit Dragon stops your opponent from banishing cards from your graveyard. Probably because they knew Blue Eyes was like destined to be a target for Bestials.
Yeah.
Like these days, you make support for a light or dark deck, you just have to make sure it just doesn't completely get bodied by the Bestials because they're so strong.
Dippity going to make an appearance courtesy of the Primite cards. Yes. Your enthusiasm for this creature only as close to mine for Super Ancient Deep Sea King Coelacanth.
I like Dippity.
I like Dippity.
But Nikki Boy does not like Dippity because they ash the Requiem.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's like that. And you know, for good measure, even though you have a very formidable field, sometimes you just want to throw a hand disruption by way of your opponent.
And that leaves them with 4 cards in hand now, one of them a Bestial that doesn't impact them at all. So we're going to activate the Lordly Load here, which is going to give us access to a Drill Beam potentially. And so we enter this weird Drill Beam versus Drill Beam game where neither player wants to use their Drill Beam first, because what ends up happening is if you use your Drill Beam first, your opponent can just Drill Beam your Drill Beam and then yours is banished and theirs is not.
Well, yeah, from what you told me, basically the Blue Eyes hates having anything banished, so...
It's specifically the Blue Eyes White Dragons that you care about when they're banished, but
and
Drill
the
Beam. Drill Beam, I mean, of course, by the nature of the card, because it
yeah.
resets it from the graveyard, especially if you only play 1 copy. If you lose that Drill Beam mirror match where your opponent banishes yours and they get to keep theirs, you lose a huge resource in the grind game. We're going to see a Magnemute here that is going to have to banish their own cards because of that Ultimate Spirit Dragon.
Solemn warning.
Solemn warning, okay.
Not too often we see that.
further confirming the fact that this is the deck that Nikki Boy wants to play when they go first. We've seen them play other decks when they either it was game 1 or they won a game, so they expected to go second. The Blue Eyes deck is what they play when they want to go first. And we see a Majesty as well here, just destroying 2 cards for the opponent. Getting rid of Lordly Load and Ether Barrel, leaving Sneakers with nothing on the board except for a set Lordly Load that they can't activate because they already did this turn. Activating a Fiendsmith Track, that's not going to get them very far because there is a Spirit Dragon to just negate the Lurry in the graveyard. And I do think we are going to see a 3rd game.
Very, very likely. And while we're not too surprised to see Blue Eyes actually be as successful as it has been so far, making it to the top 4, it was a deck that we did have some concerns about, especially in that Fiendsmith, Snake Eyes, Bestial kind of metagame that was starting to emerge.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it is proving that it is still a pretty good deck, especially when it goes first. It's definitely a force to be reckoned with. These setups are not easy to beat. Even though, I mean, of course, they did back it up here with a Solemn Warning and an Ash Blossom, but still, the Blue Eyes part was also pretty impressive. They didn't even need to use their ultimate Spirit Negation there. So that was pretty good, actually, from the Blue Eyes deck, and that means Nikki Boy evens up the score and will get us to a Game 3. But that means we might see Argo Stars.
True enough. And actually, speaking of seeing Argo Stars, you think it's going to make an appearance in the Road to Worlds qualifiers?
I mean, some dedicated duelists might play it for sure. I mean, if someone brings it all the way into top 4 and potentially the finals of a Challenger Cup, I don't see why they wouldn't also maybe trust in it in the qualifiers.
Yeah, true enough. I definitely think that it is a very surprising strategy.
Yeah.
It surprised me so much I'm still talking about it now as we exited a game 2, firmly absent of Argo Stars. But yeah, the Fiendsmith Bestial deck versus the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck. Of course, it was the Blue Eyes deck that was able to take it, but that was very contingent on the Blue Eyes deck going first.
Yes.
Now the choice is back in the court of a player that has established themselves as both a competent Argo Stars player and a competent Snake Eyes Fiendsmith player. And actually, it will be Sneakers going first this time around. Speedroid
Terror Top confirming it's Argo Stars again. Not surprised by that at all. Going first here, that is going to get them into the Argo Stars combo if uninterrupted because of MX Saber Invoker being able to summon, is it level 4 Earth Warrior or Beast Warrior from the deck, I believe?
I believe so too. I wouldn't know, it doesn't say Fire Warrior.
It is it is Earth Warrior or Beast Warrior. It gets Ash though. So that is something to prevent this from happening. Now the question is, do we have a way to either prevent the Ash, or did we just draw access to the Glorious Adra anyways? The second Terror
Top, yeah.
That does not feel like the ideal normal summon in this scenario. It allows us to make a link too. It does make Silhouette Rabbit. But that is, that is Silhouette Rabbit, yes. Which is good. I mean, not unhappy about that. Not ideal, I think. I think the ideal normal summon for the deck is obviously the Glorious Adra. But the Silhouette Rabbit here still gives us access to any trap, any continuous trap that summons itself, basically. And going to be seeing here, we get the Apophis, the Swamp Deity, which is, I would even argue, I think this is one of the most powerful continuous traps in these sort of strategies. So the way this card works, it is main phase only. But when you activate it, it summons itself as a trap monster, and then you get to negate face-up cards up to the number of other continuous traps you have. And this is not only limited to like monsters or permanent cards on the field. You can activate this card in response to just a normal spell card and negate it, which is really powerful. So let's say your opponent activates Lightning Storm against your trap deck. You can just activate this as long as you have any other continuous trap card. You can also stop something like Lightning Storm, Triple Tactics, Talons, all those kind of cards.
Yeah, but here is Nibiru, the primal being, to kind of run interference on that.
It's funny. It's funny because it's not bad here, but at the same time, it also only gets rid of a Silhouette Rabbit here, which is basically just a spell trap destruction. That's all that card was doing. At the same time, what was the Nibiru going to do against Argo Stars in the future? Probably not more than that. So I guess we're just going to take this 3000 attack monster and give the opponent a token that we can deal with easily. So it's as good as it gets, I think, for a Nibiru. But yeah, we also just barely hit exactly 5 summons there.
Ether Barrel now coming out. It will indeed be the Blue Eyes deck again, presumably for Nikki Boy here, unless it's another.
Could be Primate
Fiendsmith.
Fiendsmith. I forgot exactly what, or I don't know exactly what version they were using.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like that makes the Nibiru on the Silhouette Rabbit pretty good because that was a high value target for that Silhouette Rabbit because that could have destroyed the Lordly Load. We're gonna see the Swift Capane activated, and we're chaining the Swamp Deity. So that is what we want to negate here.
Yep, so only one negation off of the Apophis, the Swamp Deity, but sometimes one negation is all you need. Sneakers now on the back foot, but still looking pretty good if he can stop this Lordly Load from resolving.
Yeah, now it depends a lot on what the rest of the hand is here for Nikki Boy because, I mean, and also if it's Blue Eyes or Fiendsmith, because if it's Blue Eyes, then the Ether Barrel can just go into a Spirit here and add the field spell. If it's Fiendsmith, though, because of the Nibiru, we also have 2 monsters ready to go into a closed Moon of the Closed Heaven. So I think in the next step, we're going to see which kind of deck we're facing here. We're going to see it is Fiendsmith Primate, actually. So that is a strong Engraver here that we're trying to pull off.
Fiendsmith track being added to the hand, it will in turn lead to the Lurry, which will then allow us to access more Link summons. But first, do we have a disruption for this?
Looks like the Lurry is going to be added here successfully, going to be discarded. And I will say, this is looking like a start that's as good as it gets for the Fiendsmith Primate deck here. Can't really ask for more. There is a Maxi on the other hand, and if that gets negated, I think that might be the end of it, but it does resolve, and that's massive. That's going to stop Nikki Boy right in their tracks here, because now if you go any further with the Fiendsmith cards, you're going to give your opponent so many cards. So it might just be a matter of you're going to have to go battle phase maybe. They might just have to go battle phase and try to get rid of this token and the Swamp Deity, because no matter what you're, I mean, if you're going for the win here, you'd have to do so many summons.
Yeah.
But maybe you make the call. Maybe you say it's a trap deck. They won't draw anything. Because from what I can see is that they definitely have the capabilities to do 8,000 damage this turn if they want to. If they just ignore this Maxi and say, I'm gonna go for the Fiendsmith combo. There's a Nibiru on my board already. The token in defense position with 0 defense is a prime target for an Agnum Day to walk over with piercing battle damage. You can easily do 8,000 damage here with the Fiendsmith cards if you just want to risk your opponent drawing upwards of, that's like 7 or 8 cards we're talking, I think. And if there's like one Nibiru among those cards in their deck, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, presumably. But as you said, it's kind of a gambit to take here, whether you want to just full commit into the Maxi, take the challenge, see what you can do, see if you can close this one out in the next battle phase, because if you give your opponent too many cards, they can close the game with all those resources next turn.
Yep.
Now already one more Link Summon, one more on top of that.
It looks like we're going for something.
We're going to push for it.
Oh, but it looks like we're not actually going for the game here. We are going to summon SP. That means we can no longer attack directly, basically saying, I'm not going to go for game this turn. And we've drawn 3 cards off this Maxi now already, and we're using Engraver. Wait, there's no way they're going for game just by piercing damage, are they?
Rather the direct damage, right?
Well, I mean, they can't attack directly, but Agnum Day, if it's equipped to a monster,
into the Nibiru token with 0
exactly.
defense.
But like, can you get a Fiendsmith fusion to 8,000 attack? I don't think you can, because the Agnum Day boosts it by 600 times the link rating that's equipped to it. So let's say it's Desiree, it starts at 2,800, right? You equip Agnum Day to it, it's 4,600. You equip Sequence, that's link rating 2, so plus 1,200, so that's 58. Then you equip a Requiem to it, which is 600 because link rating 1 and 600 because of its own effect.
That's 64. And then another 7.
So that's 7,000 piercing battle damage plus 1,200 burn damage from the Lacumen.
That's 8,200.
That would be 8,200 if they can pull all of that off.
Well, looks like Nikki Boy is indeed trying that. I guess we'll see. Thank you for your lack of napkin, but still math. I appreciated it.
So what was that? We said 8,200, right?
8,200, including 1,200 there, and it's contingent on that additional bit.
Okay, so but that means it requires Desiree, right? Because if it's Lacrima attacking, that's 400 less attack, and that would then no longer be 8,000.
True, that would be 7,800,
Yes,
and that would
so
not be enough.
they have to resolve this sequence to make Desiree, then Agnum Day, but they also need to be able to equip everything.
I think we also need Lacrima at some point, right, for the 1,200 or not?
The fusion monster is right there.
Oh, yes. True.
Yeah, that's the one that does 1,200. The thing is, we used Requiem as a fusion material.
And now we're using Deputy.
We're using Deputy, but Requiem going back into the extra deck means we're going to lack 1,200 attack points on the equip.
Unless we have a way to get it back out.
Well, you can only special summon one per turn.
True. I think we fumbled.
We might not have had enough Light Fiends there, actually. Maybe they ran the calculations and then they didn't realize they needed one extra Light Fiend. Because at this point, I don't think they can actually do what we've just talked over. I don't think they can do 8,000 damage just with the burn damage and the piercing damage.
If only Summoned Skull had come out of the deck to save us.
That changes...
Nothing, it's not light. Yeah, never mind. White Dust on, where are you when I needed you the most? Sorry I abandoned you for Deputy.
Okay, so there is the Agnum Day on the field now with... Okay. Sequence Equip. Sequence Equip.
I'll draw effect from the hand.
Banish this card from your hand. Make the
Make it
attack
a
of a
0.
monster on the field 0. That's funny. That's very funny.
That's unfortunate.
See, that would have... The thing is, I wasn't even aware that that card had that effect, which is the advantage of playing rogue strategies like this.
Come on, you're my consultant expert
Yeah, but why
on
did
Argo Stars.
Why'd they even use it right there? They could have used that like on attack declaration when they're going for like imagine they go for the huge piercing damage move, and then on attack declaration they're just like, no, that's 0 now.
Forfeit out tilt.
Wallow, the founder of the Drudge Dragons, okay, able to steal a card from your opponent's graveyard, basically.
My second ever time seeing this card. The first time was 2 rounds ago, I think.
Yeah, I think it was also by Nikki Boy who's been playing that card. I mean, that's what I alluded to earlier when I said the Fiendsmith decks have now been getting very creative with the kind of rank 6 toolboxes you're able to use. So there's the Desiree returning from the graveyard, equipping with the Agnum Day. That is 5,200 attack now because it only has that one equip card to it.
Is it creative enough, though?
And I think we're going to take this 5,200 damage. Going to use the Desiree as well to negate cards on the field.
Going to chain the Swift Capone. It's going to summon itself.
Also gains life points, interestingly enough.
And then because we have a
further
banished
get out of
Argo
range.
Stars monster, yep, we get 500 life points.
So the Desiree resolves, negates the cards on the field, which puts them back into the spell trap zone, funnily enough. Which doesn't really help the Swamp Deity, but I think the Argo Star can just come back out later. And the Wallow is not able to attack directly here. So here's a few things I want to note. The Argo Stars deck has a lot of cards in hand right now. However, because it's a trap deck, I'm not sure how much momentum they actually gain from that, because their spell and trap zone is looking kind of full right now.
Yep, set 3, play 1 monster, play 1
Exactly.
field spell, and then
That's what I'm worried
discard.
about. That's what I'm worried about. How much can we actually do here?
Yeah.
We have a field spell that we can work with. We have Argo
that.
Stars Giant Slayer.
Yep, so that will add an Argo Stars monster from the deck to the hand, and then allow a summoning of a continuous trap.
It allows you to extra
the
normal
summon of a warrior
but
monster.
only if you have
based
a
on-
continuous trap in the monster zone. Or in the spell trap zone? I'm not sure.
I think, or in the spell and trap zone.
We can just normal summon. Yeah, we can just normal summon with that
there we
effect.
go.
Okay, that helps because that means we can get 2 monsters out of the hand right now. Ooh, and this is the other effect of Glorious Adra that might
The
matter this
other
turn.
effect.
This is the effect that happens when it's summoned. meaning that your opponent can no longer respond to your continuous trap effects for the rest of the turn.
Yeah.
So that might throw a little bit of a wrench into this Desiree, because they can no longer just like respond to an Argo Stars monster activating its effect.
That Spell and Trap card zone looking awfully full.
So there's the Desiree, but I think the Slayer Ateo is just going to respond to this and just bounce it to the hand. I think this is looking very good for Argo Stars here. So here and I think it's a good showcase where you would think it's a slow deck, but all of a sudden we can really turn up the speed here. We have access to all these trap cards in the Spell Trap Zone, and the third Terror top.
We also have like 12 cards in hand ready to move along with, and yeah, really, really well played by the Argo Stars duelist here. The Argo Stars Fierce Path being added to the hand.
That is the second main deck monster for the deck. It actually only has 2. It mostly has trap cards. There's only the Glorious Ardra and then the Fierce Path. Those are the only 2 main deck monsters for the deck. We're going to use the home stadium here to further reduce the gap of the life points here. We're gaining some life points here, and the opponent takes some life points.
And Sneakers continues to press the home field advantage with this Argo Stars home stadium, continuing to establish the lead that we saw from the Argo Stars deck earlier in this match.
Dimensional Fissure.
Dimensional Fissure now as well, just further adding an inconvenience to the Fiendsmith strategy. Banishing all the monsters from the graveyard. It means that even if this game does not end in this turn, it is basically impossible for the Fiendsmith deck to play.
That card is big. 3,500, gains 700 attack for each Argo Stars monster with a different name you control. So that just gains 2,100 attack because we have all 3 of these other...
Wonder what is an option here, but actually on that special summon, going to in turn reach the 5 threshold for the Nibiru, the Primal Being, but called by the grave now on the Nibiru in the graveyard.
There's another Nibiru from earlier. That's a massive called by the grave. And I think they might end the game this turn because of that.
I think so. You know, you gave so many cards off of the Maxi. One was D. Fisher. One was an Argo Stars extender. Another 3 Argo Stars extenders on top of that. But more importantly, one called by the grave. Stops the Nibiru, the Primal Being. Stops any chance for Nikki Boy to come back in this one. Sneakers, can you close this one out? 1,200 damage to the face says maybe it'll be a bit lower than we expected.
Are we really gonna see Argo Stars make it all the way into the finals of the Challenger Cup? They're not quite there yet, and they are currently down in life points. They have the game under their control, but they do need to bring it home still before they have it. It's not over yet, and I feel like one big problem here is that maybe the Spell and Trap Zone is very clogged up here. So in order for all these monsters to use their effects, we might need some more room, but I don't know how many cards we can set in main phase 2. First, we're utilizing the home stadium to make the Silhouette Rabbit able to be destroyed by battle, because it is an illusion monster, otherwise it would not have been destroyed by battle. We can use the home stadium. That is going to do that. We're going to attack for another 1,800 after, which puts us almost even at life points. I mean, there's still 2,300 points of difference, but it might end up rather quick here. There's only 6.5 minutes left at this point, so I feel like that is the one potential win condition we're talking here for Nikki Boy. On the other hand, we know the one card in hand is in the Nibiru. We're under Dimensional Fissure, so how much can the Fiendsmith cards really do here? I feel like the Primite cards are your only hope, but even that, I don't know if we can make it happen.
I'm
we'll see.
also very impressed that Sneakers was able to get below the threshold where he'd have to discard a card from having
we actually used all of those cards pretty well.
After getting like 12, 13, 14 cards off of the Maxi. Nikki Boy now, is there a chance for you to come back here? Lordly Load going to be used. You said the Primite cards were the deciding factor as to whether this Fiendsmith Primite deck can make the comeback. Slayer Ateo going to be used in response to it though. Lordly Load.
And that's going to stop it from summoning, because you're just going to return it to the hand if you want to. But then they can reactivate it. All right, 500 more, closing down the gap even further. At this point, if we can reach a battle phase next turn, we are going to end this game very quickly. Of course, we know the Nibiru is there. We're not going to play into it again. The Lordly Load is activated, trying to add a Primite card from the deck to the hand.
What would you add?
I mean, probably has to be a drill beam if it's live, but I mean, it probably has to be Ether Barrel because you don't have something to reveal for drill beam.
Yeah, the Ash Blossom Joy Spring, though, going to put a swift end to that one.
Makes quick work of the Lordly Load, and now I don't know what else we can really do here. We have a Nibiru plus a... Is that a set card?
Yes,
that is a set card.
card.
And I think we see Argo Stars here walking all the way into the finals. Statue of Anguish pattern activated here in the end phase. Summon itself out as a monster. Another 500 damage. Swift Kapan going back into the spell trap zone. Probably immediately summoning it back out to pop the set card with the Anguish pattern to even remove the last bit of uncertainty here. It's the only card we don't know currently, so we're going to destroy it. And at this point, we've almost closed the gap without attacking. We have more. We have the same amount of life points almost. It's a Primite Roar. And I think that does it. We know all the cards. We know the no field and just one Nibiru, the Primal Being in hand here for Nikki Boy. And one of the most successful players in the Challenger Cup here goes down to Argo Stars in Game 1 and Game 3. And Argo Stars is the deck that carries them to the finals.
Yep, the perfect opening of the Speed Roid Terratop is enough to carry this deck over the finish line. And Argo Stars races towards that finish, races towards the finals, and makes it this continuous trap-based deck that we hadn't seen much of so far. Definitely making a statement in this Road to Worlds edition of the Challenger Cup.
And I'm very happy to see it. And I'm also very happy that they're not just like, you cannot say like, oh, the other deck is carrying. They just have the Argo Stars because it's their pet deck and they like play it every once in a while. No, they've brought it to most of the games we've watched them in so far. And that deck has won most of the games or all the games we've seen it in, I'm pretty sure. It's carried them through this top 4 match, winning them Game 1 and Game 3. The only time they lost was when they switched to a different deck actually in game number 2.
Yeah, true enough. And I'm really impressed with the level of gameplay coming out of that deck. Honestly, very, very well played by Sneakers there to be able to pilot that so convincingly. Granted, there are some concerns that if you don't win that opening coin flip and get to go first in that first game, it does kind of set a weird precedent for the rest of the match.
That's why I think they have another deck in their lineup that they play for that specific situation when they expect to be going second. But I mean, look, it's a rogue deck at this point. You know, there's other decks that are obviously way more popular than Argo Stars. If the deck needs a little bit of luck to win the coin toss, I think that is just something you have to accept if you really want to play it. It seems like that's what they're doing, and it's been doing them well so far. We're going to see if they might even be able to take the whole tournament. There's just one more match left for them. There's the grand finals coming up soon, and if you know, they're very, very close to just winning today's tournament with it.
Yes, indeed they are. It will be Crobat facing off in that final against our Argo Stars duelist.
Yep, and that is going to be a pretty interesting one. We're going to see just in a moment if Argo Stars are going to be taking it all the way. And so you guys don't want to miss that one for sure. We have one last match coming up, the grand finals, and it's going to be all about, can the Argo Stars finish off the tournament, or is it going to be Crobat taking this one home? We'll see you guys after just a very short break for the finals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup Road to Worlds Edition. My name is Ibris. I've been joined by the wonderful, wonderful Lampy.
Thank you.
Doubly wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful that you are with me here for that.
Almost as wonderful as one Joshua Schmidt, wherever he may be.
Wherever he may be, indeed. And honestly, the storyline of this tournament now, Argo Stars is in the finals of this 128-player strong Challenger Cup and maybe winning it all. I mean, nobody, I promise you, nobody, except maybe Sneakers himself, would have been able to predict that before the tournament, or would have dared to predict that outcome. And he now, of course, also being the one that has to execute and has to get the job done, because making it to the finals and then winning the finals, that's two different things. So can he do it? Winning the contest would be huge, and he does once again.
Really good start for that Argo Stars deck. And so is this, the Giant Slaying being used to start things off.
Argo Stars!
Argo Stars! Crobat did manage to get a clean 2-0 victory in his semi-finals there to get this final position. So Sneakers, definitely the onus is on him to see if he can make a more convincing time of things this time around. As you said, though, winning that coin flip, a really promising start for it. Getting these continuous traps already starting as well.
Yes.
The Lightning Tidal.
Having access to
Swift
Ardra.
Command.
Oh, we drew the annoying part of the Speed Droid package because we had Tark and Toborg, but because we had access to Ardra anyways, it doesn't really matter that much. We have access to the home stadium. We are Argo Starring again. A new star is born here in this Challenger Cup, and it is truly an Argo Star. And it is Sneakers, and there is the first life points gain and life points damage.
I think we're getting dangerously close to Nibiru, the Primal Being territory, however.
We don't mind. You saw it last match in top 4. They got nipped. Did they care? Not really in the end. They still won. There is the Silhouette Rabbit establishing one more trap already. I think this is really a deck. Yes, you can sometimes get to 5 summons, and it can be a little annoying. It really is not a big choke point to get faced with Nibiru there, usually, if you ask me. But now we're going to use the second effect of Home Stadium, and we're going to grab back one of those trap cards that we have just used to get into that Silhouette Rabbit, recycling the Swift Capane.
Gonna get back to Swift Capane, gonna set the Swift Capane alongside the Statue of Anguish pattern.
Is it 5
plus
again?
A couple
is
more
it 5
face
again?
downs. It is full
5 again.
5. Are you met with the Lightning Storm? Are you met with the Heavy Storm? Are you met with anything? As it turns out, not really so far, unless Crobat willingly chose to take the Tenpai Dragon, if that was one of Crobat's decks. I guess we'll see. Pot of Duality going to start things off here.
That's not a card you expect very much. Macrocosmos? What is going on here?
Majesty's Fiend.
How have we been unnoticing that stun deck also being in the competition still? Crobat, we saw him play the good old Snake Eye deck the entire time, but now stun. And let me quickly think about it. How good is stun as a matchup into the Argo Stars deck? Oh,
Morganite going to allow 2 cards to be drawn, and now everything makes sense as to why there was no hand disruption committed into this Argo Stars strategy. Card Scanner. Yep, this is, well, cooking. Statue of Anguish pattern going to run some disruption here, but it's just a destruction.
It will be cooked by the Silhouette Rabbit here, I'm pretty sure, as Silhouette Rabbit is, of course, able to destroy spell traps. And I think now in this specific matchup, with the advantage of going first for Sneakers, it's so good that he can just deal with all of those set cards with the Silhouette Rabbit, and then also with the Anguish pattern after. A deck that just tries to establish cards on the field long term, such as those stun strategies. They just struggle so hard against both these cards being combined with each other. Now the graveyard effect of Card Scanner, okay, putting something back there. They had to place 1 card from the hand to the bottom of the deck, and now we're setting cards. Well, how many is it going to be? Because we know Sneakers has more trap monsters in their spell and trap zone, and therefore we could, with the Anguish pattern statue not being once per turn, just go after all of those cards that we set here. If we have 3 trap monsters, we could destroy all of this. Even 4. Just imagine all of those 4 cards are trap monsters. This could be a huge end phase, completely clearing the field of Crobat here. What a start. Okay, we go.
Swift Capane start things off here. The Argo Stars deck is alive again in the opponent's main phase 1. Home Stadium going to resolve here. Do we have some kind of disruption?
Anguish pattern. That's the number 1. What are we destroying?
The roulette to see if we can hit something useful. What did we get?
That was Runic Golden Droplet. So it is Runic stun to be precise, but no more.
Where is Joshua Schmidt? I asked you.
Yeah, he is definitely there in the spirits, because I think this is actually his most favorite variant of the Runic decks. And,
definitely loves the stun.
I think the chat agrees that. That is actually the one he has made so popular and he's famous for. But now it is all about Argo Stars, and we only had one trap monster, but now we can, of course, make that Swift campaign, go back to the spawn trap zone, and then
just cycling
will be
back
returning.
and forth to further proc the effects on that field spell and also get some kind of response here. But Unending Nightmare now going to be used. It's a recurring destruction on a face-up spell or trap, which, as it turns out, is quite useful to have into the Argo Stars deck.
This card would be insane against Argo Stars because it's not once per turn, but once per chain. But the fact that it is once per chain means we cannot respond to the Slayer Teonor anymore. Oh, but there's also Runic Destruction. This, I think, is a door opening here for Crobat, maybe. Still, though, there's so many cards remaining for Sneakers and already monsters on the field. Therefore, I'm not sure that can really be enough for them.
Still got 2 mystery face downs for this Argo Stars deck. Still got 2 opportunities at re-establishing this field. Still in a very good position overall, though. Unending Nightmare now going to be used. Can it get rid of one of these face downs, or indeed the field spell? It will get rid of the field spell. Unending Nightmare just doing work here.
It does. That's the thing. It is literally the card that Crobat needed to face this matchup. And as we can see, clearly a lot of that card advantage that was just there for Sneakers by single-handedly that Nightmare.
How does Crobat get back from this despite the Unending Nightmare, though?
Yeah, the Unending Nightmare.
That's all. That's all he has.
I mean, to be fair, just in case he draws into a Runic Fountain and his last remaining set card is a Runic spell card, I mean, you know how quickly a Runic Fountain can get you more cards. And, of course, also time tiering Morganite was resolved, and therefore 2 cards for the price of 1 draw phase. I think the longer this game goes, Crobat might be actually able to get back into this. What a situation this is. Also, the Statue of Anguish pattern currently not protected.
One day of peace has skipped the battle phase. That's why there was no attack from the Silhouette Rabbit, and that's why there was no attack on this turn as well.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been no damage. They could have gone into the battle phase, but as you say, no battle damage. Therefore, why even go bother into the battle phase? And Rivalry of Warlords now. This cannot be real. This looked like the best possible setup ever for Sneakers in that particular matchup even, but now even losing all of those cards due to Rivalry of Warlords.
Yep, choosing to keep this Silhouette Rabbit for the additional removal, and of course for that regular 1500 points of damage to the face of Crobat.
Oh, but I mean, okay, yeah, the timer basically now on only 3 more turns, but at some point Crobat is just going to draw some Runic Quick Spell cards, which can just give you a monster to defend. And I think we're just like outpacing, and that is the best Runic card we could have drawn. Runic Tip off of the top there for Crobat. I mean, it's much more likely that you're going to draw the Runic Tip when you get to draw 2 cards instead of 1. Still, though, picking this up here is massive for Sneakers, and it gets the Runic Fountain.
Yep, Runic Fountain added to the hand here. Probably almost as impactful for that theme as a field spell as the home stadium was for the Argo Stars. Runic Fountain now being activated.
Wow, Sneakers really cannot believe what is happening. There is another Runic Quick Spell card with the Runic Slumber. We want a special summon, but I think the more important part here is we definitely want to make sure that we do get to draw cards with the Runic Fountain, and that would be 3 in total here. Look at that, and that will be resolving, right? Oh,
Dominus Purge actually going to come through to negate that.
Hold on, and there is trap cards in the graveyard, meaning that Runic Fountain will be destroyed there. And I think that is quite interesting because Crobat decided to go for Moonin instead of Hugin. And if we went for Hugin, Hugin would have been able to protect our Runic Fountain there long term. The Moonin, though, was not able to do that. On the other hand, though, Moonin now is sitting there with 2,000 points of defense, being stronger than the Silhouette Rabbit, now also getting our life points up. So long term, maybe the Moonin is the better solution for us.
The battle phase is skipped again.
It is. Oh, and we had it.
I believe that's the Unending Nightmare, but I'm not sure. Oh, was it the Runic card? Sorry.
It was just the Runic card.
It was just the Runic card, sorry. Yep.
It is, and this game, the longer it goes, the more it looks like Crobat would be the one profiting and turning it into his favor.
Grind game here. Draw, draw, draw. Pot of Extravagance going to add even more draws to that.
This is massive for Crobat. He, I don't think, has played that Runic Stun deck the entire tournament, but now he kind of got the ultimate matchup for it because having that Unending Nightmare is just giving you such a huge advantage in the matchup, specifically here against the Argo Star strategy. And that Moonin keeps on giving life points, and we go up and up and up. And as soon as we draw into more runic cards, I think at this point, the game plan surely is not to do life point damage on Sneaker's side anymore. I think we're just heading for the deck out route here for Crobat as the game plan, because we're not going to summon any meaningful monsters here. Maybe at some point there might be a Majesty's Fiend, but we don't even need to go for that anymore, really. And therefore, I do believe the deck out strategy is much more applying. On the other hand, though, Crobat kind of doing a good job at decking out himself here as well. Drawing 2 cards for the price of 1 is good, because you're seeing more and more cards. But that also, of course, is thinning your deck quite quickly as well. So we definitely need to be aware of that. And we also, I don't know whether we have a way to recycle the Runic Fountain either, because we're blocked in our extra monster zone with the Moonin, so we can't go ahead and summon a Gary, which would be our way to recycle the Fountain. And therefore, this is a bit of a bad situation here right now. Sneakers getting probably some cards out of his deck taken with the Runic cards.
If we can very kindly ask production to press on the I button in the bottom right so we can see how many cards are left in the deck.
I mean, just, oh, it's 22 and 20,
Not
so
bad.
it is close. And I mean, this is not really yet a telling factor, because we're setting monsters now on Crobat's side. Fair enough, we just don't want to discard cards, therefore it does make sense. So currently, with the pace of the Morganite, it would be Crobat decking out first.
Yeah.
But of course, with also the existence of runic cards in the deck of Crobat, at some point we're going to significantly banish cards from Sneaker's side of the deck as well. And therefore, I feel like as soon as we get those runic cards, it is more likely that Crobat would be the one decking Sneakers out first. But so far, none of those runic cards being activated here at all. And let's see when we are finally going to find them. This is actually going to come down to decking out in the first game of the finals, and that is going to be a sad tribute summon. That gotta be that Majesty's Fiend, but due to the rivalry of the Warlords being on the field, you could not tribute summon it face up in attack position.
And also
you had to
opting
go for
to
that.
remove the runic extra deck monster rather than the face down does suggest it would be something like the Majesty's Fiend.
Yeah, for sure. I think you also want to make sure that your extra monster zone is free again, so you can activate those runic cards once more.
At least now we have 12,000 more goes at Unending Nightmare.
Yeah, we definitely do.
Rather 12 more goes. Or 11,
12,000
technically, unless you want to be
goes,
Euzan.
Battle phase. Ooh, are we trying to get rid of that Majesty's Fiend? The funny thing about that is, yes, Silhouette Rabbit is an illusion monster, and therefore it cannot be destroyed by battle. But guess what? The effect of Silhouette Rabbit specifically says itself and any monster it battles cannot be destroyed by battle. Therefore, we have attacked technically over that Majesty's Fiend there, but it's still there though. We kind of just nicely flipped it up there, and now it is we're in face-up defense position, and Crobat keeps on drawing cards. And shall I tell you something? The fact that Crobat has so many set cards there might turn out to be a problem, because we definitely need to get to runic cards eventually, and if those set cards there for Crobat are not runic cards, that might be a huge issue.
This should just be 900 damage to the face of Sneakers.
It is, and of course, again, both monsters staying on the field, and I think at this pace, 900 life points per turn, maybe it could be enough. I think at this point, discarding a Macrocosmos Bear on Crobat's side, we should be at like 17 cards left in deck for Crobat. Oh, it's going to be such a close call. And the crazy thing is, Sneakers, I think for, how long is it now? For 5 or 6 consecutive turns, has not played out a singular card. Is going to head straight back into the end phase here once more. There is a Runic Smiting Storm. Sneakers, rightfully so, has decided to not commit any more cards to the field to, for example, prevent that Runic Smiting Storm to banish more cards. So it's only 3 cards that it is able to banish, which is not that big of a deal, but also drops off 1 battle phase here. And therefore, 900 less damage that we can do quickly. Okay, back over to Crobat. The amount of cards in hand keeps on growing.
And the amount of cards in deck keeps shrinking, but there is another way to prune a couple more cards out of Sneaker's deck as well. The Smiting Storm for the 2nd turn in a row will come through.
Oh, and now
Golden
Golden
Droplet
Droplet.
as well.
That's so many cards. Just banishing 4, drawing 1, and we see 6 cards remaining in deck for Sneakers. And there's a Flashing Fire. I think Crobat just wanted for the turn where they can go off. And that is now the moment that they have chosen. 4 cards remaining. I think at this point it is pretty clear who's in favor of decking out first. And I think Crobat will be the one executing the deck out in favor for himself.
Unless we have another Augustars card make an appearance that can somehow move back cards to the deck.
I think that card would need to be printed first of all to be
Well,
used here.
We'll see.
Battle Phase is skipped over to Sneakers. It seems like even though the start was so amazing with the set 5 for the Augustar strategy, the fan favorite, the cold story, the storyline would be just so nice to win a Challenger Cup with Augustars because I don't think that has happened before. Okay, and now Sneakers tries to go back into actually his Augustars cards with the glorious Ardra. Augustars, what a deck that is, but can it be able to win here? It does look very, very hard. And now Sneakers has decided is the moment where we need to commit more cards onto the field. But can those cards be good enough, though? And phase once more. Ay, 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 ay. 2 cards with the Morganite. Interesting decision again from Crobat to go for the Clockwork Knight on the field, because that blocks 1 more spell and trap zone than we have. But it definitely seems like we have way more cards left in deck, so we should be safe from almost anything that could happen here. Sneakers, okay, we're in the end phase. Augustars.
So all of these warrior base bonus effects are basically turned off thanks to the Clockwork Knight.
Yeah.
Granted, a lot of them are not the reason why you're activating these cards to begin with, but speaking of activating these cards, cool, you activated it. It is gone to Unending Nightmare.
What a truly unending nightmare here for Sneakers, because that is the card that turned this all around.
I think his nightmare is pretty close to ending.
Yeah.
2 cards in deck. Ooh.
I don't think that is the kind of nightmare that he wished for the finals. It was all going so nicely, even defeating one of the all-time regulars in top 4, beating Nikki Boy in a very close encounter there, and now against Crobat, facing a deck that you do not regularly expect.
Winning a game with like 2 cards in deck, the heart must be pounding. Yeah.
Battle phase, Majesty's Fiend, actually, in the end, putting in some damage here onto the life points of Sneakers. But again, 2 cards left in deck, only 12 cards. Almost feels comfortable at this point for Crobat, being very, very far ahead. Now in the end phase, having the luxury to discard a couple more cards, Sneakers, he's not giving up. He's taking every single bit out of this first game here. Maybe Crobat still messes up somehow, but at this point, it will be very tough to mess up. Okay, Apophis for Swamp Deity. Special summoning itself out. Not going to negate anything, as there is nothing else to negate. And also, of course, still... Oh, yeah, okay. Double Swamp Deity here. Fair enough.
So that should be 2 negations.
Unending Nightmare. Going to destroy the first copy, though. And there is 3 Swamp Deities. All right. Once more, the Unending Nightmare can only be activated once per chain, so we cannot respond again with this. Okay, but is that really going... I mean, 10,000 life points still. That's not something that an Augustar deck can do so easily in terms of damage here. And also, there's still, obviously, the Majesty's Fiend to be dealing with. Problem now, though, being the Clockwork Knight makes it a machine. We already have a machine on the field. And it would try to special summon as a warrior, so they are trapped there in the spell and trap zone. They will not be destroyed by the Unending Nightmare, but still they can't summon itself out due to the rivalry of the Warlords there. And next up, we are destroying our own Clockwork Knight. Runic Tip is a way to banish that last card in deck for Sneakers, and that will be our sign to end this first duel. I want to have now the deck out animation as well, right? We waited for so long for this entire duel, 24 turns. So give us the deck out animation here, please. Oh, we see the walls in there as well. And that is the animation you have to witness when there is no cards to be drawn anymore from your deck. That is an alternative win condition, as we call it in Yu-Gi-Oh! And that is a way to also, you don't see it very often, but to win a game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes, indeed it is. With the Runic Stun deck out strategy able to topple the Argo Stars, even if the Argo Stars deck was able to go first, even if it won the coin flip. Yeah, this is where we find ourselves. Crobat with the Runic Stun variant able to take that game.
And now the question, though, in the shoes of the Argo Stars player, do we just try again with Argo Stars, or was that so frustrating?
I think Sneakers has shown that you can pilot it very comfortably, but I think it's a very difficult matchup.
The matchup is tough.
And also going second is an entirely different beast. Crobat, I think, still has much more to show in terms of having that second deck as well, so definitely something to be cautious of.
I think those Sneakers, whenever we saw them go first, at least here on the featured match, they went with Argo Stars. So I think it is just like their decision for the tournament. They have decided, hey, when I go first, I will show the people what they demand, and I will show them Argo Stars, and therefore I hope personally that they're going to show us Argo Stars again here. What about you? You think the same? You want to see Argo Stars?
I would like to see it. Honestly,
I mean,
I'd like to see it go first. I'd like to see it claim a victory. I guess we'll see how it turns out.
We definitely will, as of course, second game of the finals about to come up. And I know everyone at home, I saw a lot of people in chat, in both chats, were really saying, yo, Argo Stars, this is so cool, Argo Stars base deck and all of that. And I do agree, and I hope that it's going to give us at least the chance to also have it in the third game and now in the second game. Please, Sneakers, don't be afraid of bringing it again. That was very unfortunate with the Unending Nightmare, but that Unending Nightmare has
that felt
ended
like
now.
a tech based specifically for the Argo Stars deck. But Sneakers going first again here suggests it is indeed the Argo Stars again. Glorious Ardra coming out here. It's going to be as good a start as any. You know, we've seen the Speedrun Terratop tech. That's a good start, but this is even better. Ardra now tributing, or rather banishing itself, to get access to 2 of those Argo Stars continuous traps from the deck.
Lightning to do, and the Swift Campaign into the Spell and Trap Zone. And when you resolve that, that is immediately just also meaning, oh, discarding Dimensional Fissure. And I mean, that probably means Sneakers is assuming that he's playing against the Stun deck again. And against that deck, Dimensional Fissure doesn't do a whole lot, and therefore it is fine to just get rid of it. But yeah, those cards on their own just also mean that you will have access to Silhouette Rabbit, which is very, very nice here, as we can just summon out both of these trap cards. And the coolest thing about those Argo Stars trap monsters is a lot of trap monsters tend to be normal monsters on the field. Not the Argo Stars ones, though. They are treated as effect monsters on the field, and obviously Silhouette Rabbit needing effect monsters.
Yeah, exactly that.
And they could be transformed into exactly that Silhouette Rabbit that we see here. And now also that is where the home stadium is shining, as we can now add back one of those Argo Stars trap cards that we just used.
Statue of Anguish pattern being set there does mean we have access to consistent removal as well, so there's disruption from Sneakers. Is it enough to deal with Crobat and the Unending Nightmare that this Runic Stun variant was able to present in our Game 1?
I mean, we said that the matchup is sort of tough, and it really seemed like the matchup is tough there in the first game. But I mean, when we saw the setup, and we are about to create that same setup here again, like logically, I think the setup is actually amazing in that matchup with the Statue of Anguish pattern and the Silhouette Rabbit. It was just so unfortunate that we couldn't get rid of that one specific card being the Unending Nightmare. And we are back with the Runic Stun deck. I think Crobat was happy with how it performed in the first game, so no reason to change it up. There is Runic Fountain now being up next. Hard drawn that card, and Sneakers might be inclined to immediately try to go after it. Question mark? Maybe not, though. Seems like we don't want to immediately bring out any of our trap cards. Nope. Seems like we
Argo
are
Stars versus Runic Stun. Was this in your predictions for what you'd expect to see in the Challenger Cup?
Oh, absolutely not.
In the grand final of the Road to Worlds edition of the Challenger Cup?
Nope, totally not. I mean, Runic Stun has history in performing very well in those regional qualifiers. Definitely in regional qualifiers and Duelist Cups in general.
Speaking of regional qualifiers, by the way, between the 4th of June next week and the 16th of June, you can play in the Stage 1, but 13th of June, Stage 2 will be activated, the regional qualifier itself.
That is where it really matters.
You need to play as good as you can, as well as you can, rather, if you want to have a chance at making it to that World Championship.
That is indeed the case. And yeah, definitely historically in those regional qualifiers and Duelist Cups, Runic Stun has always been a deck that was definitely played a lot because it is a deck that is very strong. It has a very decent win rate, but also it's not that heavily demanding. And when you're playing a lot over those regional qualifiers, it can be very, very refreshing to just have a deck where you just have a setup that is somewhat easy and you just need to like play it for a couple of turns, and that can help a lot. But now Sneakers has decided when they activate the effect of Runic Fountain, we want to be meeting that with Statue of Anguish Pattern and also the effect of the
Apophis, the Swamp
Deity, indeed. And that means we can negate the Runic Fountain, and now we will also be trying to destroy the Runic Fountain shortly after, I'm pretty sure. And the cool thing is here, we can activate Silhouette Rabbit on the Runic Fountain, but we can also use the Statue of Anguish
on
pattern.
the Hugin as well.
And therefore, it cannot be protecting it anymore. So this chain here is a huge chain for Sneakers right away. And only 3 cards remaining for Crobat means I think it's immediately already looking a lot better than it was in Game 1 here for Sneakers. But of course, game still not over just yet.
Yeah, my only complaint about Argo Stars so far is that it does tend to be a little bit slower when it comes to actually closing out these games. Granted, the control-heavy nature of the strategy kind of lends itself to that.
Only one set card, and we know there is another trap.
Just thrown away there as well because we know what we're up against and we know exactly how to deal with it. Statue of Anguish Pattern will come through to destroy that face down. Is it Rivalry of Warlords? Is it the Unending Nightmare? Regardless, it's gone. You don't have to worry about it.
You do not indeed. And oh, Crobat, it was
Wall of Revealing Light.
Wall of Revealing Light, which is one of those funky cards in the deck. Oh, we go now for Runic Golden Droplet in the end phase still, as it is a quick spell, of course. Turn not over just yet. But chaining the Lightning to go to it, okay. Just putting it back into the Spell and Trap Zone, just like that. And then, of course, that can lead to then the Field Spell, the Home Stadium, triggering again, trying to negate the Moon In, which will probably be successful, yeah.
Moon in the Runic Wings here now coming out.
Still 2,000 defense points, but we just searched for the Argo Stars monster that gets boosted so heavily by having all of those trapped monsters on the field. And therefore, I think we can easily attack over the Moon in here. Additionally to that, life points already lowered for Crobat. We have more, of course, also just trap cards in the Spell and Trap Zone. So Statue of Anguish Pattern is just another way to immediately deal with the Moon. And so I think Sneakers, even though you said it's a slow deck, it can turn into a pretty quick deck very, 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 very soon here. And I think this might be the turn where it all ends in favor of Sneakers and in favor of a 1-1 record then. Let's see, we're searching for Giant Slaying. Field Spell activating, bringing us closer to victory with lowering the life points of Crobat even further. And now the Statue of Anguish Pattern, trying to get rid of the Moon In.
There's the destruction, and there should be a clear field with which Sneakers can now swing.
This is exactly 5,500 attack points actually on the field, so why waste any time? Just switch that Apophis for Swamp Deity into attack position. Let's go into... Okay, we're putting that additional Argo Stars Fierce Panther down there as well, but that is definitely more than what we could ask for. Sneakers is giving us the gift of witnessing a third game, and Argo Stars does not go down without a fight. 1-1 and the victory for Argo Stars in this second game.
Argo Stars fierce path by name, fierce by nature in this comeback here. Very, very well played. Really strong showing here compared to that first game. The stun variant of the Runic strategy, unable to come online, unable to shut out this continuous trap-based Argo Stars deck from doing its thing, and really commendable here to see Sneakers be able to pull that one off after such a difficult loss in the first game.
Yeah, definitely. And I think now what might happen here in this duel or in this match between these two, I think both of them might just be inclined to change their deck now, because I think Sneakers has been consistently, when going second, when having to go second, been switching over to that Primite Fiendsmith deck, which has been putting in the work for them as well. Therefore, it is understandable. Crobat, I think, is just playing Snake Eye as well. And I think when they expect to go first, that is also a pretty solid thing to do, just pretty much playing that. On the other hand, though,
There's the mind game aspect.
That
as
Runic
well.
stun deck, certainly not bad at going first either. Therefore, you could also just rely on that. And I mean, when you just tribute out, for example, that Majesty's Fiend earlier on, and you have all of those cool cards, they are not that great technically against the Argostars deck, but they are pretty amazing against, for example, the Fiendsmith Bestial Primite deck, because there is plenty of cards that they want to special summon, and Rivalry of Warlords and such cards, they will put in some damage. Or, for example, Macrocosmos, which we saw also being in their Runic Stun deck, and therefore I could see them sticking to the Runic Stun strategy. I could absolutely also see them go over to the Snake Eye deck again, though. And with Sneakers, though, I think they're going to change decks. I think that's almost certain to say.
I guess we'll see in this third game, the third and final game of our best of three here, the third and final game of our grand final in this Challenger Cup Road to Worlds edition. It's come down to this, Sneakers versus Crobat. Crobat starting, it is the Runic Stun again, the Freezing Curses going to get cursed by that Max C. It's gonna be a free draw at least.
That is indeed a good start for Sneakers. It's definitely not going to be many more draws, but you're happy when against that matchup you get that one draw off of the Maxi, discarding the Dimensional Fissure here.
Theoretically, the Maxi was otherwise just not useful.
Definitely. And therefore, you surely take that as basically an Upstart Goblin, using that they're in the draw phase to play around possible cards such as the Droll Lockbird. Now there is part of action against following the action, so Crobat has been consistently in this final match be very keen to draw plenty of cards, and he will draw even more cards there with that Morganite resolving too.
Yep, on the topic of extravagance and drawing lots of cards, the time-tearing Morganite, you sacrifice everything else in order to be able to just draw and build and continue to build on that advantage. But that means no disruption aside from these face downs coming by way of Sneakers.
And
Speedroid Terratop gonna start things off. It's Argo Stars again.
Argo Stars all the way, baby. And we do search out Hakim Toborg. And it's honestly quite interesting to see Crobat running Pot of Extravagance, because that card just naturally conflicts with the Runic Fountain we see face up on the field, because you are prohibited from drawing cards per turn you activate the Pot of Extravagance, and therefore
X's into the X Saber Invoker to get the Earth Warrior.
And that, of course, is the Ardar. And it looks like it may be going off. It is going off.
Nice. So, that pot might have been extravagant, but this Ardra is glorious.
It is, but it will be met with the Runic Freezing Curses, and we were not drawing cards with the Runic Fountain last turn. Sure enough, we will try again our luck now, though. There it is. How many cards can we draw? Should be 2 in total. And will that resolve, or will it... Oh yeah, it will resolve. 2 fresh cards. And, I mean, we haven't seen really Runic in a while, so reminder for the people not familiar with the strategy, Runic Fountain allowing you to use those quick spell cards from your hand, those Runic quick spells, on your opponent's turn as well. So if we drew into further Runic cards here, we are able to use them on this turn here.
I can't believe I got Josh to coach me on Argo Stars and not Runic.
But yeah.
Regardless, yeah, really, really phenomenal job by you to explain exactly what that does, and it does mean that we have access to some disruptions, therefore overcoming the restriction that was imposed by the Morganite, because the spells from the hand on your opponent's turn are still very valuable, just offering some kind of disruption here.
Yeah.
But Statue of Anguish pattern going to be some disruption of Sneakers' own with the Silhouette Rabbit, with these 3, maybe 4, maybe 5.
I'm calling 5. I'm calling we go all in.
Downs.
All of them. Sneakers, go for the full 5. We need them all. Oh, only 4.
Wow.
That means there gotta be like something such as another Max C in the hand, I would imagine. And now in the end phase, there is going to be the Runic Flashing Fire, making sure that that scary Silhouette Rabbit is gone. And that's bad news for Sneakers. Even worse news is Crobat now will continuously draw 2 cards for turn, as we just saw. And there is Runic Tip being picked up for turn as well now. What a start to that third turn of the third game here in this deciding final of this Challenger Cup. And Runic Destruction ready to take apart all of those spell and trap cards. Most likely trap cards there on Sneaker's side of the field. Now, using the Runic Fountain, are we going to get even more cards? Drawing 2. I think that will have to resolve. There is not many answers currently available, and yes, 2 cards more for Crobat. That card advantage keeps on going up and up and up for Crobat. Still the life points total being the same for the very moment, though. That's one monster.
And actually, soon we may very well see the amount of face-down spell and traps being the same as well.
Oh, do we one-up it? We do not. Stature of Anger's pattern is being activated now at the end of main phase. So first trap monster established to the field. When we see the statue, usually there's another one waiting, and there is indeed the Swift Campaign. So we want to make sure to activate the Anguish pattern. The Anguish pattern is so good because it has that built-in protection effect. When it is summoned as a trap monster and you control another trap monster, it cannot be targeted by card effects, meaning you can just not be interacted with both Runic Flashing Fire and Runic Freezing Curses, and that is like basically the 2 interruptions that the Runic Stun is offering.
Yep, Hugin going to be able to protect the Runic Fountain initially, but do we have another opportunity to remove it here? Apparently not, as the turn does pass back over to Sneakers. Maybe there's another option afforded to him this time around.
Not for the moment just yet. Now the Swift Campaign wants to make its way back into the Spell and Trap Zone there, as Argo Stars cards used to do, and it will do so again, I'm pretty sure.
So for Crobat, by the way, we mentioned one-upping as a joke, but actually I think keeping one Spell or Trap card zone free so you can have access to the quick play spells from your hand while you have the Runic Fountain makes a lot of sense here. Unending Nightmare, it sealed the deal in Game 1. Will it do the same in Game 3 here?
The Nightmare truly is unending for Sneakers. Not again that card. But I mean, when Crobat is drawing on average 4 cards per turn, obviously he's going to draw into that Unending Nightmare eventually too. Now Apophis the Swamp Deity. I would not be surprised if it gets answered again. It will be answered by not even the Unending Nightmare, but the Runic Distraction here. Wow, okay, another copy of Apophis the Swamp Deity, but I just mentioned we have not used the Unending Nightmare for this chain yet, so obviously that is the moment we are going to use it, and that means we're getting rid of 2 Apophis the Swamp Deity for the price of 1, and we are going to draw cards after even, so this is really perfect ground right now for Crobat, who's taking more and more of the lead in this Game 3 of the finals. Normal Summon Maxi! That feels like a bit of a sign.
Sneakers, you may have lost the final, but you won our hearts.
Truly. Already, honestly, in top 8. The moment I saw their Sneakers on Argo Stars in top 8, already that is such a big accomplishment. And then even making it all the way into the finals, being very close as well to possibly even making it. And let's still not rule them out, but it obviously does not look particularly good at the moment. Okay, that Nightmare Phoenix is at least able to deal with the Unending Nightmare finally. But we do chain the Runic Slumber to it. Runic Slumber, though, special summoning. That means we're going to summon out Hugin, and Hugin, as we all know, will protect once more. Yeah. That is what it does so well. That is why those stun decks work so well together with the Runic Hearts, because you can just protect yourself also against cards such as Lightning Storm, or Harpious Feather Duster, or Heavy Storm, with those built-in special summons for the Hugin. And guess what? Drawing 2 cards after. Freezing Curse is now activated too. Crobat keeps on cycling through those Runic cards here. And wow, and Golden dropped it too. I think we have banished like 12 cards this turn alone there from Sneakers. Wait, did that resolve? Yeah, it did resolve, right? Yeah, it did. Now battle phase, Nightmare Phoenix attacking. Oh, yeah. Cyber Jar, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on here in the finals of this Challenger Cup? This is truly a special one. Sneakers allowed to add the Dominus Purge, the Dimensional Fissure, and the Argostar's Giant Slaying to the hand. Also, another Dominus Purge. Another Swift Campaign. He keeps on getting those cards, and Sneakers is probably not happy about getting them here right now, because that just gets him closer and closer and closer to decking out. Ay. And also, of course, Crobat getting all of those cards as well.
6 cards left in deck for Sneakers here. It's not looking too good, especially given the fact that the Runic deck did get so many of these deck out tools here.
When was the last card, the last time you saw Cyber Jar resolving, Chris?
A while ago.
A while ago, certainly for me as well. There was actually, I think it was in the last Duelist Cup, there was a very interesting, sort of similar deck to this one here, where also Cyberja was included, and maybe Crobat got inspiration from that, because it did finish in the top 10 eventually, but that is the Runic Smiting Storm trying to banish 5 more cards. We saw there's Runic Tip in the hand as well. That would equal the exactly 6 cards remaining in the deck of Sneakers. So even in the end phase of their very own turn, we are going to be lowering the deck count here to a devastating total of 0 cards.
Yeah, and then we can just pass the turn. It's already the end phase. We saw the animation once earlier today. We see it. Oh, wait, so it was the other end phase.
Yep, it is Crobat's
Soon
turn.
It will be the other end phase.
Yes, Crobat, you don't have any business of stretching that turn out any longer, because we all want to, and especially you want to see that draw phase of Sneakers where they will not be able to do what you're usually doing in the draw phase. It is all about drawing, but when there is no more cards to be drawn, the duel is truly over, and that also marks our tournament being over, and Crobat is our champion for today's Challenger Cup in this Road to Worlds special tournament.
Yep, congratulations to Crobat for making it all the way with that Runic Stun variant 2-0 in the semi-finals, 2-1 in the grand finals.
Yes.
Very, very good final run for that Runic Stun variant, and really, really well played by both of our finalists this time around. Of course, we did mention that Sneaker with that really powerful
Argostars
deck was just, yeah,
what a
totally
tournament.
unexpected.
I mean,
really, really well played.
Josh, with us here hosting and casting, we kind of should have expected that it will be a Runic deck winning in the end, right? He kind of always is successfully smuggling a Runic deck into the competition, and then of course it also making the finals. So I think it was always his true plan here to bring that Runic deck to the victory there.
And of course, speaking of Josh, I'm sure we're all really eager to watch him participate in the Road to Worlds qualifiers, of course, which you at home can also participate in.
And you should.
The campaign is underway right now. You get a royal finish, Red Supernova Dragon. June 4th, stage 1 of those qualifiers will begin. Please stay tuned for any additional content that might be coming your way. So, of course, the Road to Worlds campaign taking place in both Master Duel and Duel Links. We have a stream with Gigi Marine from HoloLive and Colossa tonight on Duel Links. And we may also have a stream a little bit later on that you can stay tuned to social media for more information on with one Joshua Schmidt and Elizabeth Rose Bloodflame from HoloLive as well.
That sounds fun. I'll definitely make sure to check that out. And yeah, of course, everyone at home, mark your calendars. You want to make sure to be involved in that regional qualifiers. You want to make sure that you're competing against the best in the world, because only once per year in those regional qualifiers, there is that bigger amount of spots for the World Championship available for grab, available to be won through competing all weekend long in then the second stage. And I think this is usually where it's the competition is the most fierce in just that specific weekend, really.
Yep, and this Challenger Cup was in celebration of the Road to Worlds campaign itself, but of course the big celebration itself is seeing these best players in the region make their best attempt at qualifying for that World Championship spot later on. Of course, again, those dates, June 4th is when everything begins. That's the important date for all of you to get playing, to play in stage 1. And then when you get to that June 13th date, get ready for the regional qualifiers themselves. 13th to 16th, that's when you can expect to see everybody trying their best to qualify for the World Championship in Paris.
Definitely. This year it is a European World Championship, so you don't want to miss out. And yeah, that was a fantastic tournament. I had a lot of fun. Do you agree with that being a lot of fun as well?
I had a really good time, actually. And hopefully the players did as well. I'm sure Josh did as well. Getting to see Argostars, getting to see Runic, looking over to my left. I wonder where he could be right now. But yeah, no, genuinely really grateful to have both you and him with me for this. And really grateful to everyone that watched. Hopefully you continue to watch, play, and enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and its associated content, including the Challenger Cup. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for watching also from my side, and see you very soon for more content. Have a good night, and bye-bye.